mountains blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys drifting down river. You can breathe it in the air, you can taste it in the water, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad track, in on the rusty rails. You can breathe it in the air, you can taste it in
un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si un saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si un saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
This night I will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, weakest thought, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones. Wanna be it, wanna feel it. Do you feel me? Don't ask the word. I'm missing. You couldn't it. Let me see. You getting it. Just call me free. This night I old Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home. Some say it's just countryside and city folks can't see wonders of a simple life, no other way for me. But sometimes I take the route out past the old smokestack. And every time I leave this place, the wind calls me right back. High on the hill, 5:30, grab your fiddle, we can dance all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. I got Carolina in my bones, Blacktop Hill or Old Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home. High on the hill, 5:30, grab your fiddle, we can dance all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. Way on the hill, 5:30, play that guitar, make it jam all night. Might find good old time, we know how to live this life. I got Carolina in my bones, Blacktop Hill to Old Salto. I will always call this my home sweet home. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm nothing so stopping you. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you so care? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize
It's time to turn up the music. The Remix Rumble Championship is up next. 3 days of competition.
từ nãy giờ tôi thề tôi ngồi tôi đọc kênh chat rất nhiều người chê con Katarina đồng quên. Chúc mừng lên nhiên.
Rivalries, comebacks, victories, and all that jazz.
Crisscross of damage. The middle of the board evaporates just like that, and suddenly it's Salvi.
Va por todas, limpia la mesa por completo y se lo lleva. 와, 강호들면서 통통통통.
Yosh getting a top 4 from his spot. That is unbelievable.
Is trying to take it out, but that Yorick is just way too bulky.
The great encore begins. Turn up the rumble.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on
The golden spatula has shown up to the club. This set is about to get wild.
It's fallen! She's faltered so that the Mordekaiser, but it will not be enough! And Tidal is your world champion!
Welcome to the Remix Rumble Championship. From March 1st to 3rd, witness the Great Encore, where 32 of the world's best tacticians will showcase their live mixing skills, battling to drop the loudest beat and win over more fans, and more cash. Whether it's a mix of disco and pentakill or country and emo, every region brings their own playstyle. And like any big festival, this one comes with a huge lineup. We will have 2 performers from Oceania, 3 from Latam, SEA, Brazil, and Japan, who won an extra slot for their win in the Runeterra Reforged Championship. 4 from Korea, EMEA, and NA. Lastly, CN with 6 slots. Now it's time to turn the meta to 11 and see what's in store for our virtuosos. Let's go! Throughout the championship, players will accumulate points based on their performance. The first position will earn 8 points, while the last position will receive only 1 point. Days 1 and 2, tacticians will be battling in 4 lobbies. They will face each other in a total of 6 games, remixing every 2 games. You get the rhythm? Starts to sound familiar. As the notes of day 2 start to fade away, the best 8 players will be our headliner finalists. On the 3rd day, we reach the Championship Encore. Our top contenders will perform to hit the 20-point goal. And whoever hits 20 points and wins 1 more game becomes the Teamfight Tactics Remix Rumble Champion.
Passa o carreto com seus pentakills juntos. Fiona, though, and she's alive in the battle.
It's just a Zed remaining, but it's not enough.
Get ready to turn up the Rumble on March 1st.
The competition is heating up as we head into day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. And with $450,000 of prizing on the line, the Golden Spatula Trophy, and of course the title of Worlds, how could we not be excited to jump into all of the action? My name is Nekra and I'm your host this weekend, joined by this esteemed cast. We've got Casanova, Makes, and Hupeson joining us on the desk to kick off the day. And guys, I gotta start off by saying we look great today. What a great new eclectic remix we've got going on.
Oh, of course. Makes and I, we've got the emo going. We've got some true damage over here from Hupe.
We've got like our Echo and Kiana moment.
For sure. We're blinked out.
We are super blinged out right here. But how are you all feeling going into day number 2 today?
NA's popping off. How could I not be ecstatic going into day 2? I mean, there's not much more for me to say there. It's really just NA, 3 players in the top 8. Let's make it 4.
Let's see how that day continues. All right. I hear you. I see you. I know NA has been doing really well, but there are some other regions that are creeping up on the standings, and I'm curious to see how they do.
Yeah, for sure. And also, the risks that you have to take on day 2 are more. So I expect if we saw a lot of hard steel on day 1, day 2 will be even more volatile.
I think you're right about that one. We had 6 games yesterday with our 32 tacticians, and they get to play 6 more today before we make that cut for the top 8 that will play out that final lobby tomorrow. And when we think about the action that happened yesterday, what are some of your favorite moments or standout things that you remember?
I mean, some of the biggest things are, of course, just the big roll downs that we saw. We actually were able to see some from Ice, particularly rolling down from like 93 gold and making big board transitions. I think that's been a lot of fun with the Heartsteel, is seeing some of these big board transitions come through.
I think I really like seeing some crazy comms, even if they don't always work out. I enjoy that players are going there and trying out stuff. With all of these different regions coming in, the tempo is always going to be unusual, and I feel like we've been treated to a bunch of very crazy comms. Not disco though.
For sure, we saw hologram working well with Lulu. That is the normal way to do it. But also 60 seconds from China, he tried to do a Katarina hologram. It's not the comp that you want to go there, but he got a good 5th. So he started with a good right step, and now he's doing well also with creative compositions.
It's been awesome watching a lot of these players make those comebacks as well. Maybe they were contested, so they had to make these huge pivots, and it's about finding those openings that really is going to bring them success today. But in case you missed out on our action yesterday, we've got a little bit of a recap video for you so you can find out what you missed out on. Hello everyone and welcome to the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Oh, he's making promises. He's making promises.
Jumping into the first game of the championship here.
On 1. Goes pretty low, but still survives.
Oh, that
no
crit.
pass, and our second elimination.
Okay.
Comes through, but it mostly misses. We still have the carries alive.
Zed's still not dead. Look at him.
And it's done! 16 seconds comes in, takes the first game of the Remix Rumble Global Championship.
Played it together.
And the Jin is still going strong there in the backline, but his entire team has already been knocked out. Can they buy him just a few more seconds? The answer is no. I'm ready to try and find the Lulu. Will not succeed. And with that, Socket is going to claim 1 more lobby here in game.
Exactly what you don't want to have happen. Zed is still alive in the corner though, but he's going to chew through multiple backline carries, and it's just not going to happen. Yush with an astonishing showing here for O's will end out the day 2 games with a win live on stream and a board worthy of a day 2 finish.
Thank you all so much for tuning in today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Glad you are all here joining us today to see this remaining action that we have for the Remix Rumble World Championships. And I feel like that video gave us so many like just fantastic moments that we're all talking about in terms of even just the compositions that we saw. I think we got a little bit of everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, it definitely, we saw a good variety, especially when it just came down to the rerolls. We actually saw so many different units being rerolled throughout the entire day, and I think that's what's been so cool about the meta in general, right? Yes, we have have this Heartsteel that takes up a huge meta share. But outside of that, there's so many different units that are being used to carry people's games.
Really, and we're going to see more of that, I think, as we get a chance to dive a little bit deeper in a couple of moments. But I want to take a look at the standings. After 6 games that our players played out yesterday, here is where the cards fall as we take a look at our players that are in 17th through 32nd.
And I do want to point out that we have seen miracle runs before at regionals or at the World Championship where players that are at a very low point standing right now run it back to back with a lot of high finishes in day 2 and can still claw their way into that day 3. So it is all still open.
Yeah, for sure. Like half of the players in the second standings already have a chance, still have a chance, but obviously the favorites want to maintain. The people were talking about in Twitter, in their socials, about what they're trying to know on X, sorry, not on Twitter. And they were saying if the top 8 they simply have a nice performance, not the best performance, they should be playing a little more safe, but the others have to risk it.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but for anyone that is curious about how the math out, we are looking at players historically needing something around 60 points to feel like they are in contention to be able to grab those top 8 spots. So that's really the benchmark that these players are going to be going for today as we start to dive in a little bit deeper on our players that are at the top of that list. And in that first place spot is a North American player, Degree.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that 60 points, Degree's most of the way there already with 38. What an amazing performance on day 1. And a lot of that was coming off of what Degree is already comfortable with. Coming into the tournament, we said, hey, this is a reroll specialist. He's in a study group with Malala, Wasian Iverson, Replay, but he brought a really good knowledge of reroll to that group. And once again, at the World Championship, he's been playing mostly around the Kale and Senna reroll, found a lot of success, but he also, in the only game he played Heartsteel, he went first. And so if he's been able to shore up his weakness in Heartsteel, in which he usually is a 1st or 8th style player on that composition, then he's a real menace in this tournament. And so it remains to be seen, if we get more Heartsteel games, will they still be 1st or 8th, or can he actually just play it consistently?
I think what's really amazing is that when you take a look at the compositions that Degree actually played yesterday, it's more than what's on that page. There's also the Lulu reroll. He also wasn't shy about playing around some more of those forecasts, and I think we're going to end up seeing a little bit more of that versatility as we head into today. And talking to him after he was the points lead for day number 1, he gave us a little bit more insight into how North America, even just as a region, was preparing for this event. Because outside of the names that you listed, other players that are on that study group list right now have included the rest of the North American players in Weird, as well as Malala and Dish Soap.
Yeah, Dish Soap contributing to that group as well, I think is really cool to see. In regionals, he was that lone wolf, so now he decides, coming to the World Championship, he wants to see a North American winner, and he's going to group together with everybody.
But let's also talk about the player that is going to be in that second place position, which is Ice right now.
Yeah, I think Ice is one of the most explosive players that we saw. You know, Clement told us that he was a speedster, which is extremely exciting to watch. And when you look at the kind of most played compositions up there and you see Lucian listed, it just goes to show that Ice was playing a lot of high tempo, getting to late game stages, and then playing around legendaries. And we saw him multiple times having very high econ, getting up to like 90 or 100 gold, and just sending a big roll down, transitioning his board fully. He's been really, really fun to watch. This is a player that, if you get a chance to watch the POV, definitely check him out.
It's a lot of HP preservation on his end as well. If you're learning to do that, I would recommend to watch Ice.
Yeah, I think what's also really exciting is you heard Clement talking about Ice at the very beginning of yesterday, saying that Ice is one of the fastest players and in fact might have actually gotten fast taken out of the game. So I think that actually speaks volumes to the type of player that Ice is and maybe what he's able to bring to the table outside of just what we've seen so far.
Yeah, for sure. Next, we have Relic on 3rd place. He's actually bringing it for LATAM. A great performance so far, playing 6 compositions different, obviously focusing on the 2-cost reroll. On Kale, he's looking for Senna with priority. He was one of the few that got the Mosher angle right. The Urgot wasn't appear on yesterday. He was a little shy, and really got a good 3rd place with it. And he also had a good Heartsteel, but not the regular Heartsteel that you try to roll at 8. He got like an early Jin. He went to 9, capped up his work, got a good front line. So actually the best performance so far for LATAM, getting into that top 8 with very good consistency.
So the 3 players that are on this list right now, when you look at their regions, are NA, China, and LATAM. But I think a region that's sort of left off of this list but has shown up and exceeded expectations is Japan.
Absolutely right. And I'm very, very excited about that because going into this championship, a lot of people were like, okay, title didn't make it. I guess that's it for Japan. But noting players like Shimapen in the past, we have seen more really great talent come out of that region, and we continue to do so. Talking about Taro, of course, who's currently in the 4th place. Played a lot of really cool comps, notably the coolest one being that Katarina that you're seeing up there. Being able to pilot that one to a top 3 is not something many players are actually able to pull off.
Yeah, Katarina was actually just incredibly unsuccessful yesterday. We saw a lot of trouble with this composition due to the fact that Zed has been so heavily contested. So the fact that Taro was actually able to make it work, I think is something to continue to look out for, is when is Taro able to find these compositions that are not doing so well, but finding the right spot for it.
Well, if you're looking at that, you don't need the set when you have the Kiana that's actually carrying, so I would say well done.
Hey, you know, I'm also a Kiana believer, but I also think that there is something to be said about what you were talking about, Casanova, is that 3 out of the 4 North American players right now are sitting at the top 16. But the one that could make it in there is Malala, who is sitting in the 17th place on the leaderboard right now, heading into day number 2. And Malala is the player that we all have all eyes on. Heading into the finale of set 10, we looked at him and said, favorite. How could he not be a favorite here? His story is amazing. Won the TFT Vegas Open, immediately won the KDA Cup, which was the first North American tournament, and then you also saw him get 3rd at the Chinese MSI, which is an international stage for him again, and just got a 2nd place at the NA Regional Finals. And what's really amazing about Malala's performance yesterday is that it was a little bit different to what we actually ended up seeing at the Regional Finals.
Yeah, at Regionals, out of the 18 games played, 13 of them he played a reroll composition. He very heavily favored that line. But yet here at the World Championship, in these first 6 games, 5 of them were Heartsteel. He's only going towards Heartsteel throughout the entire day, not finding as much success, but it's not like it's bad placements. He just was not finding the 1st and 2nds we see Malala do a lot of the time. Instead, kind of sitting in that middle of the pack, force and fist throughout the entire day.
I think that's something to be said more about that Heartsteel line, right? A lot of the players that we've seen so far have had some varying degrees of success when it comes down to actually playing through that trait in that tree. So I'm sure we'll get a little bit more details on that and see if Malala can actually turn that around, because as we have seen, those boards can get very, very capped. But there's another player that we'd love to highlight.
Yes, for sure. Let's go for the next one. Now we have Skippy on 7, and before Skippy, we have someone else. You told me not to say Skippy. Yeah, I love to say Skip. You told me Skip or Skipaeus. I like Skippy. He's on board, and now I think we have we can talk to him now. I just saw him.
No, yes. in
Not
a couple
yet.
of seconds.
Amazing. So Skip is by far the most creative player of the group. He's been amazing in the way he has been able to implement creativity to the rounds. He's playing Ari Warrior 3 times, Pentakills 2 times. And actually, this is amazing results. It's a comp that normally you play for top 4, but with Ari Warriors or Ari Flex makes, he's making less than 3 in average. So what else can you tell us about him? Is this the same way he was playing on regionals?
Well, actually on regionals he was playing a lot of reroll, but what he was doing is not going into that Heartsteel line. So that is something that he is very known for. He is that kind of oddball that plays some comps nobody else does and succeeds with it, often due to positioning, but also to recognizing what's strong, what can you hit, what can you slot in, just playing strongest board and really being successful at that. So I'm really happy to see our most creative player kind of pop off, really.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch, and I think we do have Skipaeus on the line with us to talk us through a little bit about how this tournament is going. So we got a little bit of a preview. Skipaeus, welcome to the broadcast. We're so excited to have you here. How have you been finding the tournament so far?
Hey, yeah, the tournament's been going pretty well. As you said, not playing a lot of reroll, not for lack of trying, but just because I haven't been given a single reroll spot this tournament just yet, but maybe some will come today.
Really? Okay, so can you talk us through that a little bit more? So you've been trying to go down these reroll trees if given the opportunity. You just haven't had that spot yet. What do you feel like is sort of the issue right now in order to find those spots?
I just didn't have good superfan openers in any of the 6 games, and superfans are really the critical thing for like 90% of reroll compositions right now.
So without that superfan opener, you have found yourself open to being able to go into some of these more 4-cost heavy compositions like the Ahri, the Akali, and even just into Pentakill. So where do you feel like you are enjoying playing those types of compositions?
Oh, well, I'm not really enjoying that. I'm just I don't think it's a particularly strong way to play right now. That's why I'm looking for reroll compositions. But yeah, I mean, just gotta play what you're given.
Do you think there's anything about that line or just tree of compositions that you feel like you get to give a particular player edge to that can find you that success?
Yeah, I think people underestimate like Ahri and KDA Akali-based boards quite a bit, especially because I think they don't understand how good some of those items that those units use are, how good those items are to slam early game, which is what allows you to transition into it smoothly.
Okay, so why not Heartsteel? What are you averse to
Because
playing
Mordog
through
has
that?
not given me a single Heartsteel unit on stage 2 in 6 games straight. I love to play some Heartsteel. It's so good.
Okay, so the reason why you're playing what you're playing now, if I'm getting this right, is that you've been Mort dogged. You can't find your superfan opener, and you can't find your
You think I
Heartsteel
want to
either.
play like this? It's so painful.
Well, it might be painful for you, but it is truly entertaining for us to get a little bit of that variety. We do hope that you're able to find those spots later on in the tournament today. So what are you hoping to get out of the rest of the day? You're already sitting in a very, very strong position. Can you continue to push that forward today?
I think I definitely can. I think I'm easily one of the strongest players in the tournament. I think I was a heavy favorite coming into this tournament, according to pretty much everyone, except for Rico and Dark Hydra, who on the podcast before regionals said that they think my playstyle is good at punishing bad players, but is it's going to fail against better competition. And given that I did outplace both of them in regionals, I'll leave it up to the viewers to decide whether their assessment was correct.
Oh, I think if you're finding yourself in these places that you don't get to play what you want, but you're still able to get the points to be where you are today, I think that speaks for itself, Skipaeus. But thank you so much for your time and joining us on the broadcast. Before we let you go, get ready for the day, I wanted to know if you had any shout-outs you'd like to make.
Of course, I'd like to shout out firstly my team, Flip Flop Esports, who have been supporting me, and also everyone here at the Level Arena, both the viewers who came to visit and the amazing staff who have been doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Skipaeus. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
I told you, he's so fun to interview.
So funny.
That was a great interview. We got so much good material out of it, and I was really interested in hearing why we saw the type of play we saw from him yesterday, even though during that EMEA regional finals, it was very different.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by his ability to adapt to situations that are suboptimal, because it seems like his plan is still to play the rerolls and the Heartsteals, the stuff that is seeming to be the strongest, but the fact that he's able to just craft a board that still allows him to play for these top 4s, even in these tough spots, it's really impressive.
And that's kind of what I've been saying. My only worry was that his approach to the game could falter if the tempo would throw him off. So that was my worry coming into this World Championship. I know that especially the Chinese players like to really pressure tempo in lobbies, and that has faltered specifically our Mia guys before, but Skip apparently really good read on that and has it under control.
For sure. I used to watch him getting good stage 3 and stage 4, but now with hearing him and the thought process inside it is amazing. Like, for example, the Ahri, the items are good in the early game. So the game give me this, I want to play Ahri because I have to, and I know he's strong. So he has a good detection of the meta, but what is strong in each stage, and not necessarily the comps that he wants to play, but that really is amazing for me. So I have good, high expectations.
I think that is something that a lot of TFT players can struggle with, is how
Sure.
you actually transition from the early game that you're given to a composition that can cap out high enough in order to be able to get you those first, those seconds. Even just to sneak in a top 5 might be good enough for your game plan. But let's actually take a look at what some of those compositions were that our players trended towards in day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, immediately, right, we got to look at Kayle and Senna reroll. These were two of the most successful, actually the most successful reroll compositions we saw throughout day 1. The number I really want to call out, though, is Senna reroll's win rate. 27% of games that Senna reroll is in, they end up finding the win. Most regions, that number was at about 10%, while this top 4 rate was about the same. And so it's really interesting to see how players have capped this board around emblems, around Kianas, and just finding ways to actually pick up the wins instead of just top 4s.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this earlier on, Cass, and I was telling you that for our regionals, actually the stats looked pretty similar because we had Kayle really high in the average placement as well as the win rate, and Senna was also doing good, but I also did not expect that win rate
so high.
Very high. I do want to shout out, though, some of the reroll lines, and particularly the 3 costs were surprising to me, Necro.
Yeah, I was looking at Lulu reroll specifically and just how many players were opting to go down that road. But when you think about Lulu as a champion, she's so good if you can 3-star her because she has all of that CC and all of that firepower. But the big secret to that Lulu reroll finding success was that these players were also finding a 3-star frontline, mostly in the Echo. It was super uncontested.
Yeah, for sure. And the most played comp has to be Heartsteel. We saw it. The Heartsteel that we're seeing in the table, in the graph, was like the typical one, the level 8 one, and it's not the higher cap. The higher cap, we have it in the next slide, and it's this one, is the what we call the legendary flex per se. And that's when we see the Jhin, we see the Lucian, we see the 6, but it's actually the same comp. So we have a high win rate with not the best AVP for typical Heartsteel, but when they actually get a spot that enables them to go to level 9, we see this win rate of 40% and 80% top 4 for Legendary Flex.
Wow.
I just really want to get something out there real quick. If you'd all do me the favor to read the average placement on Disco, specifically some of our EMEA players, do not click on those units.
You know what the funniest part about that statistic is that we did actually see North American player Weird play a disco board that counts in that statistic and has actually brought the average up because he got a second with it.
Yeah, it
and
should be
still
way worse.
5.57.
Leave the disco to the casters here on the stage. Don't pick it up in game. I think it's probably the ideal thing for these players.
Oh man. And then you look at some of those other compositions, the Pentakill, the Arya Kali. How many of games of those were Skipaeus's?
Yeah, for sure. Skipaeus also elevated the average of Pentakill. Pentakill has not been performing unless it's the reroll K comp. So Kayle is actually the way you want to play Pentakill, and if someone is already playing Kayle, you don't want to play Pentakill because you will get grief on Mordekaiser and other units.
Well, there is a play that we want to break down from yesterday, so let's go over to the Telestrator with Casanova, share what you've got with the class, do with our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX.
All right, so I know we've talked a lot about Heartsteel, but I still want to talk a little bit more because Heartsteel has some very high highs, some really big cash outs that you can get if you are high rolling a little bit, and they can get really overwhelming for players. So we're going to break down Dish Soap cashing out a 1250 breakpoint cash out on his Heartsteel. He had 7 Heartsteel in and was able to raise the stakes and get this together. So the big thing to look at with 1250 is most of the options give a lot of gold and not a ton of combat power, whereas one of the options ends up giving you a bunch of items. So it's really hard to plan ahead for this. It has to be very reaction based. And from there, we'll look at Dish's order of operations. It's important that you sell, right? You want to sell out of your headliner and you want to roll because we're looking at 52 gold, level 8. He's got plenty to try and create a very strong board here. So let's kind of watch this roll down together, see where he goes from here. Immediately, you know he just needs to build a front line and a back line. He had a pair of Zacs. He's going to hit that very easily. And from there, he stopped for a while on a Caitlyn because he has some items on the Lucian that could potentially go there. Decides against it. He wants to find Ezreal or a frontliner like Poppy or Thresh. Ends up on the Ezreal, and now that he's rolled down, he's found frontline, he's found backline, he can build a board. Now it's time to collect all of the orbs, because with this many orbs, you know it's going to be the item payoff instead of the one with all the gold. You know you're going to have a lot to do there, and you need the extra time once you're in the round in order to do so. So, as we continue on, Dish going to go pick up all of these items, and I'm going to pause it here so we can take a quick look at what he's got. We've got the Jack Show, which is pretty useless because we're looking at trying to build some backline items. He does have the Thieves Gloves for the front line. He's got Death Blade, which is going to be even stronger. And he's got this Champion Duplicator Reforger for that Jack Show to try and move it on. And now he's got to start slamming the items, get some on the backline, get some on the front line to get some kills. He knows that this round might be tough. Ends up losing to Malala, but he was able to slam all of those items. Both of his artifact anvils, you'll see, have turned into these Infinity Forces. What's really nice about Infinity Force is it's going to be an item you can slam on either front line or on backline, and that flexibility was necessary since he doesn't know what the whole board is going to look like yet. But in the fight against Malala, recognizes, hey, my front line, a little bit too weak. My back line, able to kind of get it done. I have that extra Ezreal, just have to roll down, finds the Poppy after selling out of his initial headliner Ezreal, able to replace the items, use the remover for that Poppy, and set up a really solid board that he's able to win the rest of the game. And that's why he's our perfect player.
That was a great explanation, Casanova. Thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. I feel like that took a lot away from that in just seeing what is going to be the keys to success when having so much overwhelming pressure when it comes to everything that you're given with a Heartsteel cash out.
That's what ends up happening. You get Heartsteel, you know it's high variance. As Cass was saying, this was exactly the cash out he needed. He needed items. He already had the goal to stabilize at level 8. So actually there in that place is where you see the level of the player. He actually runs it down, use everything of all the resources in the proper spot, and the sequence was the thing that amazed me. Everyone gets for the orb first. I always go for the orb first.
Yeah,
I want to see what's inside.
But it's the order of operations, Hoope. You need to
No. That's why he's here and we are here.
How would you break down PEMDAS?
Well, I don't know about
in TFT terms.
It is sell, roll, items, then econ, because you have to then try and sell up for econ and try and figure that out from there. But really, it is all about getting the rolls first, then you want those items.
Okay. I'm making some mental notes for the next.
Is a short name.
Okay.
Just keep that in mind.
Either Sri or it's Ree. Either way. Yeah. Well, we are so excited to get the action underway for today. And you can follow along with some of our other alternative lobbies being casted by some amazing people.
Yeah, I'm really, like, every time I see the alternative lobbies for the World Championship, I get excited because I'd like to watch them. Just personally speaking, I think there's a lot of fun combinations here.
There's so many different perspectives, right? And so it's going to be very exciting to just see how all of the other lobbies are doing because we can only cover one on the broadcast. So we need to make sure we can catch up with all the other action happening today. But let's get this day underway, shall we? And to kick off our first game, we are going to be heading over to our casters, Counterfeit, Clement, and Panda.
Thank you so much, Necra. It's wonderful to be here to open up proceedings in day 2. Of course, my name is Counterfeit. Alongside me to my far left, he has got a foot in the big 3, NA, SEA, and China. They're the regions with the best performing players coming out of day 1. Clement, welcome to the desk.
I couldn't be happier that my regions are doing well, and today I might be sharing some secrets about them on the desk.
Well, of course, with the big 3 being so dominant, other regions have started to drop away, and now they can only have, maybe one representative to carry them through the tail end of it. To my immediate left, he doesn't talk if he doesn't know, but he knows everything. It's Impetuous Panda. Welcome.
I'm just so excited for this day 2. As you mentioned, some regions maybe only one horse in the race, but that horse is galloping pretty fast in the case of players like Skipaeus, for example, which we'll be seeing from MEA trying to dominate. I love the interview top of the show. It was so nice for the rest of the world to meet Skipaeus finally in person.
Oh, absolutely. I've been told certainly, particularly Skipaeus has got a lot of his friends from his FF team, the new Czech squad, joining him in level, as you can see on our screen right now. But we have got ourselves a loaded first lobby. Skipaeus, of course, doing well in the points total, but Ice, our highest points player in the lobby.
Definitely, and Ice, I think he's playing a very standard game plan right here. He has 3 Heartsteel games, is our best Heartsteel player of the tournament so far, but for the rest of them, it's just going to be your standard 2-cost rerolls. I think he's just executing better rather than playing other lines.
One more I do want to bring to the forefront as well as Ice. Eggy coming in, last second substitute coming in for the SEA side of things, but has been doing astonishingly well with very little preparation time.
Has played a very, I think, narrow game plan in terms of playing the strongest rerolls and executing well. Again, if he's forced to adapt in this day 2, I wonder if he can keep up those results. But for now, he is with maybe a high chance of making that top 8 if he keeps it up.
So in terms of the overall approach to the tournament, we've got our players who are up at the top, who've had that good day 1, but we've got a huge barrage of players who are all on similar amounts of points here in day 2. For you guys, where do you want to see those players who are trying to battle to get into the top 8? How do you want to see them approach the day?
I think you should start off steady and just go for the 2-cost rerolls early on, but in the last 3 games, really look for those comps that can take you top 1. And those are going to be Heartsteel, Senna, and Riven reroll.
Uh-oh, Skipaeus didn't play any reroll yesterday, but the game is now saying, you know what, my bad here. Have a few of the strongest reroll options and decide which one you want to go for.
I mean, I was hoping we would get to see the Cassante coming through, but this is just as good. Absolutely, as you said, a player known for being able to find the routes less traveled, as we will, of course.
Too many rerolls for Skipaeus. We got to pause the game, of course.
It's like, oh, excuse me, I think there's been a mistake here. You've given me the meta units. You probably should take these back. Give me something really weird instead.
Obviously, we have to talk about Skipaeus as the most unique player in the tournament, and that is his Ari Warrior style. We heard in the interview that it's because you can slam some very strong win streak items. And I might be guessing here, but we have a similar player in Lee Chu-Yen. The way he plays it is he goes for the Vi and the Olaf early on with those bruiser items to power him into the mid game. Is that Skipaeus' style as well?
He's a very unique player. He's a player that, as we mentioned on the interview, doesn't force things. I think yesterday I was analyzing his games. I was thinking, okay, Skipaeus came into this tournament with the game plan of I don't want to risk being contested on Heartsteel, missing on my roll down. I don't want to, risk being contested on the 2-cost rerolls. I'm going to play the kind of off meta 4-cost instead. But then we heard in the interview he just didn't find the openers for the meta stuff. So I'm like, okay, never mind. But most players, despite not having openers, might actually just force the line and say, okay, this is the strongest thing, it's going to give me the best results. Skipaeus, I think, is confident enough in the off-meta stuff to say, hey, I don't have to force anything. If I can have the easy avenue into these comps, I'll play for that plan B, play for that plan C, even with a Pentakill flex, and still find great results. With low-roll openers, he's still in the top 8.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think there was definitely a big question as how our more offbeat players would find themselves here in the competition because it is so fierce. Of course, we still got 6 games to go through today. They want to bring into the conversation Bintim, who's in this lobby as well from Korea. Known for having the big streak of top 8 finishes. Didn't go so well for them in the previous championship, but Bintim's certainly one of those players able to put Korea back in the conversation.
And I thought he had a really good game yesterday with the True Damage Caitlyn flex. This is the board that you can play through Superfans, and later on, if you hit the spat, 6 True Damage is still a great way to cap out, even without Jazz boards.
And Mid is a player that didn't have the best results in the top 16, not the top 8. But he's proven in the in-house scrims throughout this week. He's proven in past World Championships. He's a caliber of player that I think can definitely come back in this day 2 and make it into that top 8 representing Korea.
All right, we're back underway. As you can see on the right-hand side, we've got the displays of what our players have found in the early going. Of course, we're seeing a few super fans creeping through. Skipaeus there with a couple of Yasuos. And hey, Bintim apparently got the dispatch meant for Skipaeus and has immediately found the Heartsteel Cassante.
One of the strongest openings you could ask for. This can go really easily into 2 rapid fire and round out with Aphelios. Some players in the past would actually pre-level here to find that 2-cost and start off with Heartsteel 3.
And not just that, Jinx is a really great item holder. I think Jinx as a unit is looked down upon. Oh, she's a punk unit. This is for bad players who can only play punk reroll in stage 2, but she's a very good item carrier. Obviously attack speed is the best, but even just 80 items like IE are going to be okay in terms of killing units with Heartsteel. Losing rounds, yes, but making sure you're losing by only 1 unit.
Yeah, we certainly talked about that before. The HP preservation will be important as the silver augments come in. We were talking about this on the desk before. I'm a big fan of the different approaches this can bring to the game. How do you guys feel about the silver openings?
We have 3 big augments that you always take in silver, and those are 1, 2, 3, Vampirism, and Stationary Support. Those are the ones that players are always looking for, and our most picked was Vampirism in day 1.
2 interesting options. One for reroll. Skipaeus has Caretaker's Ally available. If he hits the right reroll, that can really work out, but I think it's it's not Skipaeus' game. He does go for it, though.
Oh.
We saw another EMEA player, Jeduzor, yesterday hit Gragas, and it did not go well. He went down the disco line and went 8th. Let's hope Skipaeus hits one of the good ones.
I mean, it certainly does seem like it plays into his style of being more of a wild card there. It looks like it's Switch.
Oh, no. Why did I say anything at all?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anyone's going to find a way to make it work, it's definitely going to be him. But from the other Silk ones you see coming on the right-hand side, any of the others leap at you as well as that Caretaker's ally?
I think the big one has to be the Swolls of War for Ice, a player that showcased his strength in building strong boards at any point in the game, any stage of TFT. If you pick this augment with a strong stage 2 board and you can win streak stage 2 especially, it can really snowball out of control. There are few silver augments that scale as much as Swolls of War in the late game especially.
Silver Spoils of War is definitely the best tier to get this augment relative to the combat augments. And what we see from CN is that a lot of 2-cost rerolls actually like taking this. You can play a relatively calm stage 2, but then spike hard on stage 3, and you're usually the strongest of the comps on stage 3.
I'll be really interested to see how that works out long term. Just looking at a few of the other ones in there. Salvi, with the help, is on the way. Has, of course, a long-term game plan. One of those players, as we mentioned, coming in today, who doesn't really have the chance outside of an absolute miracle run of making the top 8, but he's still motivated to improve his position and walk away with as much prize money as possible.
Is it time, Clement? The forbidden.
Oh no!
4 forbidden.
Are we going to manifest it again?
Corky reroll. Salvi has nothing to lose. It's time to go in.
He still is not mathematically eliminated, so I'm not sure I would go for it. And I do want to talk about like the benchmarks right here, because we've seen players come back from 23 points on day 1 and make it to the final lobby on day 3 in Tech Summers.
No, absolutely. I mean, the one that comes to mind most for me, of course, is Rainplosion, who had that incredible comeback run after having a very rough start to the opening of groups day 1. But for Salvi, for El Mumu, it really is about just pushing a little bit further. You can see, look at Salvi's face. I mean, does he look? He certainly looks like a player who's still got absolute focus on his game, even if he knows day 1 didn't go the way he wanted.
And it's, as Clement said, possible to make the top 8 still. You'd need around 7.3 points per game to make it, so that's a lot of firsts and quite a few seconds as well, really only those 2 positions. But all in all, there's a massive prize pool for this event. Every single placement, even from 17th to 16th, is relevant in terms of trying to go home with as much of that prize pool as possible. So there are stakes for every single player in every lobby.
I mean, that's so important, of course. With the World Championship representing the apex of competitive TFT, we want our players to have those ways to commit the time in and, to make the TFT competition as big of a part of their lives as possible. But we've got ourselves a few more developments here. Eggy, we haven't seen too much, has found 4 super fan from the early going to get that early power on the board.
And we did see that early Shojin slam coming out from him, so that usually signals a Seraphine reroll. We have seen in CN that some players will actually move away from the Shojins and go for adaptive helm as well, but usually it will be that Seraphine or Senna line.
And Eggy played 2 games with Seraphine yesterday with great results. He is around that top 10 mark right now in the standings, so definitely a player that we could see playing reroll. He played 6 games of reroll yesterday. I think he's definitely in his comfort zone when going down these lines.
Well, we've mentioned the 2-cost rerolls a few times already. I kind of wanted to get a read for you guys, as we do have a spatula on our first one, which Ice and Yash both have
Spatula
first grab.
And a Riven with a glove. Anyone trying to go down the Riven reroll route, as well as an Aphelios for someone that is maybe still missing Heartsteel in this stage 2.
It's going to be left up for an enormously long time, and it's going to be Bintium who ends up walking away with it. Taking a look at it on the bottom, we can see Heartsteel is in place for the time being. I might be able to push him over and get that active, or push to the 5 sooner.
You can tell that there's a lot of rerolls in this lobby, because Urgot with a BF sword was actually picked up almost second to last.
And looking at Ice, despite picking up Spoils of War, is currently 7th in the HP standing, so does not have the strongest board for Stage 2. But as we mentioned, if you can manage to win streak with Spoils of War the entire game, fantastic. Even if you don't, though, this item, or this augment rather, does something in Stage 4 and 5. It still scales into those stages and gets you a lot of resources.
Yeah, certainly would allow a little bit more aggression. Certainly from the Riven, we've got the Infinity Edge potentially ready to slam. I don't think at this point Ice wants to quite turn that corner. Go up against Salvi with the help is on the way. Has built a strong board without having use of the early augment.
Yep, and Salvi has basically the perfect opening here. He has the 4 Mosher combo in the front line with good anti-heal in the back line. Nothing much you could ask for when you're going for something like that Heartsteel line. On the other hand, for Ice, I'm getting a little bit worried because this is very much a 1st or 8th playstyle. It worked for Eggy, but on the other hand, we also saw, I think for Miguel, it handed him an 8th place.
That being said, for Ice, he is looking like he's playing Heartsteel. He has those item slams that are going down that line. And he's a player we saw yesterday is maybe the best Heartsteel player up until now in the tournament. So if there's one person to trust playing a riskier playstyle, it is the CN player.
I do want to take a note as we briefly saw Skipaeus say he has managed to find his long-forgotten home there in Heartsteel along with the Twitch. It's not exactly the most obvious combination of things. We'll see what ends up coming out long-term.
And I do want to say this is a massive low roll for Skipaeus. He started the game with 2 Sennas. He really wanted the Senna from his caretakers, but Twitch is really one of the worst options because alone without the Punk, it takes so long to get your cast out, and he's been nerfed heavily before.
We did see that exact opener from Dish Soap in the NA Regionals, which he actually managed to top 4 with using that Vex carry with the Rabadons as a way to do so. It's possible, Clement, that Skipaeus just uses the Twitch for econ and just sells them off later on. It's a little injection of 2 gold every time you level. It's not ideal, obviously, but if we're talking about someone that's able to adapt and go to those plan Bs, that is, of course, Skipaeus.
Well, I do want to bring the conversation to Salvi, who we're seeing on screen right now. The Mosha certainly has been getting some decent stats here at the 3-cost reroll kind of place.
Win streak! Win streak!
Oh. Yeah. Well, Miguel gets it. In terms of the overall feel, where do you guys feel like Mosha lies, between the 2-cost rerolls and the late game boards?
I think it's very strong at top 4ing. We saw it in the stats, just across ladder, across regionals coming into this tournament. I think the sample size in this tournament is not really reflective of its strength. We saw, even on broadcast, a few low roll games with Dish Soap where he had 4 Urgots at the end of stage 4, which is definitely not where you want to be, especially on a relatively uncontested line when Urgot is not being held by country rerollers, which there are not many of. So we'll see if players have, I think, more chances with it today.
And we just saw Miguel, actually with a very similar line with Salvi, win out. He's going to be our only 100 HP player. And I have to feel a little bit bad for Salvi because this happened yesterday as well. Super strong early game, but if you get that 1 loss in stage 2, with the streaks extended now, it's so hard to build up econ.
Well, speaking of streaks, we do not have many left in the lobby at all. Only Ice left on the full loss streak, and as you mentioned, Miguel up at the top with a 5-win streak. Given what we've seen so far, we're in a portal where we do not have a big impact on the overall game. A golden finale. How does this change the game that we've only got a couple of streakers going to stage 3?
I think what changes the game, Peter, is going to be a Zed on 3-1 when you're angling Heartsteel already.
That's illegal.
Ice just doing Ice things, Ice Baby maybe should be the name for the rest of the tournament, considering how cool, calm, and collected he seems in terms of executing on a very risky playstyle, which is Heartsteel.
I have to admit, I have never heard that song in China.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
It's time.
Let us know in the chat if we change things across. But Ice, we mentioned, the turning point might be getting closer and closer. The Nah certainly doing a good amount of heavy lifting. Up against Skipaeus here. We have got, as you mentioned, David, bringing the Punk into the mix as well to try and bring Skipaeus' balls close together. Hasn't actually lost a ton of HP despite an unusual start.
He definitely has the tempo from the Twitch too, and what I want to mention is he finally got his Heartsteel online. The what about me complaining works in interview and at the top of the day, and that's why TFT players love doing it.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
Exactly.
I wonder if we're going to see a level to 6 and a Punk roll from Ice to try and find his own Heartsteel leading to the rest of stage 3. I think that could be an angle if you want to start getting those resources going in terms of the heart stacks.
All right, from silver to gold, we have got some directed ones. As David has just spotted there, Submits the Pit is on the cards here. Just take a quick look around. Last Stand, also a potential option for Salvi down at the bottom. But we're seeing a relatively large amount of the more generic organs being picked up rather than the directional ones.
Yeah, I would really have wanted to see that blank state from Ice, but he rolls it away immediately.
Awkward options. Magic Wand, Little Buddies, Heroic Grab Bag. If he's trying to play Heartsteel, none are really ideal for this comp. Might have to pivot his strategy altogether, but he's already slammed items like IE, so I wonder where he goes with this.
Heroic Grab Bag, okay. I thought he was going to be going on a Riven angle because he did hold a Riven early on, but might be a little bit late to go back to that one. You can still play RE Warriors on this.
All right, across the rest of the field. Yeah, we mentioned the grab bag in place. Nice defenses. More or less what we'd expect going in, so we should keep things nice and stable. Eggy, though, has managed to find his way to a barred headliner, fully itemized, and dishing out a good amount of damage.
Everyone, caution, relax. He is not going to be playing Jazz reroll. This is just item holder for now, and you'll play one of the meta 2-cost rerolls instead. We only saw 2 Jazz rerolls yesterday. One of those players was Miguel, who's in this lobby. He went 7th with it, so not the best result.
And this is a really smart way to play tempo. A lot of the 2-cost rerolls share the same AP items. Specifically, we have seen a lot of Kales hold Seraphine items, and a lot of Senna's just kind of like, you can hold the Bard items as well because they both have those mana generation from Superfans.
No, absolutely. Checking in on Yush from Oast, currently our lowest HP player in the lobby. Has slammed a lot of these early items and has been bringing the Heartsteel online for a while. Eggy in a roughly similar position, but a good amount of more HP. I mean, based on what we've got here, you mentioned we've got the flexibility to change things around. If you're in Eggy's position, one of our players who's got a good amount of points in the lobby, which one of these rerolls would you be most happy to see him on?
It's really about it's not contested. You have to be scouting. Right now, maybe it might be a bit too early. There are players who haven't decided yet, but especially at the end of Stage 3, you have really clear indication in terms of what units are being held, especially on the bench, of what players are still angling or are open towards, and then trying to go down the uncontested line. If you're contesting something like a Kale, a Seraphine, you're going to have a really hard time hitting if someone else is going for that exact line.
It does look like we're shaping up for maybe a 4 Heartsteel lobby right here. A lot of players are getting their cash outs. So in terms of the 2-cost rerolls, it looks relatively open so far. I would definitely prefer Eggy onto the Seraphine line since his items are absolutely perfect for it. He's got the Shojin and the Nashers ready, and we saw a player like Yush do very well with it, the best Seraphine player in this lobby.
Yeah, of course, ourselves. Caitlyn and Ari hanging around if our players do want to try and find their direction a little bit more fiercely. Ice taking a look there before locking down. To touch back on something from much early on, Bintium, who did pick up that spatula, has turned that into a Heartsteel emblem. So we do know, as you mentioned, Clement, Heartsteel is very much on the menu multiple times.
I'm not surprised he's a little bit far behind in the standings. Needs to have some big games to come back for his deficit yesterday. And this might mean using his skill as a player to really try and min-max his Heartsteel line, get as many resources as possible, and plays for those first or seconds, even starting on this Game 7.
Oh, this is such an interesting combination. Return on investment and caretakers in the same. What is happening in the EMEA?
What is happening in Skipaeus?
Okay,
There's a more specific question that you have to ask there, Clement.
I will open up the field here because I remember from previous championships, there were players who went their own way and ended up influencing future play to come. I think it was mentioned in the opening desk, Skipaeus has been an inimitable player in a lot of ways, but hey, if it works, it works.
Could he possibly be sticking to the Twitch line, playing Executioner?
I think he is.
Has a double stone play already in the Garen, and indicates that Amumu will be the solo front in this game. The extra spot for Executioners especially is really great because you want to be rolling on 6 and 7, but you want extra trade spots to go for that vertical on the Executioner line. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I think he is, in this case, not giving up on what he's given with Caretaker's ally. If it's an ally, he wants to trust it, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of people, when they hit this Twitch with caretakers, they can actually just sell the Twitch and move the items over to someone like Samira. Generally speaking, if you don't have Punk in, it's not really worth it to run the Twitch 3.
Well, at least Skipaeus has been able to run out the lost streak for this round at least, so he'll be brewing things. As you noted, we have got the bench units giving us indication as we've got our 6th Twitch coming in.
Rolling on 6.
The question here is if he accidentally finds a headliner, or does he just swap immediately? I think that's always the interesting thing, and like players go for tempo, or do they want to go for more cap?
And you get some lost value from the extra you still get for the next few level ups.
All right. No, I don't hate it at all. Skipaeus, of course, as you mentioned, will have the return on investment Tactician's crown coming in just a second. We're seeing our players starting to level up as we come to the end of stage number 3. Miguel up at the top with Bintium as well. Salvi was going to bring up before, but Yush down towards the bottom has managed to put together a pretty decent looking board.
Clear indicator of playing Heartsteel, has already the IE and the red buff slam, the Gunblade for the Z especially. For now, just the Aphelios headliner with a tier, hoping for the second tier, obviously for the blue buff coming in this next PV round.
Yep, Yush is on 41 HP, so there is pretty much no chance for a raise the stakes right here, but he did get that 5 Heartsteel in early on. I will say for Heartsteel, you really want to clear the 200 mark if you want to go for raise the stakes, because you can dodge those tomes. Those tomes absolutely kill your stage 4.
Yeah, it's a big risk to take at this kind of stage of the competition. As Skipaeus does ride out his lost streak, Eki the only one to take the win streak out of the stage as well. As we move into stage 4, What are you guys feeling about the overall lobby from what we've seen so far? Wait a second, Bintem.
He didn't find 5 Heartsteel though. Kind of sad considering he had the emblem as well. You'd expect him to find the 4 Heartsteel naturally and then the 5th Heartsteel with... Okay, he has it now. Yeah, never mind. So he's good to go with this massive raise the stakes.
All right, so based on what we've seen so far, what are you guys expecting the rest of this game 1 of day 2 to look like?
From just right now, I'm expecting Riven reroll. I called it. He's going back. He kind of low rolled a little bit early, and I feel like he held Rivens, but then sold them a little bit. And now he's just looking to finish out because he's very close on finishing out all of his Rivens right now.
Let's see that APM. You told us all about it. He banned Think Fast across the world for how fast he can move on the board. And this roll down looking good. Only missing 1 Riven with the 2 duplicators on the bench. Can he find it in time? Has a Yorick online, has a Kane online as well.
All right, I do not hate it at all. We've already got a decent amount of the 8-bit stacks brewing from a little bit earlier on. Up against Skipaeus, of course, is very happy to keep that loss streak going. Let's ice back into the conversation a little bit more.
Yep, and we did see this very first Relic style, but I do want to remind everyone that Riven reroll was the top 3-cost comp that we saw yesterday from our overall stats, so it is working for players.
4-2 Augment's going to come up now, and this means that anyone that has to have these massive Heartsteel roll down to level 8 needs to pick quickly and start rolling down, trying to find these units as fast as possible before others can test you on things like Poppy, things like Zed, or the Ezreal.
We did have Golden Finale, so for augments, this is the best for tailored combat augments. It only happens in gold. It's a lot better for reroll comps in most situations compared to Heartsteel.
You mentioned the roll down going through. Keep my eyes over on Bintem on the far side there. As we've got a lot of stuff being hit across the board. Miguel putting together the board as well in the bottom left-hand side.
I would say for all of the high rolls right here, remember your roots is probably the best for Eggy because Seraphine reroll, KDA plus Spellweaver basically covers your entire board. That's the one I personally really like out of these 8.
And I love the thematic game plan for Skipaeus as well. He goes from an ally to a best friend, really getting the friendship online for this Executioner comp. And he's trying to, as we mentioned, fit in these Amumu's, the 2 Stoneblades in the front. The Vex too, yes, but only 3 copies of Vex for now on this board.
Yeah, it's been taking the slightly longer road for the lobby. It's spent aggressively to get this board online, and now is turning the corner into the wins. Has the Tactician's crown cashed out for the return on investment, and will hand out the extra loss to Bintem. Of course, that raise the stakes box is getting more and more valuable.
This is great matchmaking from him because he's sitting on 40 HP. If he loses any of these early rounds, he's going to have to donkey roll on 3-5, 3-6. So a big sigh of reprieve. And look at Ice. We didn't even get to see the roll down, but he was only 1 off.
Going to have to hope for a tier on this next carousel to have a little bit of Omnivamp onto that Riven so she can do her best in terms of dealing damage, but also surviving a lot of those hits as a melee reroll unit.
Checking in for a second on Mumu with the center board being brought together with a long-term return on investment being picked up as a final augment. But the Seraphine comp for Eggy does seem to be online pretty much as promised. We'll see how well it does against the more clumped boards like Bintem's right now.
I am a little bit worried for Eggy right here because there are 4 Seraphines on El Mumu's board and he has not found an Ahri. That is typically the most important point when you're going up against a 4 Heartsteel lobby.
And look at all our reroll players. Only a single one has already hit his 3-star. It's only Ice on that Riven. Everyone else is still waiting to find it. Even Skipaeus with the ally has not found the Twitch 3. We're still seeing, 2 Seraphines off, as you mentioned, for Eggy. So players have to really hit that next spike, especially once the Heartsteel boards fully come online.
And I have to say that this is rather a slow tempo lobby, even with that many Heartsteel, even with that many reroll players over here. There is one big contested unit here, and it is going to be the Seraphine. Let's see if Eggy can snag it from the last selection.
Looks like you can see him being drawn towards it almost magnetically and will walk up and take it. Woo! Despite Eggy's on a massive win streak right now, I'm honestly surprised he's not getting more aggravated attention.
I think players have enough on their plate with things to worry about. Especially players like Bintem, massive cash out, 90 gold to work with on level 8. Needs to try and find some stability here before maybe trying to go 9. Needs to find at least a headliner he can work with here.
And we checked the stats yesterday. The best headliner was actually the EDM Zac in terms of results. For the one that people picked the most, it was definitely down to the EDM Zac. And the worst performing one was actually the big shot Ezreal.
All right, well, we got pretty close with the Bruisers. There's only 4 Bruiser online with the Virtue of the Martyr as well for extra maximum HP healing. Well, I mean, Bintum can turn the corner here and start using this big cash out to start getting big wins.
Miguel as well on the Heartsteel, or on the Ezreal headliner rather. So we see already here 4 Ezreals out of the pool. We're going to imagine with the amount of Heartsteel players in this lobby, there are quite a few more out as well. So this stage 4 is so important for at least getting 1 copy of your core units.
This is really bad for the players that have already slammed the Ezreal items to see Miguel on this headliner. Usually, if you're stuck on Ezreal 1, you're going to bleed out super fast in Stage 4 and Stage 5, and that's why we see a lot more Warrior items being slammed early now.
Yeah, you got to keep that flexibility alive. We already mentioned the Dynamite contesting on the 2-cost reroll. Eggy, of course, 1 Seraphine away from happiness. At least he's got a good amount of HP left in the bank, though gold is a little bit more scarce.
Yeah, and looking here, we still have 2 big lose streaks here, down to 30 HP. So even though the rerollers started a little bit late, it does seem like at the end of Stage 4, it's still putting enough pressure on those Heartsteel players.
Yeah, all the way down from 4th place down to currently 8th place. There's not a lot of room between those players' HP turtles. These coming rounds will be very important.
And I do want to point out that Ice has found his BIS. He was lacking health, lifesteal for his Riven. So now that's back. He's going to start climbing. Already has turned the corner from his lose streaking to wins.
It has a healing orb as well, so really making sure this Riven stays alive and dishes out damage throughout all of these fights. No special in the Stage 4 carousel, unfortunately, so no real chance right now for that 8-bit emblem. Could find it in Stage 5 if he stays alive that long, because right now, 8th in the HP standings. A few losses and he might be out.
And this is the big problem without running Ahri on your board. When you're going up against a drain tank like True Damage Akali, you just can't finish the target off. He out-damaged, he out-tanked, but in the end, True Damage Akali was able to carry the board for, I believe, Yush.
At least Yush makes it through here and stays alive. We check back in with Skipaeus, who's been brewing for a while. The board is starting to look a little bit more cohesive here. See the moment of contemplation heading into Stage 5 with a 4-round win streak.
He better pray for some big items right here. If this comp doesn't get enough items, it usually falls off a cliff. And he has 2 items stuck on the Twitch.
We'll keep an eye out longer term. Miguelo and El Mumu are the ones most up front of mind. They've at least got another life in both of them. But we can see, this is pretty much going to be it for Miguel. This board needs to make it happen.
Needs to find these frontline upgrades, especially the Poppy. 2 items, only a 1-star, the Zac as well, which is why we're seeing him roll so heavily. On level 8 still, finds a Lucian, sure, but that frontline was going to melt very quickly once everyone started hitting their 3-stars.
Oh, we saw 2 3-stars appear on the board back-to-back, the Seraphine and the Senna now online, and I have to say I feel bad for Miguel. He started Stage 4 off strong, hitting the Heartsteel Ezreal, but without the front line, that still isn't enough.
We'll see how slam the BT on Akali here as well. The fight's going to start up now.
Yeah, we'll get to see the unleashed power of the 3-star Senna in place. Certainly we've got ourselves a good amount of spread to try and keep the damage from getting too harsh too quickly. Senna staying alive thanks to the healing orbs, providing a little bit more time to get the hits in and get the big win.
Yeah, we just saw the front line right there just melt completely on Bintum's side. You really need that Alawi 2 to kind of deny a couple of shots from the Senna, and that's going to be the key for those Heartsteel players to survive the Seraphine and the Senna.
We're in Stage 5 now. We're starting to see a big gap in HP. Massive upgrades for Ice, who needed it near the bottom, but look at this. The top 3 players above 40, and then a 20 HP jump onto a Mumu, who is now finally stabilized off of that Senna 3.
And Ice at least has got the Thieves' Gloves to bring the Caitlyn online with a decent amount of 8-bit stacks. Make it just a little bit more powerful, rapid fire in place as well. It's still, though, going to be so much on whether or not the Riven can get in and do the damage.
This is one of the reasons I don't really like the full open into Riven strategy. It's because you don't have time to stack up your 8-bit stacks. He's sitting around 80,000 right now. But if positioning goes badly, he could instantly lose the game. On 9 HP only, he drains, take it back. He's actually healing up.
Yeah, actually going away from the Ezreal may have worked out pretty well because the Riven gets through the entire round without really taking significant damage and gets a big hit off. Bintum isn't quite dead, but he's getting pretty close on the left-hand side. Miguel is low as well.
Oh, and we do see Miguel going out here. I felt like Bintum did position correctly. He had the Zed and the Ezreal stacked onto the Riven, just like Panda was talking about with the tri-focus, but it didn't work out in the end.
And that's going to be all other Heartsteel players in this lobby rejoicing. A lot of these units are back in the pool. If you're missing that last upgrade onto a Poppy, onto an Ezreal, onto a Zed, now's your time to have a desperation roll down for players like Bintum maybe, who now has 0 gold actually, to try and hit those upgrades and survive at least one more round.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the HP is very, very close. Again, on this final day of groups with our top 8 tomorrow. Getting 1 point could be what tips you over the line, or otherwise, Bintum, nothing left in the tank. This is going to be it.
I love the Ezreal positioning here. It's actually the safest way to make sure Ezreal does not get targeted by melee units, starting him on that 3rd row.
Yep. Ezreal always jumps away furthest from his target, so if you put him on his 4th, sometimes he actually jumps forward.
Exactly.
So it's always better to put him on the 3rd in that specific position. Can it take him over the Skipaeus board is the question. Skipaeus actually hit 2 items in his PvE round.
Yeah, the backline's staying remarkably intact there, and looks like the executioners have come online in a big enough way. You see the Twitch is being used just as utility, as Skipaeus gets the hit and makes our 2nd elimination, with Yush going out as well. It means we're down to our top 5.
Looking at the emblems, not too warping here. There isn't really a Pentakill flex player that can make use of this emblem. Rapid Fire, Disco, especially not going to be too appealing. Look at the 5 cost, though. Maybe this Yorick with red buff. If you're missing anti-heal, that might be a great option. Ice is the one to pick it up. I want to take a moment and give Skipaeus some commendations, because he has pivoted a Caretaker's Ally Twitch game into a no Twin Terror, playing multiple executions on his board, into a 7-win streak in stage 4 and 5, into 1st place in the standings. Is there anything this man cannot do?
That was so good to watch, because he actually had anti-synergy in those first 2 augments. You roll and you don't get your Caretakers, but he found the copies anyway.
I can't draw my eyes away from the Twitch itemization there, the Gwyncy's Rageblade and the Static Shift, but we have got players with more immediate concerns. Elmumu, the lowest HP, along with Ice. One of them could leave in this round and have us our top 4.
Again, a couple of big things about this board is that he just missed on his 4 cost right here, but he isn't rolling. He actually has 30 gold in the bank.
The same positioning puzzle for both players. The clump in the front trying to have the AoE damage from the Vex and the Senna go into that front line, delete it as quickly as possible. Who will come out ahead? The Senna is chewing through the Amumu, but he survived for long enough. That should be enough for Skipaeus to prolong his win streak. Senna is the beast, though, and I'm proven wrong. My goodness.
My gosh. That combo kill at the end there, that's going to be one that stays around for a while. I thought the second the Akali dropped out, that was going to be a done deal.
That was a 1v3 situation, but the healing orb does pull through and give him the win right there. On the other hand, we did see Salvi eliminate Ice because of that 2-star Zed. Love that itemization with the Deathblade.
Looking at the player narratives in this top 4, 2 players who need a big result to come back into it. Salvi still keeping the dream alive, needs a 1st or 2nd in this game. Eggy and Skipaeus, some of the favorites coming into it, continuing those good results in Game 7.
And it's certainly good news for Amir in this top 4. Considering how overall things have been a little bit more shaky. We'll see how Salvi goes up against Elmumu here. See the rapid fire Ezreal on the backline, and we've got ourselves a good amount of damage actually landing directly onto the center.
Zed.
It almost gets the Zed. He's still alive.
Look at this. Oh my god, the Challenger AI on this Zed survives with a Hodge, past all the Senna damage, and still wins that fight. And on the left, Eggy taking down a notch as well. Skipaeus continues his win streak.
Oh boy, I feel so bad here for the Senna board, because he got the perfect focus. He had the Ahri in this right position, and the Senna hit the Zed early on, but it wasn't enough. Didn't have the star quality.
Oh boy, so 2 EMEA players and 1 player from Southeast Asia in our top 3 here in game number 1 of day 2 of the Remix Rumble Global Championship. She said, David, such different stakes at play here. Honestly, Salvi, Skipaeus in particular, going to be feeling great just to have made the top 3 and started the day well.
And Eggy in his comfort zone plays a 3rd game of Seraphine reroll, finds Remember Your Roots, as you mentioned, one of the best augments for this comp. So really had that great, comfortable avenue into this top 3. And if he keeps it up, if he continue finding these great spots for the lines he's comfortable on, he could be in the top 8, no problem.
I really wanted to say Eggy wanted Elmumu to stay in the game, because the Senna is the best chance for him to actually beat Skipaeus. There's no way that this Seraphine board with the backline focus is that good against the Executioner.
That being said, Skipaeus has best friends, forces a little bit more clumping with that backline carry, so it has to maybe min-max in terms of not playing for the optimal attack speed buffs off of the best friends.
And he does have true damage here, so goes through the gargoyles well.
Well, this time he'll be up against Salvi. You know, keep a close eye on where that Zed ends up going, because he's got some weaker units in front of him to try and punch through to the backline. Gets a little bit distracted, though, by the Akali, but gets back to work. At least the Echo in the middle holds, but the Zed will walk up to the Seraphim with the help of our friend Ezreal. Just deletes. And also the Ahri falls as well. A solid victory there. Eggy goes out and Amir take the top 2 spots.
This is something we have to watch in all the fights and today afterwards is if that Zed gets to the backline without proccing the EON, he's just finishing the entire fight by himself.
And as I mentioned yesterday, EMEA got all their 8ths out of the way. Now the first and seconds will start rolling in. I had Salvi as one of my favorites to win the entire tournament. Maybe viewers were asking yesterday, how did he do so poorly? This is the Salvi we saw all season long. This is the Salvi we saw at EMEA finals, dominating, capping out boards with Heartsteel and going first across those final days.
I just want to draw attention to that little moment we saw from Salvi there. The big breath in, the big breath out. He didn't know what day 2 was going to look like coming in. We did hear at level, he's got his friends there to support him. This game, I think, is the redemption for him as we'll get into what could be the final fight.
Look at that frontline stun. Look at that clump for the Vex to feast on. Can she get the key kills on the Poppy and the Zed? The Zed is half health now. He's taken down. He is. The crowd ever comes through. Lucian's all by himself. The shots are good, but is it good enough in terms of damage? Looks like it's not going to be the case. One more Karthus cast. It's not even needed. Salvi's taken down a notch.
I really like what Skipaeus did here. He was able to off-center his Amumu. A lot of players always keep their Amumu in the center, but this time around he forced it right in front of the Zed and kept him stuck there forever.
We know that is the speciality of Skipaeus, the positioning, especially in these high-stakes situations, but he's going to have to make it happen at least one more time in a big way.
Reminder, these two players are playing in the Level Berlin hub. They're right next to each other as they're fighting for this first place. Hopefully no acoustic distractions between them as we load into this last fight.
A big thing here is Salvi going to make use of that Legion? So he does still want to keep his Zed in the front line. We have seen against solo frontliners, a lot of the times you want to put your Zed into the sides, and this time he might get a sneak across the Amumu.
All right, we'll see who's going to get the redemption of Skipaeus move into a fantastic finish. The front line collapses. The Zed is still alive on the back, but the backliners for Salvi are gone. It's down to the Zed. Salvi takes the hit. Skipaeus finishes the first game of day 2 in first place.
And yet again, doing it in Skipaeus style. Do you get any extra points in the standings for not playing Heartsteel? Does finally play a reroll, but with Twitch as his main carry for most of the game, slamming tempo items like a Shiv and a Rage Blade on a Twitch, maybe playing for top 4, but knows how to cap out that board regardless with the Amumu positioning. Just a great game overall, and back-to-back games playing best friends. He did so yesterday with that true damage game in Game 6. Once again in this Game 7, maybe an augment that this player loves.
So far, I think he's just my favorite player to watch. He has such unique lines. He's the most unique player in the entire field of 32 players. And honestly, when I saw that Twitch pop out, I thought he was going to go pretty far below. He did get bailed out by the PvE items, though I do want to add that. He got 2 full items into that PvE round, which does make the Executioners a lot better.
And Skipaeus one-upped Dish Soap in NA, not just the top 4, but a first this time as well. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think, certainly from us talking to him before, he's definitely wanted to win his way, and I think absolutely that's what happened. But that's only the first game of today. Of course, when we return, we'll have our analysts breaking that game down, and then we'll be right into Game 2 as we work our way towards finding out which one of our players, or which 8 of our players, will be getting through to the final day and fighting for the crown of World Champion. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back momentarily.
That is a beast, though, and I'm proven wrong. My goodness.
God.
Look at this Zed. Look at this. Oh my God, the Challenger AI on this Zed survives with a
backliners for Salvi are gone. It's down to the Zed. Salvi takes the hit. Skipaeus finishes the first game of day 2 in first place.
And yet again.
Welcome back, everybody, after that first game that we've had for day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. We are back to break down all of that action, and I feel like the very first thing we have to address is that, wow, we actually saw Skipaeus start off with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, finally, some reroll, some heartsteel options for him, not just being able to have to cook the whole time, but Skipaeus actually showed a mastery of the Executioner line. We saw the caretakers chosen, giving him Twitch, which most players would consider a low roll, and I think generally it is, but it does open up, hey, I can play a very strong composition, which is Executioners, and he finds his way into the line, going to level 7, rolling down, and actually picking up a Mumu, because Skipaeus knows that a Mumu is actually the most important unit in the Executioner composition. If you're able to get it to 3-star, that's how you can actually cap out the board and go for the win. He eventually finds the Vex to go alongside it, but the other thing I want to note is the itemization that he ended up putting on Twitch. We see Rageblade and Static Shiv because Twitch is actually a support unit for the composition. It's better to not spam Ionic Spark onto a Mumu because he needs to be tankier. He needs to be that strong front line. So instead, finding the Shred for the Vex on the Twitch, and it worked out beautifully.
It absolutely did, and we were kind of just like sitting back there in our analyst room fangirling a little bit about this composition, the way it was played, going for the Garen headliner. We even saw Brazil legend Slooper on Twitter pinging this comp and its backline, but look where it brought us. Emiya taking not only a first but also a second place there from Salvi, which is so important, those finishes for him to find a way back into that competition, and this time around at least Heartsteel worked out.
Yeah, for sure. Heartsteel, 4 players playing Heartsteel, 5 if you want to count Skip also. But actually, Ice was the one who pressured the early levels, and only one Heartsteel player, that was Salvi, was able to save from that. A good Riven from Ice, but he didn't have combat augments. So a lot of economy. Hit the Riven 3 very early, but it wasn't enough for him to get a top 4.
Yeah, even Bintum actually had a huge Heartsteel cash out from raising the stakes, and he wasn't able to stabilize because Skipaeus' Executioner board alongside Ice's Riven board were kind of the first 2 that he runs into afterwards and loses the rest of his HP.
I think what's really awesome about the Executioner line, or just the board that Skipaeus put together, is also how much backline access it has, with something like the Karthus 2 being able to help snipe things that are on things like 80 flex boards that you might not typically have access to outside of just getting through that front line to begin with.
I also want to shout out Eggy, who came third here with that Seraphine reroll, clearly kind of recognizing, okay, we have 4.5 players on Heartsteel. We have this one guy that's playing something really weird, but it is 2-cost rerolling. Seraphine is open. The 2 costs are more out of the pool, and it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, it was really cool because Eggy actually transitioned into the Seraphine pretty late, but he recognized the fact that since so many players were on a Heartsteel, the lobby tempo was actually really slow. And so Eggy just tried to play a very strong board in that mid game and then transitioned to that reroll. He hit Seraphine incredibly late. I think it wasn't until the end of stage 4 that he actually hit the Seraphine 3 and still was able to get a top 3.
Yeah, he used El Mumu for his advantage. El Mumu already had the Senna 3 very, very early, so he knew that the pool was very not diluted, like very few units left, for it was easier for him. So a good decision, a good pace for him to get in the late game.
And we saw this style come out from Eggy yesterday, even just seeing how he pivoted from the Yone reroll over to the Riven reroll. He's really good at being able to find those spots that even if it's going to be the Seraphine really late in the game, it's still available as an option. Let's take a look at our standings. After this round of 7 here, these players still have 5 more games to play out, but these points are starting to get quite close.
I mean, immediately what I see is that there's no NA on the bottom side here, which means Malala has broken past and gotten above the top 16.
Some difficult places. Volta with an 8th place, getting a very bad, tough performance, and also with the 8th place Ryu, also from China. China with good results in the front, like very, very in the high, but also very diluted in the rest of the lobbies.
Yeah, and as you take a look at this first page, you can see just how that top 8 has started to shake out. That 3rd place for Eggy, actually putting him up into that top 8.
We are seeing the Gree, who was already on top of the leaderboard, take yet another first place.
dominating this tournament thus far.
It seems he can't be stopped, right? I mean, we still continue, even into today, kind of had questions about Degree, but I feel like he's kind of silencing all of the questions I have. I'm just like, I'll just sit back and watch. Just keep going, Degree. We want to see it even more. He's gotten himself so close to already locking in that top 8 spot.
I also want to highlight Lechuan and Eggy with SCA, both in top 8. The minor region, if we can say that, so it's pretty amazing because their community is actually very united. We were talking about our makes, about them before, and having them both in top 8, I think is above any expectation, but it's well deserved.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is amazing when you have just a high conversion rate, I guess, for that region. We've seen this out of a couple of different regions as well. Japan is still going quite strong, and their players are still able to show up to the tournament. But we will have to find out if they can continue to do that because game number 2 is upon us. So let's send it back over to our casters. We've got Counterfeit, Clement, and Panda.
Wow.
All right, well, thank you guys so much, and welcome back. We're just about to get set into our second game. So after this game, of course, our players will be reseeded based on how things have gone so far. With snake seeding, it does mean that if you've done very well, you'll be getting into the top seeds of the lobby. If you're having the harder times, you're going to end up with the harder games.
And as we continue throughout the games today, the window to come back becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. Solvi, I think with that second place last game, is still in contention, but some of those players near the bottom 8 of the standings are maybe already mathematically out.
I think a lot of players are looking for that snake seeding for lobby swaps because some lobbies are heavily dominated and contested with the same comps, such as the one that we have right now, very much dominated by reroll players rather than Heartsteel.
Uh-oh, look at these portals. I saw Volta grinning. I'm like, I wonder why. And then I looked up and it made sense. Spatula, Tactician's Crown, and Prismatic Finale.
All right, we'll see which one we end up with the start of software. As we do see, a defection at the last second away from Spatula. You go, come on, let's one-man this thing.
I do want to say that Prismatic Finale...
Yes!
Never mind!
Thank you very much!
The one man that wins it all. I wanted to say that Prismatic Finale is typically avoided early on because it's very, very random. It comes at the very end, and it does introduce the most variance out of any of the portals.
All right, so as we get into the second game, of course, we have jumped in here with the early rounds. For you guys, what are the players who are most drawing your attention here in the second game of the day?
For me, I think it has to be seeing what someone like HSK does in this game. He played 6 rerolls yesterday. He was very much going back to his traditional style from the Brazilian region. He's known as, a reroll degenerate, I'll call it that way. But he played Heartsteel to qualify, so I think he maybe knew that Heartsteel was stronger into the meta where he needed to find big results to make it this far.
I really want to hype up my homeboys, and that's going to be Le Chu Yen from one of the biggest servers. Actually, people don't know this, but Vietnam has 450 challengers, and his unique style is actually playing 4 crowd divers with the super fans composition, something that Vietnam developed.
We saw a little yawn there from HSK. I think it's early in the morning in Brazil. Hopefully he wakes up in time for this game number 2.
Oh, Evelyn?
Oh, Iberia will be very happy to see that.
Wait, that's my job to call for Evelyn rerolls. Don't take my role, please.
I want to open up the larger question here. As you mentioned, rerolls, of course, we've got all of our standard things that are going to be popular. But the obvious question here, we're in the Spatula portal. Which one of these compositions is going to benefit the most from having that Spatula guaranteed the whole game?
I'm looking at players that need to make a comeback. We saw from Bintum already last game with a Heartsteel emblem, for example. That's one way to really try and almost force Heartsteel and especially force the 5 Heartsteel raise the stakes play in stage 3 especially.
I would definitely go for Pentakill because that is the one that is usually least played but very easy to hit. It gives you 7 Penta on level 8. And we're going to start with Prismatics.
We've been saw title yesterday trying to play for that 10 KDA. Maybe a player that wants to lean back into that KDA tree.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly with the Prismatics on the table, we could see the more extreme ends. We do have Dish, though. We can
come on, Dish, though.
Come on. Give us what we want. Dish, so
is this your perfect player? I don't know about that. Perfect requires entertainment as well.
Wait. We got what we wanted.
Uh-oh.
You go. All right.
He voted for this portal and he got Cruel Pack. What can this player do?
I do want to say why Cruel Pack fell off really hard. The view from CN is that it's just not worth the risk anymore because it's a Prismatic. A lot of times roll the dice on Olaf or even an Evelyn could just kill you early.
We'll see if that first round goes well. Certainly, we've got some strong boards coming in here. GN with the Infinity Edge and with the Jeweled Lotus as well has got a lot of punch behind that Jinx.
And he is playing more for the late game, does have the Jeweled Lotus already. And I do want to point out, Superfan plus 80 items, that is the way he likes to start games.
Look at this Annie. It's just a headline and no other natural copies. We won't be seeing it in this game, I have to assume. We only saw 4 Annie rerolls yesterday and only 5 one-cost rerolls in total with that Kess Yasuo reroll we saw get a second on the game 3.
All right, taking a look at some of the other augments in the lobby, though, we have got a couple of living forges coming out for a long time, as well as putting in some very immediate and short terms. One that is grabbing my attention particularly is Volta picking up the tiniest Titans, going for the very long term.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a Heartsteel angle most of the time, but I do want to focus on Yugal. It's very important to see when these Cruel Pack players go to level 7. In the standard role, you typically want to do it on 2-3, pre-level, hit level 7, and then look for your level 7 3-cost headliner on 3-1.
And we saw a chance to play for the Riven reroll with the Cruel Pack. He had a Riven in the shop, skipped over, did not buy it, rerolled it despite having the 8-bit emblem essentially already on his item component bench.
Well, Cheche will go for exactly the way he wants to go for Clement. Slams in the Pentakill emblem from early on. I have to imagine there's a fair bit of claiming the territory here with making the early slams.
We're seeing it there as well with the Annie for Yugal. He's going to go down the KDA tree. We know Dish Up is on true damage we saw on his Jinx. And just one of the biggest things about this specific portal is scouting heavily all of stage 2, making sure you can almost predict what kind of lines players are going down, because if you slam a emblem that is going to be contested, you might have a very hard time top 4ing.
And we should talk about the Exodias with the emblems right here. I think the 3 biggest ones are going to be that 10 Penta, 10 KDA, and 6 8-bit. I think those are the real monsters that typically win lobbies.
And of course, we've seen just having to have one spatula, one emblem to make the 6 8-bit cash-out dream come alive. In Amir, we saw it an absolute ton of times. I would be very surprised if somebody doesn't at least chance it in this lobby.
Oh, and there is one I forgot to mention, and that's going to be the 9 true damage, but honestly, this one is a little bit less seen usually. We will see for, I think, one of the best carries is actually the true damage Ari that also enables the Superfans and KDA.
Well, we've already got some pretty decent items from our stationary support to enable that longer term, but Dish Soap, so far so good, has been keeping the win streak going. Yugal, of course, one of the players who's going to make sure that no win streaks stay intact, because he does not want to drop any HP at this point in the game.
And from what we saw in broadcast, Dish Soap was one of the players that was closest to playing that 9 true damage in that salvage bin game we saw up against Kess with the Yasuo. He almost had a chance to had the rapid fire Senna instead of the true damage Senna, so we'll see if he's able to go down that route.
And I do want to actually open up that conversation a little bit more with a Cruel Pack player in the lobby. Oh, actually, let's hold that thought.
It's right in front of him.
Oh, surely. Mai still got
doesn't want
doesn't want it.
A free Tactician's crown.
Wow. All right, so Yugal's the one to grab hold of that. All right, with the Cruel Pact in place as well, I'm really fascinated to see where this goes as a combination, because presumably, we're not getting up to the high levels to go for the absolute power version.
Yugal is going to have a killer stage 3 right here, because he can land 7 KDA on a Seraphine reroll on his board, and if he hits Remember his roots, which is what you want with everyone here, that could be absolutely massive.
And Senna instantly purchased a direct upgrade onto the Annie there.
All right, Yugal, show us exactly what you're made of. I guess the question I was going to bring you into this one here is, with Yugal being so aggressive and presumably going to level 7 relatively soon, it feels like for players like Cheche who've got the win streak, it's going to be very hard for any player to keep the win streak going unless they can take down the Cruel Pack board.
It's important in Prismatic Starts to scout at 2-1, and before you decide your game plan of do I heavily push for a win streak or a lose streak, are there any Cruel Pack players?
Yeah, if you see one, it's usually not a great idea to contest them. They're going to have an extremely strong board, but the early stages of like 2-5 and 3-1 are really where these Cruel Pack players can fall down sometimes, because we do have that TD on the Evelyn, and she's truly through the front line.
It's going to be a little closer than expected. Level 4 against level 6. Still a little bit of a heart stopper for a second. HSK a little resigned there, but Yugal's plan so far is working.
And I do want to say Yugal is actually staying on level 6 a bit longer than we usually see the Cruel Pack players, because he is rolling for those 2 costs. So this is a new improved version, and we haven't really seen this line too much.
And Yugal yesterday is a player that played 5 different 2-cost rerolls and 1 Annie reroll along the way as well. So no 3-cost reroll whatsoever, no Riven, no Lulu.
What's worth noting as well, Yugo, we'd expect for a Cruel Pack player to be on a heavy win streak. He did break that streak at some point in the past, so he has lost a little bit of HP and therefore a little bit of XP to move up to level 7.
HSK, he is one of the players that did not touch Heartsteel at all whatsoever in this tournament, and it looks like, I hate to break it to you, but maybe the Evelyn is a thing.
so let me get this right. When I call for Corki reroll, for Garen reroll, you laugh at me, nothing ever happens.
True.
Suddenly you call for Evelyn reroll, and it might actually become a thing on the world's stage. That just seems unfair, Clement.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. I have seen it once in NA, and thanks to Gangly, I remember it was a 7th.
I saw it from Lelouch, one of the best Polish players, best EMEA players historically in EMEA. He played, I think, in scrims once and in a tournament once as well. It didn't do well, so I don't recommend it, actually.
We got some very tepid reviews coming in across the board here. Let's focus back in, because yeah, we have got the Diamond Hands coming in for Taro. Remember, we've got a couple of Living Forge players in play.
I do want to specifically mention Living Forge is great with true damage compositions right here, because a lot of the units like the Kiana and the Akali do love Diamond Hands to use as sort of an Edge of Night.
Now, we were wondering why Mai picked up a tier instead of the spatula to make Tactician's Crown in the Stage 2 carousel. I believe he is trying to angle Annie reroll. He had 5 copies, and he did not have a headliner yet on his board, so maybe trying to force that in this 3-1 rolldown. We will see his board as we move into 3-1 and see if the rolldown is occurring or not.
Oh, there we go. Evelyn 3. Could the dream be real? It can be. All right. We've heard the reviews. They've not been good. HSK, though.
Yasuo for Taro, not for Kess, but still a lot of one-cost rerolls coming through in this lobby.
Yasuo 3, Eve 3. Who's going to be the winner?
I'll be honest. I think the Evelyn 3 is going to find herself away into the bin later into the game.
So.
It's probably just like a Heartsteel angle for tempo in the end, but for Taro, this is a very, very high cat board. We have seen people go Lucian and Yorick into this board, and he's stacking up early so fast, so it's very difficult to deny him from creating a monster Yasuo.
And you mentioned the invincibility frames coming in from the Diamond Hands and the Edge of Night being put together. This is a Yasuo that is, well, especially with healing, will become incredibly hard to put down.
And there is going to be the Edgelord variant of Yasuo, but you have already a true damage emblem maybe making up for that fact. So we'll see what the endgame board looks like. 3-2 augments rolling through. It will be gold, and it will be live for danger, and not today for Taro. So he has his choice. Idealism as well, of what exactly he wants to go for to equip this Yasuo. It will be Idealism in the end for that extra bit of healing.
That is exactly what he's missing right here, and I feel like he's off to a great start. Also, I do want to point out, Edgelord early is typically the stronger option in the mid-game because you get access to that 60% attack speed and smart movement paths.
David, I think you did spot something there from Volta down in the bottom right-hand corner, who noticed the tiniest titles from earlier on, combined now with the last stand.
And we did also mention that Mai might be going for Annie 3, which is why he had that little bit of an awkward stage 2 where he skipped a spatula, and that is going to be the case. Mai 3 is online, the third 3-star 1-cost in this game already. What a start for game number 2 on today.
Ooh, the tempo is going to be so explosive in this game. If you're angling for a Heartsteel right now, you might not be feeling so well. But I will say the cool part about the Heartsteel player is they're playing the 1-cost 3-star as well in Chate.
Oh boy. I'm fascinated to see how this works out longer term. Suddenly we've had that injection of power from the very beginning. You see Dish Soap's board though, which we're hoping to see develop more later on, is already pretty strong as Volta will absorb another loss. The tiniest Titan is the last stand. He is brewing up for what could be a big finish, but he doesn't have any Heartsteel.
I do want to say that's one of the worst stationary supports I have seen from anyone in this tournament so far. I'm very interested to see how Dish Soap actually makes that one out. He does have the Void spawn and also just the Chalice.
Ugol, another loss for the Cruel Pack player. Not the best stage 2 and 3. You normally want to be win streaking all throughout with the extra slots on your board to make sure you have the health really to top 4 in the later stages of the game.
I do want to point out that this is why you usually go for 3 costs when you get the Cruel Pack. It's because you have a leg up when contesting those 3-cost headliners. But in this situation, he's actually running into a lot of the same units that other players might be holding.
And that's really unfortunate. At least, has got enough power. But we can see, Hugo's going to be stuck here at level 7 for a while, and the rest of the lobby is starting to catch up.
We saw Reforge on a component trying to maybe fish for a second KDA emblem to maybe instead of playing for a reroll. Actually, yeah, he can't even fit the 10 KDA regardless. So we're here's what his game plan in terms of itemizing these last few units, maybe making sure he's not going to continue bleeding in this stage 3.
Oh, I can't believe Disoap is actually at 93 HP, so makes whatever works with that early stationary support. I gotta say, he's just the perfect player, and when I ask NA players what happens when he low rolls, they just say he never does.
Well, it seems to be holding true for now. Hugo and Mai, along with you and all players who need to get their spatulas online. Hugo, we noticed before, looking for the double KDA, did find the needlessly large rod.
And Mai picks up a bow, which is going to complete that Nashor's onto his NE3, trying to stay stable with the Vampirism, especially across the stage 3. If he's able to really play this NE to success, it had great stats yesterday. Despite only 4 players playing it, it had a 3.8 or so in terms of the averages.
Oh, and I always get excited when South America starts picking up the Kale because for some reason, they have the best stats on this reroll. There seems to be some extra sauce whenever they play this composition, especially for Brazil, that averages 2.6.
Yeah, I mean, the board's looking pretty good. We don't have the Mordekaiser up to 2 stars as yet, but the itemization is great. KL is looking very strong as well. And Cheche's HP total, yeah, he's at the very top. Not on the win streak anymore, but still in a great position long term.
And Cheche player we saw on broadcast yesterday playing this exact composite comp, he definitely does favor, as you mentioned. We'll see how it'll do now up against this Evelyn 3, which you see so rarely, but Heartsteel Ezreal already being built up in the back there.
I called it. I'm sorry, Evelyn, darling, but I think you're going into the bin sometime soon.
Oh boy, we dared to dream big, and sadly that dream is not manifesting into something. CHK just, perhaps was expecting a similar thing, and maybe the lobby overall has just gone a little bit too narrow. A lot of our streaks broken, but Jian, down towards the bottom of the table, does keep a 6-round loss streak in place and a good amount of gold in the bank as well.
Yeah, Let Chuyen, his strategy does look more like an AD-focused strategy right here. We did see him play something very unique, which was super fans into Caitlyn, and these items would actually fit the Caitlyn perfectly.
You can even play Riven reroll with Caitlyn, the secondary carry. He has the cloak open on the bench. He has a spatula for the 8-bit emblem. He has a Riven 2 already online, a 4th on the bench. So I think this is definitely going to be a Riven reroll angle. Not too much Seacon right now to work with for a 4-1 roll down.
And one of the things you can do with the Riven reroll is play through that Caitlyn 2. That can also stabilize you in stage 4, and we have actually seen success with it. He doesn't have a lot of Riven items right now. Might have to pray for those PvE rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if we were hoping for the big cash out, it doesn't seem like it's on the cards for Jian. Has only recently got the 8-bit online, and as I said, doesn't have the way to make the spatula quite yet. Hopefully, these walls will be generous enough to drop a bow for us.
Looking here at one of our last win streakers, it is going to be Taro right here with the Yasuo 3 still stacking up. With a 4-win streak in stage 3, he should be relatively healthy, and the next big breakpoint for this board is going to be that Akali 2.
Yeah, I really like what we've got going on here with the true damage on the Yone and also the even shroud as well. Just wanting to keep him around for as long as possible to enable the Yasuo, who's built more for defense, to get the kills.
I do want to see if he can find that Triforce in here. There's not many items that are great for AD carries coming off the Living Forge, so you really need to hit that Death Dance or Triforce.
And Living Forge for Mai here as well with the Zhonya's onto the Annie as a third item here. Shojin Nashor Zhonya is going to make sure that when she ramps up to that super Annie potential, shooting off 2 fireballs at once, she has that extra time of invulnerability against these backline carries, like the Riven maybe, that will sneak up on her.
Now that's going to be absolutely crucial for Hugo, though. This is a big turning point. He's up to level 7. He's slamming in the items. He cannot afford to take losses.
I was a little bit disappointed right here because it is the Spellweaver version. I did want to see a 10 KDA angle, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now.
No, I think Hugo's just trying to take whatever he can get. This board is working relatively well so far. You can see it's not only winning the rounds, but actually crushing through them. For Hugo, that's got to be some pretty great news, considering that things haven't been going so great for him for a little while.
We're seeing the Annie here. As we mentioned, well, he didn't need it this time. The Mordekaiser, I think, was not too threatening there with the HP he had, but Mai really had to turn things around in stage 4. He's lost a lot of HP chasing this Annie 3, setting everything up for success. Stage 4 is the proving ground. He has to make sure to stabilize and stay healthy.
This is a big round for Le Chuyen. He's on 26 HP with a huge loss streak. What support item does he get? This could decide if he can stay in this game or not. It's a big gamble, but he didn't find anything else. It was balanced budget and an AP augment for him.
Taking a quick look through some of the augments to see if any have grabbed our eyes. It's looking like it's more or less what you'd be expecting from this stage in the game. Our players have got their plans in place already. Heavy hitters. The one, I suppose, that jumps out at me from Taro up in the top left-hand corner for that Yasuo reroll. But otherwise, just putting a little bit more survivability and a little bit more in the way of equipment for these late-game boards.
See Epitaph for HSK trying to cap out that Heartsteel board. But looking now at Le Chuyen, 8 loss streak, 26 HP, needs to find a way to come back. And Kane Sniper's focus, I'm not sure that's the answer.
It definitely isn't. And he rolled all of his gold and had to stabilize on this kill. Definitely didn't want to do that. The good news, though, is that he did hit the nuts in terms of the support items right here.
True.
He does find the QSS, which is best for these frontline carries.
And he's one off of the 7 edgelords. It's not the 8-bit variant we're used to seeing, which is why maybe we're not seeing the Caitlyn here. Found the Riven edgelord variant, instead going to try and go down that vertical, which doesn't usually find that same success.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that works out longer term. Certainly we haven't seen a massive amount of the push towards the vertical edgelord, but checking in with Dishsoap, who was running high for a while, has started to dip down. HSK also in a little bit of a dicey position, the 6 loss streak, but has been getting in the Heartsteel. We noted, had the Heartsteel emblem for a while.
Still missing the headliner though. Finds the Zed, which is exactly what he would like. He has the TGs to work with, so can't really pick the perfect items for that Zed, but that should be good enough. Needs to slam the EDM sampler there. Needs to get potentially maybe the Giant Slayer onto the Ezreal. And oh, pretty good items. Gets the Last Whisper and the Runant onto the Zed.
Couldn't really have asked for more right here. We'll see how HSK does in his first Heartsteel game. I would say the only suboptimal thing about the board is when you have 2 items stuck on Ezreal 1, it always feels really bad because you can't have that snipe potential on backline.
Oh,
as I say that,
painful. You can see Dishsoap looking pretty disappointed there by how the targeting worked out. So HSK going to be breaking that loss streak and pushing Dishsoap into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. Mai and Chuyen down at the bottom. Chuyen in particular, both of them with open spatulas, both of them on minimal HP.
Oh, there is a tier here, so we could be seeing the 6 emo come out, which was buffed in recent patches to give plus 20 AP.
And this stops that Riven from going to Le Chuyen. We also see the glove potentially for HSK, but Voltus picks it up instead, so no IE able to be slammed for that Heartsteel board.
This is a big one. Yorick going very late into the round. Gets picked up by Taro.
He was angling towards it. He's playing that pentakill kill. He would have loved to have that next 5-cost upgrade.
I would say the biggest upgrade here definitely has to go to Mai. He's down on 24 HP, and if you can somehow find the Sona, even like a red Sona, that could stabilize his board.
There it is. The Ribbon has been found. 4 8-bit now online, switching over to the 4 8-bit version instead of the Edgelords. And Mai, who's sitting at a pretty precarious position, 24 HP, Peter, to work with.
Yeah, does have the chance to slam the emo spatula if he wants to here. Notable Mai, a player who has played at a global championship before, but in Wild Rift, actually cast by one of our co-streamers, Stuart, goes up to the 5 emo, doesn't quite have the 6 online.
This front line is not what he's looking for here. All of his items just being stuck onto the 1-star.
Look at the Yasuo. Oh, look at the Zanyas. Doing exactly what it needs to be doing to try and win these fights. This is what we were talking about in Stage 3. This is why this item is so good for Annie. All of a sudden, the fight turns in Mai's favor. Any other item combo that Annie would have been killed.
I absolutely love it there. The Vampirism, the Healing Orbs as well. She is a nightmare to get rid of, even with a unit specifically spec to do exactly that.
And there still is cap for her. And Li Chuyen now, let's see, just started. He didn't turn the corner just yet. Still another 2-loss streak on his last life here. He needs one more upgrade, but he's not going to roll for it. Just wants to wait for the PvE round.
He has a spat as well, so a bow in this last PvE round could mean 6 8-bit if he finally finds a Caitlyn. He doesn't have one yet.
Volta, one of our players from here, out of contention for the top 8, but still playing some pretty aggressive TFT, holding on and keeping that metabolic accelerate, or the Tiny Titans rather, pushing his HP up. Chuyen, though, we'll see, not going to get the 8-bit cash out. That Riven's taking a lot of the aggro early on, going face to face with the Yasuo.
No.
And Yasuo wins the duel. Will punch through the front line. Chuyin out of there. You can just see rocking back. I think he may have expected that one a little bit.
That was the worst possible positioning for him. Whenever the Yasuo does face the Riven, because it was a Titans versus an Edge of Night matchup, the Edge of Night usually comes back in again. Riven drops aggro, and Yasuo cuts her down.
And Cheche loses that win streak. 6 win streak, now a loss. Volta on a 3 win streak despite having Last Stand still yet to proc. So could be one of the players angling towards a very convincing top 4 in this game, number 2.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to be able to keep that going and keep the HP trickling in, keeping himself up when a lot of other players are starting to fall down. Mighty in particular, down on just the 10 HP.
I want to highlight this board from Mataro. Yasuo, what kind of melee units is he in the lore? Is he a samurai? I would say
yeah,
so, right?
I think so, yeah.
You know,
Like
Cass piloted the Yasuo to a top 1 or top 2 yesterday. Now we're seeing Taro. Is there something here? Is there something from Japan where they know how to use this unit to its full potential?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been going pretty damn well for them so far. I mean, I'd love to see the Yasuo again come and be a big part of what we're doing. Certainly haven't been seeing it from many other players. I think a lot of players, you know, if we go back to the EMEA regions, were kind of scared off it. Salvi himself had a rough time on the Yasuo. I think just the positions to run it from can be so few and far between.
Still no Poppy, unfortunately, for Mai here. Stuck on 5 emo. Can put the emo spat on the thrust, which is a big upgrade in terms of getting maybe those 2 or 3 casts off, especially once he's upgraded.
But we do have to look at the Zed positioning here as he just crunches through the front line. Can the Annie do the same thing as she did?
She doesn't even need to.
Yeah.
But there might be too much DPS. The Annie's great, but I don't think she can clean up all of these units in just this short amount of time. Too much frontline. The Zac still not even killed in this long fight.
That's a real shame, but yeah, you're right. The crowd control was the one thing that she couldn't deny there to stop all the DPS, all of the healing. HSK next up on the chopping block because you look above him on the score table on the right-hand side. Hugo, Volta, they're both on win streaks right now. HSK in a bind.
That was a big find for him. Finally gets the Ezreal 2 on stage 5-2, but he needs perfect focus fire to get to some of these backlines.
And Dishso playing a more flexible game plan now. He's moved into the 4 cost after getting the Senna 3 finally. But as you mentioned, the support anvil here, the dummy rather, not ideal. Trying to make the best use of it onto the Ahri true damage instead. Of course, with true damage, you have 3 different carries. Ahri, Lucian, or Caitlyn, in this case, going for the AP route, but the Senna already targeted. She does clean up in the end, and the Kayle can usually win these 1v5s, but with double rage and a gunblade, surely not. Okay.
No casting, no auto-attacking for you at all. But I'm with you there. I think when the multiple points of power in the composition for Dishso is working out extremely well. We know this board can even get stronger. The Ahri's still only a 1-star.
Yeah, he's definitely lacking for that Akali, though. I don't think he really wants to run that Yasuo. I probably wouldn't even upgrade it right now. Just leave it on the board.
What do you mean? It's a huge spike.
Maybe.
What is a big spike is the one we've been seeing all throughout the day 1 that secures you first places. That is going to be the Echo 3. Only 1 copy away here for Yugol, who's still so healthy. The 2-cost rerolls really paying off in this game. Dish Soap on the Senna, Cheche on the Kayle, and Yugol on the Seraphine.
And Akali missing seems to be a big theme on all of these boards right here. Cheche on a 3-loss streak, the same thing. He committed the Penta spat here, but without the 2 cost, it's just giving mana to the opposing backline.
Well, this Cruel Pack board has definitely turned the corner from before. 4-round win streak in place, but I think that streak is going to come to an end right now. Yugol would love to dream of level 8, but each loss pulls him further away from the real endgame he's looking for.
Oh my, why couldn't you stay alive? You could have found a second emo emblem. He was taken down in 7th, unfortunately, a few rounds ago. A Jazz emblem, though, for any Heartsteel players could be very interesting. And the KDA emblem as well for Yugol. He's racing towards it.
Over.
He made it. He didn't trip along the way. There was no obstacles that could stop him.
I was fully expecting an emo spam at that point, but no, he's like, I've got it. That's all I need.
He's already on 7 KDA here, so, you know, one can hope. He does have the cursed Cruel Pack, as David did mention to me, Panda did mention to me, so it's going to be a little bit hard to get to that level 9.
And he is still stuck on 7, torn between trying to go for the Echo 3 or trying to, as you mentioned, level up for those extra KDAs.
All right, Volta, we've been mentioned before, has been hanging on extremely well. Tiniest Titan keeping him afloat. Last stand still not proc. This Lulu board now joined by the Ziggs, and the Ari is looking very good indeed.
Oh, and this is a big upgrade here. We do have the Emo onto the Ziggs, which gives him extra cast and stacks that damage. The big question here is, can he reach that backline and give focus fire? But he gets sniped by the Lulu.
Look at the Ezreal. One more cast and he'll be down, but a massive ult into the biggest clump on the board. Zed coming in, Ziggs trying to clean up. Only Poppy is necessary. Volta taken down. Still no last stand proc.
And every round is going to push Volta up towards a better position. Hugo has the board he wanted, has the dispatches up to everywhere. HSK, though, just with that one win there, needs to push this one further. The heart still has been ticking, but I don't know how it compares against the other boards apart from Volta.
Do you want to hear the perfect script for Yugal?
I'd love
it's
to.
It's the 1 in 1,000 Tacticians Crown game on 6-3 for 10 KDA. There you
know what?
go.
All right.
Any other player, or any other caster rather, and I just ignore it. But considering you asked for Evelyn reroll, and we saw it this game, I'm going to give you a 1% chance of that happening, Clement.
All right. I think these are the odds we need here at the Global Championship. You need to get something big. You need to get something memorable. HSK on the left-hand side, Volta on the right. Remember, Volta cannot die as of this round, but HSK has no such reassurance. The Ziggs is doing his best. Emo, he's a little sad, but he's going to express it through the medium of explosions. HSK stays alive.
And we saw during that fight for Volta why he's having so much success despite not even proccing last stand, being an augment down. KDA emblem on Poppy does so much work at buying time for Lulu.
It's absolutely one of the best ones because it gives her so much extra HP, and she can convert that into AD and then back into healing. So triple dipping on those stats.
Sniper's focus potentially for the Lucian.
Ooh,
Taro needs something big to continue capping out his board considering the 5-loss streak now in Stage 5. It has not been nice for this Japanese player. We saw Kess yesterday at second place. Taro trying to follow in his footsteps.
I think it feels like the big thing that's missing for him there is just having the real big secondary carry, but isn't quite there as of yet. You go.
Echo.
Gets the upgrade. One away, as you say. But I don't think it's on the cards here, because I'm going to sell down a little bit more just to try and dream big.
You know why we didn't see it? Clement didn't call for it.
Clement!
If Clement would have called for it, we would have had it.
Asleep at the wheel!
Do you have anything against our Korean players, Clement?
Absolutely not. I'm a huge fan of Bintum because he trash talks NA, and I like trash talk.
Sniper focus coming in for Taro, considering the Lucian 2 upgrade. Is this what he needed to reverse this loss streak and maybe finally get a win up against Hugo? We'll have to find out as this fight goes on.
Yeah, Taro has got the direct line onto the Seraphine, but a lot of units in the way. Once he gets a shot through, 2 of those targets are gone. Will start hitting the Seraphine and tearing her down. Taro found exactly what he needed. HSK on the other side in a similar spot as well. Looks like we should be seeing no eliminations this round.
And this is how you have to take the 1-cost reroll of Yasuo and cap it out. It's all about those 5-cost carries. Both Yorick and Lucian provide a ton of shred to your target, so if you line them up correctly, Yasuo will cut through them like butter.
Volta finally, last stand procced. The boar has reached his final form. Will it be enough to top 4? Will it be enough to win, considering how dominant he looked without the last stand procced even?
Well, I mean, of course, if Volta can stick this one out long time, he'll be able to heal above the immediate kill. This board is looking real good, though. So much focus on the backline. You mentioned the Poppy Clement as being an absolute rock up in the front. She's going to deny a lot of damage coming in from the flank.
Watch this Yasuo. Can the Ari get some stuns onto the Yasuo? Stop some of that damage from coming in. She's onto the Kali now first. That's Defiance going to buy a lot of time. Lucian raining down the cross-court shots, and that's going to be it. Lulu's down and out. Volta also eliminated in an unfortunate 5th place position, it looks like. HSK taken down as well.
Oh my god, this round is just reduced to
he's still
3 players.
That was almost like a self-alley-oop from Volta, I suppose, but not there in the end.
Yeah, Volta nearly got the position over HSK, so close, but that was just a bad matchup. Usually true damage comps are great against resistances, which is exactly what Poppy provides in the front line.
All right, we're down to our final 3. Dish Soap, of course, coming into this one with 36 points. Very good position to try and push towards that top 8. You can see, though, gold is in the favor of Cheche. 51 gold in the bank. Everybody else has spent everything they have.
Cheche's still so healthy as well, Clement. 54 HP to work with. The battle of the true damage verticals. Yasuo on one side, Senna on the other. Senna currently targeting the Echo, buying time for Yasuo and Akali on the left side to deal so much DPS. I think it's going to be a clean win here for Taro. The Lucian Sniper's Focus upgrade seems so pivotal now for the success of this Japanese player.
I have to say, Dishsoap did really low roll on those forecasts. He's missing the Akali and the Ahri here, so let's see if he can get some upgrades. Finally gets the Akali too.
Oh, I managed to get it with a KDA emblem attached as well. We've certainly been seeing more than a few of them in this game, but yeah, Dishsoap versus Taro, they're battling for that second place. Cheche does seem to be secured at least in the top 2.
I'm not superstitious, but what are the chances that yesterday we see Dishsoap versus Kess, Dishsoap on Senna, Kess on Yasuo, and now we see Dishsoap versus Taro both playing those same lines as well. This time game 2, no, not game 3, but Cheche, he's ruining the narratives with his healthy 30 plus HP.
Did you guys just see that? In under 10 gold, he was managed to get an Alawi 2 on his board. Got one from the carousel, then just found one in his shop again. Fills out all of his front line, which is the traditional weakness of this Kayle composition.
We've got so many different carries here. We've got the Akali with the Pentacle Emblem, we've got the Viego as well. We'll see how the Ghost version does on the left-hand side, but on the right, it's the real deal.
Big clump in the middle of Senna, firing right onto that Mordekaiser. Akali trying to disrupt, moving from left to right in the Kayle. All she wants to do is ramp up over time, continue scaling, but look at the front line. It's already been deleted, and the Lucian's already onto Kayle as well. I don't think she can out-heal this amount of stage 6 damage, rather. Cheche taking down a tiny notch.
Well, the story continues. Cheche maybe isn't going to be finishing out in first place. We can't get the win, but we'll at least get a different opponent this time around. The 7 Pentacles certainly means the chain kills will be incredibly important.
The next big upgrade for Cheche here is actually to swap out his Akali for the Kayn. He's still lacking the 3 Edgelord to power up his Viego. And honestly, Akali on stage 6, she used to be a acrobatic assassin, but right now she's just a meandering clown.
All she does is feed mana. I agree with you, Clement.
Yep.
All right, well, there we go. Let's see if the Clowns will walk in here in this round. So it looks like we're getting the opposite matchup from 4. Let's see, so keep an eye on the left-hand side of the screen. Dishsoap will be trying to avoid that Yasuo from dancing in. He's spending a lot of time towards the mid of the board. Does manage to avoid a decent amount of it and gets the first kill.
And I don't think the Lucian can clean up. The Akali and the Yasuo take down Dishsoap on that left side. Cheche stays alive, but takes a hit as well. Cheche versus Taro, Latam versus Japan. And who will come out ahead? Cheche had so much HP to work with, has been using that HP as a resource throughout this stage 6, considering other players have now capped out higher than him.
A big thing to watch in the positioning here is you have to make sure you clear out your second row if you're going up against melee edgelords, because they can use that as a skipping board straight into your backline. I don't think Cheche is going to hold this same positioning when he knows his only target is Taro.
Especially the tentacles. I think that's the key thing you have to move out of the way. We see it so many times from the beginning of the set with the Riven matchups especially. Riven just dances right in. It's an open invitation for her to come into your backline.
Yeah, we saw Taro giving himself a little stretch before he headed into the final stretch of this game. Said the pole position.
Yorick 2.
We've got the upgrades. Viego 2 on one side, Yorick 2 on the other. Bear in mind, Yorick is itemized for damage and tankiness.
Oh, that's a huge upgrade here coming in, but I wonder where he's going to place this Yorick. Oh, he's going to keep it on the bottom and ensure he gets that second cast for the big goal.
One more time, they're both on minimal HP. Taro with a Yasuo. Going up against Cheche's board with the pentakill 7. We do see Yorick being held in the back, but he walks right into the Yasuo. Yasuo's going to delete him and maybe walk onto the Kayle.
The ghoul buys some time.
And it draws the Yasuo away.
Is it enough?
He's on the wrong side of the board.
Is it enough?
And it's going to be enough to pull it away. Taro will not take the first. Cheche takes it for Latam. Game 2 is done.
Challenger AI from the ghoul spawning in the right time, in the right direction, drawing Yasuo's attention back to that front line and making sure that Lucian did not have a straight angle towards the kill in time to kill her Gunblade, once again proving so pivotal in fights like these where you have the splash damage constantly coming in.
That was so lucky. That was the Yasuo that I get on my teams. Walk away from the backline and starts chasing summons.
You are not alone.
I mean, it was extremely close for a second. I was almost sure if that goal hadn't arrived in the perfect time, it would have all been over. But gentle friends, we have come to the end of Game 2 of Day 2. This is very important because the reseeding will happen now and we'll be getting ourselves new lobbies, new players. We're going to break. When we return, our analyst desk will get you set up for the rest of the day, so stay tuned. You go, come on, let's one-man this thing.
I do want to say that Prismatic... Oh, never mind!
Oh, there we
There's
go.
the Evelyn.
Evelyn 3. Could the dream be real? It can be. All right. We've heard the reviews. They've not been good. He's on the wrong side of the board.
Is it enough?
And it's going to be enough to pull it away. Taro will not take the first. JJ takes it for the time. Game 2 is done.
Welcome back, everybody, to our analysis breakdown of the 8th game that we've now had here for the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. It's been so many games I actually just lost count of where we were, but we're standing now, so I'm going to ask for something very specific here. I want you all to show off your best dance moves.
Best dance moves.
Your best dance moves. Anything.
Well, right now,
put you on the spot.
I'm hearing some disco music, so we'll just get the...
Yeah. See? Amazing.
Yeah, well, normally, see, I do this but it's very hard and healed, I will say.
Hey, it looks great.
So I'll just do like a little.
I'm more of a bachata dancer, so I like to change the step. So I'm more like.
There we go.
He's got the moves.
Well, I can't follow that up.
No, but you have to though.
Yeah,
you can't ask us and
what's
then
your
not
move?
go.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on.
Well, I like to do like a little this. You know, I like to. Yeah.
Perfect. That's great.
Yeah,
it's cute. I love it.
We're so good at
We
this.
can teach each other.
Yeah, please teach us how to
Please.
dance like that.
For
I
sure.
think I have 2 left feet, but I'd love to learn from you as well as these players, because this ended up being an incredibly interesting game. Right off the bat, comes down to the portal choice, where basically every single player in the lobby wants to end up going to that prismatic finale, and you go once man's everybody.
Yeah, we end up on Spatula instead, and as you can see, everybody's kind of got these emblems slammed down because that's, what you get with it. And a lot of the strong ones that you want to see are things like 8-bit. Lichian didn't even get a chance to play that 8-bit Ribbon, which is one of the highest cap boards in the game, but not able to ever get that emblem online. Outside of that, true damage compositions can cap out extra high when you're able to get that emblem, because true damage Ari or true damage Caitlyn are both incredibly strong units.
Yeah, for sure. We're in a meta that we already know 2 costs. Reroll is strong, so Senna with the True Damage Spot, Seraphine with the KD, Cheche with the Pentakit Skull, going for the KL3, then remembering his roots with the Augment, remembering Latam, getting the first place was actually amazing.
Well, having that cool pack player in your lobby does tell you one thing, though. You kind of want to smash him down, right? As soon as somebody locks that in, 7 other players will try to play as strong of an early game as they can, and that's exactly what happened, specifically from the 2 Japanese players in this lobby, both of them going for those 1-cost rerolls. Unfortunately, didn't work out for Mai, but really, really great game from Taro, finding that Lucian at the end there to really capitalize off of that comp and getting that 2nd place.
And you can't forget about HSK and the pivot that happened there as well. Got the Evelyn 3 online and then was able to find an even better headliner after that.
Yeah, it was not easy at all. He had to play first with the Evelyn, then he transitioned on level 8, going for the hardstyle. He already had the spat, and he actually was a good transition. No one was going for that line, and he got a good fork with it.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much reroll that Zed became open. Ezreal was actually also very, very open within this line, so HSK recognizing that ends up being the best lane to go into, finds Zed very quickly. He didn't even have to have that much gold for the roll down. He just was able to find Zed and then later on stabilize around his duplicator.
Well, there was another player in this lobby that did actually have a lot of gold to work with as well, just playing from a really good tempo position, and that was Dish Soap that ended up having that center reroll.
Yeah, on stage 4, Dish Soap was actually willing to sacrifice a lot of HP because his early game was so good. He ended up sacrificing about 30 health just to have extra gold to roll down and hit everything.
And after that unfortunate game from Volta that we just saw with that Lulu last stand not really working out, he finds himself in a tough position there at the bottom of the standings. Also really rough finish for the other players that you are seeing down there. But
oh my god.
NA!
No.
What are you feeding these guys? Degree with another first place?
I think Degree ate his opponents in his lobby for breakfast because where he's playing right now is very early.
I mean, you said, what, 60 points is usually gets you into top 8? We've got 4 games left, and he needs 6 points to hit that threshold.
Yeah.
I'm glad someone's keeping track of the number of games we have left, but it's starting to get tough for our players that are not necessarily getting towards those point cutoffs. So with those 4 games left and this break coming up, we're reseeding the lobby, so maybe a fresh start for some of those players that are still looking to get in on the action. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with day number 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. three of us went through a portal, and now we're here behind the casting desk. We have got myself, Makes, and Jupe to bring us through this next game. You're having a lot of fun. What is some of your favorite music to listen
Amazing.
to?
I'm more a Latin listener, so
Yeah.
salsa, bachata, but also ballroom dancing. I like the classics, some waltz, foxtrot, quickstep, so very high variety. In fact.
So that's where you got those dance moves from.
From life. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just say from life.
I wish we had that skill to listen to that type of music and then just become that type of dancer.
Actually, I'm very tall, and it wasn't easy for me dancing. I just liked it so much that I just did it for a long time, and it was a moment that it was easier. So if you like it, you can do it.
Actually, a good point, because if you do something a lot and you like it a lot, you can become a pro like our players.
That is so true. A lot of these players have been at the TFT stage for quite some time, but when you actually take a look at the overall field of competitors, we see a lot of players here that it's their very first time competing at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely right. Specifically this time around, I feel like in the World Championship, we're seeing so many new faces and a lot of, we were calling them hero players, right? Players who have been kind of the heart of their communities for a very long time and are now making a showing at the biggest competition that TFT has to offer.
We now have the confirmation upcoming lobby. We'll have Taro, Egi, Milala, Lechu, and Donnie, Kes, Kintian, and Weird. So we're expecting to see more Weird things from Weird, the only one with a top 3 with the disco comp. Last, I know Mates is not your favorite, but I think it's a possibility to see it again.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, we've got some split feelings here on the desk about the disco comp, but there's not too many split feelings about the portal that these players want to play. The only difference is Malala may be baiting us a little bit on whether or not we actually want to see the showtime, but it feels like everybody looks at Radiant Blessing and
Can
just
we
says,
get
yeah.
one guide again is
Maybe.
the big question. Lechuin for sure trying here to turn that lobby his way, but it is going to be the Radiant Blessing.
So now we're going to start with this. Milala, I remember him, I saw him in Vegas. Normally he was think about like a calm guy, but in Vegas he actually showed much emotion. He was very happy. He was actually going throughout the places in the same group as Degree. Also, Relic is working in that group. So I think the collaboration meta has started in this set, not only between the groups and study group, but also in a more fuller around, going and studying other regions and even implementing, a more conjoined group together.
Even before regionals this time, we had a couple of players from EMEA actually pairing up with some of the N8 players, which I thought was a really, really cool development leading up to our regional finals, that you already are getting out there and you're trying to kind of find a new perspective other than what you've seen in your region thus far.
It is really cool to hear about that international collaboration. I think that was something, as you're saying, Jupe, got sparked at the Vegas Open with all of these players getting a chance to meet each other in person for the first time and drawing some inspiration from that community aspect. But wow, I think you might be getting what you asked for. Jupe Makes maybe not so much.
This is great because, okay, let's be serious. For one little second, let's be serious. Disco has a great early game. It's very difficult, and that's it. Well, and there's a universe that Weir has founded where the comp actually gets better when you get early level 8 with the TFT, with the Blitzcrank, and then go for more cap composition with LIOE and with the rest of the comp.
So,
mainly 6.
Do you feel like any of that is in any way enabled by the fact that they've got Radiant Blessing, something that does help give you a stimmy when you're at that
It
40
helps, but it also helps the rest. So actually, it started to balance out.
I think if you're already playing a not so strong comp, you kind of don't want to see other players find that Radiant item.
For sure.
We are going to be looking at silver augments come on through here for players. You were saying it yesterday, Jupe. A lot of the prismatics are generally known as, game changing, game transforming, but there are some silver augments that truly have a little bit of that potential.
For sure. Now, in the reroll meta, we're seeing a lot of duplicators. We are seeing in the Hearthstone meta a lot of players going for extra HP. So we're seeing 3 of them. We're seeing vampirism also. So either gold generation, looking for the possibility of getting that additional unit that you will need for the reroll, or simply going for a high cap augment such as vampirism.
So what do you feel about Stim Pack here?
It's almost the same. It's like you want to go for like lose. It doesn't matter if you lose. You want to go for hardstyle. So it doesn't matter if you lose. When you cap out, when you get the additional resources, you will be like amazing. So maybe the early game won't be the best with this augment. Some of them, Malala, maybe Quintam, will try to go for the win streak, but actually the augment doesn't give you combat power. It doesn't give you the possibility to win goal if you win.
Yeah, I think so too. I think specifically with knowing there's going to be a Radiant later down the line, picking something else up that's going to give you another buff later down the line is just trying to play for the strongest late game comp, which surely is the same trajectory that we are seeing for those Heartsteel boards, and everybody seems to love Heartsteel.
Well, I was going to make a point about Eggy actually maybe looking for a reroll comp holding on to something like the Senate and the Kale, but now that you have found this Echo in your front line, we saw Eggy sell off a bunch of units there to try to make that 10 gold.
We were talking about this, like the possibility of using not only Senna as a possibility, but using the super fans and then see what the games give you. So he's not compromising items, still not the best item, maybe a one tank item as a possibility, but he will stay. The lobby won't be as strong so far because of the augment. So let's wait and see what's the best path to approach.
We were talking about how some of the items are slammable, specifically if you're staying open to the Senna Seraphine line because of the units and items that they share, like the Gnasher's Tooth, for example. So if you can, kind of quoting Skipaeus from this morning, if you can identify what these units like, then slamming those early items can be really beneficial to that HP preservation. That is so important.
I mean, this is a great example, right? You've got the Even Shroud already slammed onto the Olaf, which opens you up to so many possibilities playing through that 80 line, when that is just a great tank item to open up for this Urgot that's behind it.
Yeah, for sure. Urgot is the unit you want to see in the early game. You want to see Punk, you want to see Urgot, the buy, the Urgot, or the Disco as a possibility only in the early game. But actually, Cass will try to transition and get Heartsteel on round 3. That's why he's holding the Casante, trying to look for a natural new headliner and make the change.
Would like that, of course, but I think what we're running right now for Cass is actually pretty good. You're 1 unit away from being able to slot in country to give you even more bodies on the field, and notably this is a very strong early game board that can do a lot for you, but running into Lechuan, who of course is a little bit stronger here. I'm not sure whose way it's gonna go. In the back time, we are going to be looking at those win streaks, and both of them would like to continue that one.
Both, of course, Lechuan and himself going for the possibility of Heartsteel. Lechuan also more closer, right? He already has the Aphelios, he already has the Jinx, also has a possibility of rapid fire in the back. And now we're starting with the first carousel. We've seen a Lulu. Lulu has made like a real comeback in usability in the meta, not only with hologram, but also as a comp that can actually be used if other people are re-rolling for 3 costs.
I know you're a huge fan of Lulu Necra, but I do want to point out that Xingqian and Malala, who are both on the spoils, were both able to get those early wins in, which is just so good, kind of playing around that augment and capitalizing off of that, which you really love to see.
And you actually saw Malala level up to 5 as the earliest player to do so in this lobby, so trying to preserve that win streak and make sure he can continue to capitalize on that board strength.
Malala now here also playing it safe for now with good comp. Nothing like totally secure. I think he's rolling the Punk. Yeah, he's rolling the Punk since early, but he hasn't got a lot of units. He has only a pair of buy. He has a Jinx 2. So I don't know.
Diego showing up here
Diego
on 2-5.
Maybe uncomfortable for him to place right now. He's already level 5. So yeah, it's like it's a little of an uncomfortable spot. He wants to go for the tempo, but actually the units are not helping him.
Good matchup for Malala. Had also Xingqian in the match pool, so both of the win streakers still need to face each other, of course, but you're very happy to run into other players as your chances are a little bit more likely to actually come through and maintain that win streak.
Yeah, I mean, this Evelyn is just going to be jumping into the back line. And you can see that Eggy is one of those players that might have this KDA board on now, but who knows what he's going to go for down the road.
Yeah, I agree. We saw Eggy earlier on with the Seraphine, tends to play down these AP lines, but if you're looking right now, you can see what a beast Olaf can be. and Xingtian actually losing that win streak there.
Yeah, and getting early, the Seraphine is good for him. It's like he doesn't have like the best, the most amount of copy. Normally you want like the natural guns and then the Seraphine, but the fact that he gets it now and he already knows what he wants to play, he can go for the items, the ideal one. The rest of the lobby will know that he wants to play that. Meanwhile, Lechuen already with the 3 heart steal with good possibilities, not mattering that much if he wins or if he loses, but actually he's been saving a lot of HP.
And that's bad news for Eggy and Taro, who are also kind of eyeing that Seraphine, thinking about that line. One player already on the headliner plus another copy always tells you that you might be doing a little bit of hand-holding, and you'll try to stay away from that unless you really think your spot is good.
Wow. We'll talk about some firepower here. Kess has found a spot to be able to put in a second Urgot, and that with the bow. What does that kind of speak to you, Hulpe, of where he might go?
Yeah, I think there's only one thing better than an early Urgot is 2 early Urgots. Because it's amazing, because when you got a 2-star, obviously it's better, but the actual strength that the unit itself has is good. As Mate was saying, he could use Country in the early. We haven't seen Country as a comp for the Legend unless you get the early Spat. And also when the Spat comes, it hasn't got the best result, but Country, especially Urgot, has been one of the best transitions to later go to an AD flex line.
I do want to say that with more and more crabs approaching, I feel like there's been some news around the TFT socials to do with Crab Rave. Maybe we're just getting in the mood for that for Kess.
I think you might be right about that one. Maybe Weird's also kind of getting in the groove when it comes to some of those dance moves. Has had the Spore Disco online for a while, but in fact he's able to slot in a second copy of the Nami, so looking to be able to push those levels and find either that Blitzcrank or that TF to replace her.
The reroll Nami was used, but very, very early in the set. Now we haven't seen it because actually the power of the boards itself, they have a lot of AoE targeting, so Nami is actually not working. But the CC is very useful, especially in the early game. So now he's trying to think for another. The atomization is making for a possibility for him to stay with Disco. And now Donnie with the board, getting a good transitional board. We haven't seen makes the super bard like that line, because we haven't seen that gas. I don't think we'll see it, but it will be like a possibility here.
It is a possibility. It's not the strongest. We were talking about that earlier, but you're pointing out the Sennas that are on the board for Donnie here. I just saw a Senna 2 pop up for Eggy, and we were speaking about how that is a player that was on the Seraphine line, clearly recognizing that, oh, somebody else is also looking at that Seraphine. I'll go for the other 2 costs because of how they share units.
Well, in the previous game that we saw from Eggy earlier today, we did see that, like, okay, Eggy was actually playing around a couple of different lines of that reroll, but was keeping himself open in order to exactly that. Find the one that was more open and less contested. Those items can slot into both of those rerolls.
Now we start with the second selection of Almen. We have gold and some interesting Almen. We're trying to go for combat here, trying to go for actually the comp we're going to play. Combat caster available for Eggy as a possibility. He says to roll it down. So Vampirism confirmed for Donnie, Contagion also for Quintian, and Harmasis for Lechuen. We have Best Friends also for Taro, and Healing Orbs. Great Almen for the Senna, now going for Eggy.
Looking at Weird, he is on that Disco line right now. Is that really where we want to go? Has a couple of options and really thinking about it, same as Kess. All rerolls already out, and it is going to be You Have My Bow for Weird.
Ooh.
Yeah. Finally, not today for Kess. Normally an Almen you want to use in, it could be used in set, but normally it's used in Yasuo. So maybe he will keep that Hearthstone line, not forcing the level 9, but actually stabilizing deep on level 7, looking to work for that actual composition. Now he's still on the country line, so let's see how he matures that into something that uses better the Almen he has.
Looking at all of those Augments, there's one that kind of stands out to me that's a little bit, I would say all of them are pretty generic, but one stands out, and that is not today on the side of Kess. We were talking about the multitude of crabs on that board, not today, now being slammed, or well, Edge of Night now being slammed on the Urgot as well. Really nice little augment for anything that's around that AD line.
Yeah, you can use that on so many different units. I think that one that really sticks out to me is something like the Zed. So even if you're going to be going to the country now, you have the opportunity to flex in some of these more high value units a little bit later on, especially if you can get so lucky to maybe find another Edge of Night off of the carousel.
Ooh, interesting. Taro here still has those duplicators, of course. We're getting really close. Needs 2 more copies of the Seraphine to make that dream come alive and play some joyous music for us with the reroll line. Front line is looking decent, I would say, for now. We are actually going to play both of the Seraphines just for now.
Yes, for sure. He already has the Mordekaiser too. Normally we need the Echo, but this Mord will actually hold the items for the Echo until we get him. And now he's facing Quintan, who has a Gnar, a headliner for now, with good items actually. So he's trying also to go for this line. I think we could have 2 players going for the Seraphine. This is not good news for them, but maybe one could pivot out. As we were saying, the items can be somewhat flexible, so they can pick whatever they want in case they see someone that has already an advantage, a leverage on it.
Actually, Xingtian, who we are seeing on the other side, was the player that had the Seraphine headliner earlier, so clearly backing out of that line and saying, okay, Taro, I guess you have it, you have those duplicators, I don't want to play this game.
And you could, in theory, transition into something else like a Lulu reroll. You could also go for just some of those higher cap boards with the Arya Kali or just any other of those 4 costs in the KDA. And as we get into the carousel, maybe we can start to get a little bit more of a glimpse on what some of these players might want to go for. There's a couple of open components, but I'm really looking at some of those just gloves, I guess. Some, all, lots.
Yeah, normally I see the forecast. We saw a Viego and a Caitlyn, not the most favorite units. Now in this meta, no Zed, no Ezreal that normally amplifies and give you. Now the cash out for Leshu, and let's see what the orbs brings through him. So it's a bow, it's good. It's a good cash out. He can go for the red buff early into the Ezreal that he will try to use, and he's trying to hold the items. Maybe he can do a Hush, but the win streak doesn't do anything for him, so he will try to greed. He will throw the blue buff or the Infinity Edge.
Checking in with Kess, currently on 6 wins. You were saying it, what's better than 1, Urgot? It's 2, and that seems exactly to be the case. As we are moving through boards, though, we are seeing Xingtian yet again with a new headliner. Seems like every time this board pops up, we're running something different. This time around, it's going to be the Katarina. Not sure if Country or Crowd Diver. Surely there's a Hecarim, but there is a bunch of copies in the back as well.
I think that does
doing
mean
too
that
well,
it's
though.
Country. I'm looking at the Hecarim, I'm looking at what's on the board, and I think, sadly, we are seeing the Katarina that is not as good as what we normally see with the Crowd Diver variant.
Yeah, for sure. It can have good performance in the mid game when actually you want to go for an additional tank or a little more resistance to scale on the Crowd Diver. But as you say, it's exactly like a Necra. You need the Crowd Diver to be able to expand into that line in the vertical way. Try to go for 6 and pick if you want 4, you want 6, and you're able to get more units in.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. Only a Thresh there, no other Country units. That means we're on the Country line, like you said, Necra, and I personally hate this.
You were saying you liked the little bit of the blade dance, but I don't think it was
love
the Country
Katarina, don't get me wrong. Dagger throwing, 2 costs, I'm in love. But Country, arguably much worse than the Crowd Diver, and even the Crowd Diver we haven't seen do too well on the back of needing that set that all of the Heartsteel players want.
Yeah, and there's quite a few players that could very well opt for a line like that. I think even if you look at Donnie's board, it's a little funky right now, but you still have the opportunity to maybe pivot later. But I think at this point, you are hoping for something like the Senna, but the board is not bad now. And I think that if Xingtian can continue to work with maybe getting a couple more wins under his belt and stabilize, then you can transition to something a little bit better later on.
Yes, for sure. 3 players at least going for the 3-star line, the 2 cost. So they're actually waiting because they don't have much money, much economy, for the others to roll down and then get some of those units out of the pool, and then they will do the roll down. They cannot wait too much because now the Heartsteel players will start to pop off on round 4-1 and 4-2.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of an upgrade here from the Wolves, but just taking stake of the lobby, like you said, loads and loads of 2 costs. And we're checking back in with Taro, who unfortunately is in the same position that we saw him in earlier.
Yeah, not enough Seraphines, which does not feel good, especially when you are missing out on the headliner in order to just be able to finish that off.
Yeah, he's the only one he needs, so he has the 6. He needs to hit. He needs to be a little lucky, but the goal is not by his side, and he has to hit now. If not, he will be imprisoned in this level, and it will be very difficult to step ahead from it.
Everything about this, to me, is really, really tragic because you do have those 2 duplicators you picked up from that first augment. You're basically playing without this augment for the entire time. Now, you cannot even use that on the Seraphine to make that 3-star come online because you are looking for the headliners. So really, there's a lot here that's kind of not going Taro's way, and it is reflected in the HP totals as he falls more and more.
And the fact that he kind of panic-picked the Vex just to have a headliner in play with those super fans online. Taking a look at Eggy, guess what? Well, when we ended up seeing Eggy try to go for something like this in a reroll, it's not going to be that anymore. It's back to the KDA, back to specifically the Spellweavers with the Lulu reroll.
Yeah, the Lulu, we're happy to see her again. Is one of the surprises of the tournament. Normally played, but not that much. And Malala going for this kill line. And he already had 6, so he will need more, but he has a lot of gold now entering to the final augment selection.
What's actually really interesting about Malala's board is when we checked in, he had just made a pivot when he was actually looking at the PvE round, but everything was 1-star.
Yeah.
It wasn't a strong board, and he didn't have many copies of the KO on the bench. He's really hoping to hit here, but the economy is low in this lobby, as you said.
We are seeing some interesting augments being picked up there. We were just talking about Eggy and the Spellweavers now also playing Race the Tempo to enable that even more and get those casts out there. But holding those Seraphines must be so annoying to Taro, who just cannot catch a break in this lobby.
I like a lot the Juke Walnut from Weir. It's like my best combat augment, actually giving the possibility of having multiple characters enhance the damage. So let's see if it's good for him. He actually decides to stay on the line of Disco for now. And let's see if he's able to stabilize, or only the early game will be good for him. Now Donnie versus Taro. A good placement. Still, no one has hit the 2-cost 3-star yet. No player has them, so they're all very close.
1 copy on Donnie not being able to find that Senna 3, but as you're pointing out, Necra, somebody else has found that 3-star.
I think we were just waiting for that perfect moment so that everyone would go to the board and ping it. And it is going to be Chinktown who has found the Katarina 3. Is going to lock himself into this country Katarina for a while.
It's good. I like it. As Max was saying, it's not your ideal. You don't want to be in that place. I totally defend it because it's actually a good spot. And now Taro also hitting. Once someone hits, the rest is like a snowball. You start hitting again, and now only pending the Senna for the final lobby. He's trying to roll, but he's still far now. Now with Lechuen. Also with an interesting board, trying to roll at 8, but actually he didn't hit almost anything, Makes.
Yeah, Liturian still playing kind of openly, but we really need to zone in on Taro. 11 HP. That is 1 life if the fight goes hard. And that Seraphine 3 is the only thing that's standing between him and elimination. Started off day 2 with such a strong performance. If he takes an 8th here, it would be really, really bad. And that Seraphine is trying, get some casts off in the backline, and is supported by that Echo standing so strong for so long, but it's not going to be enough as everything collapses onto that Seraphine. I don't think she can do it.
She's trying, she's healing, she has a dream. He's going there. Hey, only left with the Senna. I see it is enough.
There we go.
The
Everyone was on board, though. Did you see that? Everyone was there for the party to see if they were needing to give Taro a farewell.
Best friends doing the difference there for the Seraphine, not only giving speed, but also giving the additional armor and a possibility of a spat. Here, not much players can use it. Maybe an additional true damage for the Senna could be interesting. And finally, is Taro or Donnie who got it?
It's Donnie,
Yes.
yeah. Donnie picked it up. Does not have the option to slam true damage from everything we're seeing here, but could be interesting nonetheless.
Yes, for sure. Let's see. Donnie has an open rod, so it could be KDA. We have to see the board to see the possibility of him slamming something. Here it is. It's Donnie. So yes, he could go for the KDA. We've been talking about this. The possibility of not using the additional KDA in this spot. I know, but he goes for the true damage. So
He
it's
got
better.
the stimmy pack there
online, and that gave him a BF sword hand-delivered straight away. I think he was even open to that KDA line, but got boxed out.
He did, and unfortunately is still missing out on that Senna 3. Everybody else has started to hit those 3-star 2 costs, one of which is Malala, who did finally get that KO3 online after making that pivot a little bit earlier. But Donnie is on the ropes.
Yeah, Eggy for the other side, going for the Lulu, but actually very far. Many people going for 2 costs. He's the only one going for the 3 costs, so it will be much difficult for him. I think he's trying only to win round, lose for the less possible. And if the game, the gods of TFT is more dog is listening, maybe he can give a help here and try to get those Lulu as fast as possible.
I think the big thing is that there's so many 2-cost rerolls in here that if you are looking for 3 costs, it's actually going to be harder because not many people are buying them out. Whereas I'm really surprised that Senna 3 hasn't actually naturally come around to Donnie, just seems to be completely avoiding him. But checking in with Weird, 32 HP, currently 2nd overall as a Seraphine 3 pops up for Eggy. I'm still not sold on the disco. I'm sorry. I know we saw Weird do it yesterday, but I think it's highly, and I cannot overstate this, highly conditional.
For sure. It's not a good spot. He has a little front line. It's fine. The augments are good. But in this stage of the game, 4-6, he wants to have the Twisted Fate 2. He wants to stop dreaming of going on level 9, and it's not the case. So actually, he will start bleeding from now on. And the Seraphine goes to the back. This is the worst enfrontation, the worst possibility of face-off for Twisted Fate. He's actually clumped up with trying to improve to get the disco ball in place, and Seraphine with just 1 ult eliminated completely all of Weird's carries.
Yeah, there is a lot of tanking going on, and that Zek slows down the fight, but in the end, it is going to be Taro who stays on top here, and we are going to be going into the Raptors for maybe some more chances. Now, nearly everybody in this lobby has hit their Stimmy pack, only Kess still open, and doing so well throughout this lobby.
Now, continuing with Eggy, he has the Seraphine still. He's looking for a secondary carry as a possibility, but he's actually 9 Kess. Also, doing the transition, he actually keeps the Urgot because he didn't find an additional headline that is good enough. He goes for the Jhin for now. So he had good legendaries, but obviously he's level 8. It's very difficult to have a 2-star. He has the Lucian, he has the Jhin, but he doesn't have the Set, he doesn't have the Ezreal. So the basic components he will need to go to 9 and then use these legendary units are not there yet.
At the very least, though, he is holding on to a bunch of copies. So you do have the pair of Zacks, you got the pair of Poppies. So if you're able to roll for anything specific here, I think that'll help you out. And this Zack headliner is not so bad in order to help just wait a little bit till you can get to that level 9.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're playing on borrowed time here, and Kess surely has a lot of it, finding a bunch of really good upgrades. That Thresh 2, that Zack headliner, like you said, Misfortune already coming online. We're getting close. A Lucian pair, really, really big. If we can transform that into the actual upgrade, we're going to have a great time. And the set is also now fully itemized. Bad news for Eggy on the other side, though.
And you're worried about that Seraphine.
Yeah, spreading the backline, trying to avoid what happened to Weird, that he was totally clumped up. He couldn't avoid it. He had the disco. He can. So spreading as much as he can the damage to be able to survive as much as possible. The Orchestra, the Maestro, is not doing enough yet. No items on this Jhin. So Kess is just trying to lose the possibility. Taro is now defeated. So we have the first top 8 with the Japanese representative.
And that's so unfortunate, but just happens when you take so long to get anything online. Found that Seraphine with 1 life left. And then one fight doesn't go your way. It's going to be the end of the line. Unfortunately, Taro experiencing that here. But checking in with Malala, I saw a naughty little Mordekaiser 3 there, Necra. What's going on?
Malala is winning the game, is maybe what is happening there, but a huge hit there for Donnie to be able to get that Senna finally online. Is it too late, though, knowing that he is so far behind the curve?
Oh my god, and we're once again, this is the face-off he doesn't want to have. Now the Seraphine again going in the backline and destroys again the 3 carries from Weird. This is bad news. He only has 1 life, so Makes, I would only say this, Makes what's right.
I mean, it's just the issue, right? Seraphine is played so much Disco is good for the early game, but if you're going to try to run it in the late game, you're running it to get to those late levels, and then you'd much rather play Legendary Flex because it's stronger than Disco. I cannot defend this comp. I'm sorry, I'm trying.
It was tough too because we saw that Weird was in this position that he rolled down a bunch of gold before he got into that final combat, and he lost everything. So it is very unfortunate to see that, but maybe players will start to learn the lesson you're trying to teach them.
Quintian, for the other hand, he already has the Katarina.
Right? That's the country Katarina. It's not the crowd diver. Does have the Kiana, though. She could be a determining factor in how this fight goes. The Zed in the backline is not going to be your secondary carry. He's just there for decoration and maybe trying to get a stun out. But really, that Kiana needs to do some heavy lifting to try and enable that Katarina positioning is good. Kara is staying safe there, and the Seraphine is under pressure enough for Qingtian to actually stay in here.
For sure, opening the line for the Katarina to access quickly to the Seraphine, and good victory here for Quintine. We're talking about the Katarina that is not the best comp to go for further levels or to get a win condition, but actually getting the Kiana, as you say, makes is that win condition. Is that additional possibility of having a secondary carry that here hits it above.
Kess, 2 copies of Lucian, not able to get that Lucian that was open there. We're going to have to check in with that board. Actually, he has it upgraded, so found the Lucian and still finds himself with a back against the wall with 6 HP.
Is that board going to be strong enough? I think that's the biggest question here, is you get a chance to spread everything out when you're looking at specific matchups you're not wanting to hit, but then you take a look at Eggy, who just hit an Ari too. And there's just so many other big upgrades coming online for not only all of our reroll players, but all of our 80 Flex players.
I like what I'm seeing from Lechuen. This didn't hit the normal headliners that you want for this comp, but he makes a good adjustment. He's playing the Pentakill Viego. He already had the Mordekaiser, so it's good for him. And actually, he now can use the legendary units that the game provided to him.
And I think the big storyline is whoever Malala faces is going to be in for a rough time. We saw the board earlier for a split second. We have a Mordekaiser 3, a Kale 3, and a Yorick online there, and that's just going to be the boogeyman in this lobby. We'll see who between Qingtian and Kess is actually going to take a loss here. For now, the Lucian helping, doing some heavy lifting from the backline. That will not be enough for Qingtian and the country Katarina.
Not possible for the Katarina to face the Poppy. My actually favorite epic in the world, and Weir with the Disco line, he has been defeated in the 7th place. So we have now confirmation of Taro and Weir, Quintian and Eggy, both with Kess with only 1 digit of HP. So it could be also the last round for them.
I'm worried about what you can do here if you are Qingtian in order to kind of find that next cap. You were able to get a Yone, so you can replace the 1-star Zed for now and just be able to have that bit of a better crowd diver unit. And we have seen the Katarina be able to get that work done before, but everybody on your screen right now is going to have that 1 life left.
On the right-hand side, you're seeing Qingtian go up there against the 80 Flex Caitlyn that we were talking about earlier on, and it is an absolute massacre being knifed down. Kara cannot do anything there. Left-hand side, same storyline. Eggy, unfortunately going out, minus HP are actually going to count as we're losing more players. Kess also out, 3 players gone.
So now we have the podium, Donnie, Lechuen, Milala. Donnie, very, very strong. He has the double tank that is normally was lacking in the composition of true damage. He has the Senna 2, he has the Ari true damage, the Senna 3. So he has all the win conditions he needs. He can only now dream for going to level 9, getting a Quillana, but actually the base of the comp, what you're looking for is exactly there. So he and Milala, I think, are the favorites, given the space of the comp that they have.
I think what's really great about Malala's position right now is how early that Mordekaiser 3 had come online. You take a look at the way that it's itemized as well. It's got the double Steadfast Heart as well as that burning cloak. So it just helps to be able to stem some of the bleeding that others' compositions would want to be able to put down.
And you're looking at Lechuen here, who's really trying to build the most optimal board around the legendary units that have been found thus far. Really
unsatisfying to see that Lucian one, to see that 6 one. If you can upgrade them, even the Alawi and Yorick one in the front line, it's just a little bit of everything, but not very big. And there are some heavy matchups coming through. Left-hand side, you're seeing Malala go up against the Ghost. On the right-hand side, Luchuyan is actually fighting Donnie.
He's trying to go for it, finding Donnie. Donnie gets a big hit, but no, it's Lechuan. It's Lechuan who gets the loss. So one more life there for him. Only 8 HP. Donnie also with 24. And Malala, he has the win streak. He's too strong. As you were saying, Necra, the Mordekaiser normally is the high win consistency. It's the win more of the comp. He had it early, so this win streak is great for him.
I mean, Yorick too as well. Now there's a bunch of Yorick that are out of the pool here for Luchuyan to try to find that upgrade as well. But I'm also looking at Donnie as just such a strong contender. But they take stock of Malala's board right now, right? that was a very high cap board.
Yeah, and we're once again seeing some Ghost matchups. It is going to be Luchuyan on the left-hand side who's going up against Malala's Ghost. A chance that he can maybe beat that board. Right-hand side, Donnie and Malala both are still in contention. Both have enough HP, even if the loss for Donnie comes around. But of course, he would very much like to stop that win streak from happening. Left-hand side, though, Luchuyan getting knocked out in third.
I think it's a great first for Lechuan. He's the one that had the most difficult. It was actually a very complex game for him, going for the Viego pentakill line when playing hardstyle, trying to stabilize, penalizing the rest of the lobby, and then trying to go for the high roll level 9. Great play from him.
I'm looking now at how Malala and Donnie are going to start to position to make sure that their headliner and their 3 costs stay safe. Because the way that Malala has his positioning right now, you're really hoping that you're going to be able to catch it so that this Mordekaiser is going to be right in the front of that Kayle to soak up as much damage to allow her to ramp up.
And Donnie is on 13 HP. Can he beat this board? The Mordekaiser is a giant wall, and you're allowing that Kayle in the backline to scale up. But the Ahri and the Senna, they're stronger. They're going to come through. They're going to serve another loss to Malala there, who's also down on economy. Can this carousel give him anything to change this trajectory?
There doesn't seem to be anything like highly potentially Malala going for the KDA and Donnie going for the additional damage he might need to break that Mordekaiser. Gaining this Giant Slayer could mean that the Mordekaiser could go down much quicker, and this could be the difference to ensure the victory. Malala already with more HP, but with the greater tempo is Donnie.
We're seeing that tempo, but I want to point out that the last time they faced up against each other, Malala did get the win, but barely. And so now that Donnie has snapped that streak, is it going to be another positional difference? We see that Kayle immediately snap over to a different side, hoping that the outcome is going to be a bit different here for Malala.
Yeah, both players actually doing some positioning shenanigans last second there from Donnie, moving Senna and Ahri back to the side. And a big point is going to be if that Akali finds the Kayle. She's on the left-hand side for now, but doesn't actually get the cast off, is eliminated before, and you can kind of see that front line from Malala really collapse onto the back line, onto the Senna. Is that going to be enough? The Senna taken apart from the Kayle. One stun is not enough, but Donnie hanging in there on 2 HP.
The scaling making the difference, the Ginzor Rage Bait for the Kayle, healing the front line as much as he could. The true damage was actually penetrating really hard on the rest of the lobby, but it wasn't enough. So Malala wants the fight to last as long as possible, while Donnie wants the fight to end as soon as possible and use more the burst damage.
So look at how many different variations of Malala's board that we have just seen now. You had the Karthus KDA in there at the very back to help soften up those targets, but has now made an adjustment here to include this Lucian and this Bard.
I really love the positioning from Malala there. Look at where the Mordekaiser is. He does not get into the play right away. It's all the other units that are going to get a little bit of firepower at first, but he's actually just completely sniped there as all 3 backline units find him first. Does it buy enough time for the Kayle? The answer is going to be yes, and Malala takes this game.
Yorick making the difference in the end game. Amazing performance by Malala. He had everything. He had the Kayle 3, he had the Mordor 3, he had the Yorick, and that was what he actually needed. The second ult from the Yori gave him the goal. The goal gained enough time for the kill to make it happen.
But Donnie had some impressive board preservation as well. This was a player that we saw that was kind of knocking at the door of elimination, but was able to find some huge upgrades in terms of the 2-star Ari. You saw the true damage spatula on her as well, so that was a really great way to just make sure that we saw some amazing synergies there. But we are going to save the rest of that analysis for, of course, the desk that's going to break that down in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, because we are still watching the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Hey, only left with the Senna. I see it is enough.
There we go.
The
Everyone
BP.
was on board, though. Did you see that? Everyone was there for the party to see if they were needing to...
All three backline units find him first. Does it buy enough time for the Kale? The answer is going to be yes. And Malala takes this game.
Welcome back to the Remix Rumble Championship. We're here on the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Counterfeit Panda and Clement. And we got another NA victory, baby. Malala coming back. He's got it with the Kale reroll. 2 cost has been incredibly popular over the course of this tournament so far. And Kale picking up yet another win, off the back of that Mordekaiser. But I want to talk a little bit more and expand kind of the 2 costs, because there was a lot of 2 cost reroll in that lobby. So Panda, tell me a little bit about the Seraphine that we saw quite contested.
5 2-cost players overall, but the only line that was contested in the end was going to be that Seraphine. 2 players on it. Usually when a line is contested, if it's a 2-cost reroll, both players don't end up in the top 4. And unfortunately for Taro, we saw dire situation in stage 4, rolling to 0 every round to try and find the Seraphine. Couldn't do so in the end. It was an 8th place. On the flip side, Eggy, another reroll composition, a 4th place once again. Only 2 bot 4s this entire tournament, and he's been playing every single game, a 2-cost reroll, mostly Seraphine, mostly Senna, again finding success.
I want to say, even though Taro did leave us with an 8th, he did leave us with some tech as well, as he found the infusion and the blue buff on the Seraphine, allowing her to cast every 3 auto attacks. That was fun to see, but probably not the right spot to play it.
Yeah, I think maybe it just might have been a little bit too late finding the bits and pieces to come together. The front line still was very, very weak for Taro, so even though that Seraphine really got online, it just couldn't work. And I think, another thing that I want to look at is the Katarina, right? We had the Katarina reroll come through. Once again, going 6th or worse. The stats have been very terrible for this. Is there any kind of defense of it, David?
The biggest problem, I think, has been the amount of Heartsteel, the amount of Zeds taken out of the pool. Even if you hit Katarina 3, perfect items, things like Gift from the Fallen, Idealism, great augments, you need that secondary carry to get consistent results in stage 4, 5, and 6 especially. And most of the boards we've seen from crowd divers that are in the bot 4 don't happen to have a Zed. In the case of Xingtian, he only had a Zed1. They don't want to switch out the Yone in that case, and you just don't have enough firepower.
All right, well, I want to talk about some augments that can give you a lot of firepower throughout the game. We've seen it very popular in Silver Choices on 2-1 Spoils of War, and we also saw Stim Pack in this game, so 2 different ways to get a lot of extra resources from the Silver Augment. And Peter, why don't you walk me through how some of these players were able to find success?
Well, I mean, because we were existing in a lobby with a Radiant Blessing, kind of functioning as its own kind of stim pack. Our players, I think, were very motivated to try and find that from the beginning, kind of like really put the 2 augments up against each other. As Gangly was pointing out in the green room, all of those players who chose Spoil the War, all the stim pack, all ended up in the top 6. But honestly, the one that surprised me the most was Kez sort of deviating from that game plan. Even with the stim pack, still deciding to go, you know what, I'm going to win streak. I don't care about the blessing. I don't care about the stim pack. I don't need them.
I want to add a huge reason that the Spoils of War is so good is because it can actually give you duplicator orbs. The small ones really works into the 2-cost reroll plan, and it could actually give you them on stage 2. I have seen them really rarely before.
All right, well, I mean, a lot of duplicators can make a ton happen, but let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. Looking at the bottom half here, what is immediately standing out?
Unfortunately, Kokaken still in that very last position, has to maybe try and fight for these last 3 games to have a bit of a climb there, play for that prize pool.
I'm seeing Caitlin just on the break there, and Mia, who getting the good results off the previous game. Again, I'm really looking here at this point, getting close to the end of day 2 to see the players who are positioning themselves to try and make a leap up the table.
I think this is the point where you start counting your points and adding 24 to them to see if you can hit 60 and get into the finals. I think the cutoff, if we came off of day 1, might be around 62.
Yeah, and still, NA kind of on top, right? Weird, having some struggles, playing a little Disco. I don't know why he's doing that. Disco Nuno running it down, but we look at the rest here in Degree. Not a first this time, but another top 4.
And Skipaeus slowly climbing from a 7th place to start the day, slowly inching his way up that mountain, maybe trying to reach Degree, although Degree has been playing lights out the entire start of this day too.
I do want to point out, just before the standings run away from us, how close it is from 8th place and below.
Oh yeah.
I think we're really well set up for the back half of the day to see some big switches happening.
I have to give a shout out to Saka because we didn't see him play any TFT until the tournament right here. So him still following up his Runeterra's Reforged with a top 4 right now is pretty impressive, and he's the biggest enigma.
Well, as Clement said, right, you got to add up to 24. 3 games to go before we lock in that top 8. Very excited to continue to get towards that direction. As we've got our casters ready for the game, we'll send it over to them for game number 4 of the Remix Rumble Championship.
Thank you so much, Dusk. It's great to be back here to take us through another game of action at the TFT World Championships. And those standings, oh my goodness. I was really looking at that second page and thinking about how many players were actually making a comeback. I think you'd be excited to see what's happening in EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big storyline that always hurts me day 2 is some players will have to be eliminated, and I just don't like that. I want all of them to win.
What I like is the stage that we are right now. Day 2, several still have the chance to pass, but they need top 1. Like 3 top 1s, 1 top 1, 1 top 2. Maybe only the top 3 are in a great position. So now we're going to see the hardstyle fiesta, unless obviously you have like a Senna that we are seeing that is the like the most prio in the game. But for sure, I believe is the total fiesta, the craziness of the hardstyle that we will see now.
So what I'm wondering though is that when you take a look at the statistics we had earlier on today at Top of Show, when we saw those 80 flex boards that were separated out from those giant legendary caps, what's the difference here? Because we saw some players that were able to get that early hardstyle start, not necessarily be able to actually pivot that into one of those big legendary boards. But where's your take on that?
We're seeing in this lobby, we have seen it on this shop and we have seen it on 60 seconds. Both have got a very, very stable level 8 and then try to go rapidly to level 9 when they know that the tempo is enough. They have like the perfect balance on spending gold and stabilizing their composition to later go to level 9 and pivot to the legendary board. Now the possibilities for the new portal, I believe, I want to wish that more are going for volatility, but for now, Prismatic Final and Champion Delivery.
We saw Coca Can there in the middle doing El Poreo, and you didn't even talk about it. Come on, Rupe. But I do want to give a shout out to Bintum and Coca Can both, who both are predicted to not be able to make it anymore based on the tiebreakers. So shout out to them. They're in this lobby, of course, because that's how we're seeding, but they will not be able to make it to day 3.
And that's what we've been talking about, right? Is we're over 75% of the games that these players get to play in order to break into that top 8. So this is where the going gets really tough. And while they might be mathematically eliminated, we still have 6 players that are giving it everything they've got.
For sure. And the fact that they don't have anything to play for, between quotes, it makes them play more safe. So more safe or in their mental. So Coca-Ken can now really show his game. He has done it in the carousel dancing with the Poro. And I believe even though he hasn't had the best tournament, he will now perform even better.
But don't forget, we still have $450,000 of prizing that these players get to play for. And while you would be eliminated from that final lobby where the grand prize is $150,000, you still have thousands that you get to play for every single one of these games.
I think the analyst desk handled this as well as we were getting ready for this game, but I do just want to quickly point out, as we are on this board, the Degree with 59 points and 3 more games to go. Pretty much very, very safe. And somehow yet he does it again, Necra. What's going on here with these hardstyles?
What is happening? And you know what's amazing about Degree's spot? And I'm just going to cover it again because I think this is a player in North America that people had lower expectations for than the rest of the NA representatives coming into the World Championships. And the fact that he's gotten first places with 80 flex boards with these hardstyle starts speaks volumes to how much practice he has really put in to making those kinds of starts work for him.
And now we see a little the augment selection roots. Remember your roots for Dunisani. And this is an augment that you normally want to play in KDA, and he has the playoff to do it by far. And now Ryu also going for the meditation, trying to go for that speed of using the economy to elevate the level. And this is one of my favorites. Coca-Ken using Stars Are Born, an augment that popularized when the Caitlyn meta was in the previous set, that you have to pick the legend. And now he will go for full tempo.
I personally love seeing what we got going there for Dish Soap. We saw his Senna earlier on and now running it back with the true damage comps. Surely something we can appreciate, although that does open him up to other players maybe contesting that line if they will.
I like what I'm seeing from Mumu. He decides to pick Too Healthy, if I'm not mistaken, and this is an augment that is actually pretty good if you actually get the position and the units, the champions that you need to place on it. So let's see if that's a possibility for him. If he managed to get at least 3 or 4 units in to get the additional health to make it healthy in a good way. Kokaken on the other side, trying to go for more of a little tempo. He have the Olaf now, maybe looking to go for a Kale reroll if he managed to get it.
And he has the Lily on the bench as well, so you can get the super fan in later, but the pentakill to start is going to be very good.
What's a shot? He gets even more. There's a Kennen,
Okay,
there's a Lilia,
okay.
there's a Nard, we have the Kale. I think we're locked in for El Mumu as well. Everything's going great.
Super fans and friends.
Right.
Super friends and friends. We've been talking about it, and also Skippy was telling the strength, of this early game. We have seen a lot of Urgot, a lot of Bai, a lot of Disco only in the early game, and obviously a lot of Hardstyle as a possibility. And now we see this super fan meta really popping up on Worlds for the possibility of hitting any 2-star 3-cost.
Checking in with some more players. We're once again seeing Kokaken on the other side. We're also seeing Dooney Zuni, who's also playing around that Hardstyle, of course, with more and more players needing those high finishes, as we were saying. We're expecting more and more risky play, so even more Hardstyle, if that was even possible.
I think you're going to see a lot of these players play this Hardstyle start if they expect that the tempo is a little bit faster and might not have gotten anything strong online, and they can totally pivot out of it later. Dooney Zuni is also holding on to a couple of those superfan units, so maybe just giving him an opportunity to go for one of those Superfan and Friends compositions that we've seen so far. But 62nd, that is going to be the Hardstyle now coming online for him. And then there's the Bard. There's the Bard headliner. Thoughts?
No, I like it because he actually had the perfect setup to go for Superfans and one of their friends. But he actually decides to pivot out of that, go for Hardstyle, and go for something more capped.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but I think we need to check in with Bintum, who's currently losing pretty hard and fast. I'm not sure what that plan is, but right now we're going to see a 60-second go up against Ziyue as both of these players are trying to build out a win streak. It's not going to work out for the Bard, but I do like the Bard in early.
I like your pronunciation of Ziyue. Is it like Ziyue?
I practiced with Clement. Yeah. I will not claim that I do it right, but I try my best.
I'm not even going to try it. We're going to take a look, though, at just how these players are doing now going into the carousels. We can take a look at their compositions. And I'm seeing certainly a lot of Hardstyle, but I think it's really interesting to sort of point out what's happening at the top end here, where we've got Degree that has an opportunity to maybe take a Mosher's angle, just using the Hardstyle as some amount of economy.
Yeah, for sure. Getting the Urgot. The Urgot always gives you the flexibility, the possibility that you're safe in the early mid game, and he can go either for the Superfans or for the Hardstyle and go more for the AD flex line. Ryu or Ziyue, obviously getting there. And now the possibility for Bintum. We hadn't seen T4 so far. He was actually open 40 hard, open 40, ensuring the economy for him, 40 gold. And now, let's see, I don't know. He will have the possibility to get now a new setup, but actually it's not the best spots to be in.
That's super risky.
It is. It is very risky, and it's not something we've seen a lot of since the streaks were changed. But since you are playing for placement, you really don't have anything to lose at this point. You know you're not going to make that final lobby. You're trying your hardest to get really high finishes, and that really risky play kind of makes sense again.
And with no units on the board, and you're guaranteed to get those losses, and it's tough to be able to play consistently around all of these Hardstyle players. So by actually playing with no units on the board, you're also sort of messing up those Hardstyle cash outs too if you're running into any of those players that are trying to stack those.
On the other way, the Olaf, the Super Olaf, that's one you asked yesterday. What is the crazy comp you wanted to see?
The Super Olaf.
The Super Olaf. It's actually so good. He received like slight nerf in the last patches, so we are not seeing him much. But actually, one of my favorite units of all time in TFT. The fact that you got a chunky Viking going in the front and fighting it out. So he's still very good in the early game, and it's being shown here for El Mumu.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really, really great early game unit. We always shout out, the Vi, for example, but I think Olaf can also do heavy lifting as Zuni. Is that what I think it is? We're going to play that Garen headliner, take a page out of the book from Skipaeus earlier on. Now, the most likely scenario here is we're playing it for tempo, we're playing it to get that 8-bit in, and we're looking for a ribbon maybe later on. Now, the more unlikely, but much more fun scenario is a Garen reroll.
Yeah, I would love to see a Garen reroll. I know we've been able to see it a little bit, just sort of sparkling around on the ladder, but you really do have to just natural into a position like that.
Yeah, I love it. It's one of the comps that is like the meme that actually works. We saw it in the regional finals of Latam. It got like a fifth, so actually a good place from Cheche, actually, who's competing now at Worlds.
Sorry,
so
did you just say a fifth is a good place?
It's not bad. When you're not in a good spot and you don't get a good angle, you can say it's a good fifth.
I was hoping you'd sell me on that comp and say like, oh, it got a good place. It went second or third. You say fifth? No, we don't want to see that.
Sure. Kokaken, the other one together with Bintim with no possibilities of getting to day 3. So we actually will keep an eye on them to see what is their strategy. As you said, they could go for high risk, high reward in case to trying to go for upper levels. Or also they could play like good like Jogo Bonito. They could play like their good TFT and only trying to get good steps and maybe get a good placement to win more money of the prize pool.
Certainly all possibilities because that prize pool is enormous. But we're starting to get into the stage now where after we see the second augment choice, players are really going to start to commit to what they want to play for this game. And we're seeing Kokaken hold on to quite a few different units here. Going to bypass a Bard headliner, but has that 2-star Seraphine and a single copy of Seraphine on the bench with the Ari pickup on shop as well.
Yeah. He passed the game. He's looking out for him.
Won.
Yeah, rewarded actually. He thought about it. He got the true damage Senna. He had only one, and he said, no, I'll risk it. And he actually gets the Seraphine very early on stage 3-1.
This is super early. That's going to be making everybody else in the lobby sweat when they take a look at what just happened on this board. And 62nd is going to be getting quite a few hearts now from the loss he's about to take.
Absolutely right, but we also have augments come up next, and that could be something that changes up the lobby tempo. Notably, prismatics are still on the table. We haven't seen a whole lot of them all throughout this weekend, much to the rejoice of many players out there, and it is going to be silver once again.
Oh, we're going to prismatic one of these days. I have yet to see one in one of my lobbies, but we are getting some really nice economy augments coming through. I think when you look at some of the different choices that were already made, you do have to start to balance that out a little bit with the second augment choice.
You're a prismatic person, Necra?
I love prismatics.
Yeah.
Same
you love,
yeah,
3
I love
prismatics.
prismatics. Oh my gosh, Prismatic Symphony, my favorite. Crab Rave, the best. I love gambling whether or not I'm going to end up dying to that giant crab or not.
This is why I adore you, and rightfully so.
You're my prismatic buddy, that's for sure.
Players surely do not like them, as you were hinting to, Ruben. They're very much happier with that low quote-unquote variance of the silver augments coming through here, getting a lot of generic ones, harm assist, healing orbs, something players just really like playing, and I'm happy to report that Bintim, who we're currently looking at, has put a board together.
Yeah, for sure. He has the crab, he has the super Urgot, and he has the best itemization for Ezreal, so you are seeing an Urgot, but that's actually an Ezreal doing Urgot cosplay. It's actually very, very soon we will see the change, and now he's being totally destroyed by Kokaken, who already finds also an Ari very, very early. So, it's as I say, he has no possibility of going from day 3, and now the game's totally smiles at him.
I mean, look at the win streak that he's starting to rack up a little bit. Bintum, though, has yet to be able to snap the loss streak that he's been on since the start of this game. It is starting to look a little bit dicey, but Ziyue here is on the Aphelios that looks like it's going to be great to try to find that 5th heart steal.
I think same plan from what we saw in that previous matchup. We're looking for the Ezreal. We'll play anything as a fake stand-in Ezreal for now, i.e. a half a blue buff, and you're actually seeing both of those boards go against each other now. I will say Bintim's previous loss was a lot of it going into that very strong board that we saw from Kokaken. I think his board should be winning more rounds from here on out, and that's exactly what's happening here on the board on the back end of an Urgot.
Yes, good luck for Ziyue, also with the hard steal, so this is not the end of the world. He has 3 loss streaks, so he needs to save as much SP as possible, and Bintium is still, well, was in a 7-loss streak, and now he starts winning, but the HP is not helping it, 53 for him.
Now, it's going to be really tough when you take a look at Wolves coming up soon, but another carousel with more options. There's a Karthus and a Caitlyn up for grabs.
Both of these are kind of, you know, you don't hate them, but it's also not the Ezreal that you would have really liked. Or the Zed, for example, for at least our true damage player. We know that Dish Soap is on that line, so they're kind of, I would say, either A- or B+ tier for costs.
For sure. Even the Zac could be a good unit. It's like a premier tank now. Obviously going for the EDM line. And now, with the Faith absolutely for here for Dunison, he gets the set. He actually doesn't need it. Maybe he will save it a little for Griffin, but we're only starting round 3-5. He's actually looking for the Riven. He won't sell now. He won't pop off. He will try to wait. He knows he's pretty strong so far, so he will wait until the next round of neutral and then do a big roll down looking for the Riven.
Surely you want to wait until you're level 7 first, so go a little bit for that level. But I don't know what Kokaken did in that previous break that we had here. Found the Ahri pair right after, and now also an Alawi on board. There is Mordog's blessing, Mordog's favorite child even among us.
I think you might be right about that one. I mean, look at how the Ahris are working in tandem. This Kayle does not stand a chance. And Almumu here, really kind of wondering where he wants to go with this. How do you feel about the red buff on the Kayle there?
It's not the worst. Actually, when you have the double Ginsu, it's because you need the ramp up. And now the red buff, you have a little of AoE, so actually you can burn from the damages of the rest, avoid the healing. So I'm good. Normally, you don't see it because it's a lot of bows. You need 3 bows to go for that, but it's good. Now he needs only the healing and make sure he have a beefy tank so the Kayle has the chance to ramp up.
And that's something a lot of people have been saying about the Kayle comp, right? You need that Kayle 3, but then you also need that Mordekaiser 3. We have seen it do well without the Morde 3, though. There are a lot of ways in which you can cap this board off. Other than the Senna and the Seraphine, I feel like this is the most flexible 2-cost reroll in terms of what you can slot in late game, and it allows you to do much more. Whether you have more AP items, then you'll go even for Karthus, or if you have more AD items, you'll go for the Akali, you'll go for the Zed, you'll go for the Viego, just anything really to try and find those outs.
Yeah, you can go super vertical pentakill and really make it work out here, but we're going to be checking in on how Bintim has started to stabilize. That feels really nice here. 62nd is also going to be heading into the Wolves' face to be able to get another cash out. And the Ahri pair as well. Maybe not exactly what you want to see in terms of the units that pop out of those orbs, but it's nice for Econ.
We're getting closer for Dunizuni. Has now sold off that Garen, but hasn't found the Riven headliner just yet. This is for sure where the roll down will happen right after Wolves, so we are going to keep our eyes open for that one.
For sure, let's see if he hits. He's trying to look any chosen Riven, any headliner Riven, especially the 8-bit, to try to go for the full cap as a possibility. And he has the emblem. He decides to pop it, and he gets immediately the 8-bit emblem. So now we really want the headliner 8-bit, so we can go for the full cash out.
Finds another Riven, but down the hatch we go. How fast can you be with these rerolls? You need the headliner, you need the extra copies, and thus far, there's not so many Rivens showing up. Does he actually want to commit? Does he want to roll more? Doesn't seem like it. We're staying here.
No, because you also still have those rolling for days free shops, and he doesn't want to use them right away without that gold. He still has 60. He's not in too bad of a position, and you have so many Heartsteel players in the lobby, maybe you get lucky with who you run into.
having 4-bit or 4 8-bit is for sure a huge upgrade, but I don't think it's enough to win those fights. So you can see him even roll a little bit more while that fight goes on, recognizing that, oh, maybe I'm not as strong as I thought I was.
Yeah, he's at 53, so he has to go now the last selection of augment. They want to go for combat. They want to go for a specific augment that will help their comp, and or if not Bintium, in this case, going for the double dummy as a possibility, giving a good crowd control. Dew Lotus here for Degree, great augment for the late game. And to use the roll down, we will see...
Zuni just found that Headliner is on return, and we only need one more. Riven does go very far down, left side of your screen, right in the middle. One copy short of it, but it hasn't found it just yet.
I think he's okay. Maybe he wants to stay here. The rest of the lobby right now is also not looking like it's ultra strong, but you gotta start paying attention to some of these hard steel boards. But he doesn't want to roll too far past with this gold just yet.
Yeah, he wants to stay also here. He wants to get the core key in as soon as possible, and he wants to be able to go to level 8. So he needs to stay with some gold, trying to hit the ribbon as early as possible, but don't burn the full gold, because when he gets the 6-bit, like in a more natural way, he could go for a really top one in this round.
He could, but to get there, he needs to live first and foremost, and those losses are not really doing Zuni any favor. Speaking of, more and more players are taking damage. We have reached stage 4, and for Dish Soap, who's currently at the bottom of the standings, we haven't really seen that Senna come online just yet, that he locked himself into right from the start.
Yeah, Degree, Zuni, and Dish Soap are all on loss streaks at the moment, where on the flip side of things, you got Zuyue and Kokaken, who are still win streaking through the stage. There's the Riven, though, and maybe Zuni can start to turn this around.
Great spot. Now he needs to eliminate the possibility of crowd control. He actually needs that a lot. Only 2 items for the Riven, and now he faces off with a board of Hardsteel in mid stakes. So a good area, good front line, still missing the set, and I think it's enough for the Riven. Let's see her play with this comp.
We can look at the Zag. It's bouncing around, but with this Riven, it is going to get stunned without that QSS available. So it feels so bad to see this 3-star Riven come online and not be able to get through the front line as quickly as you might like it to, giving this Ezreal some time to just deal with this KO, but the KO's online, and just like that, Zuni has found some stabilization. The best part about it as well, with how much HP he's lost, he gets first pick on this carousel, and there are plenty of gloves to go around.
Yeah, 2 as of right now, and even if there's so where to take one, he can get the other one. That's your QSS. That's the most important item on the Riven, because it can go exactly like you just saw. She slides into that backline, gets stunned, and then it's just shell shock. Nothing happens. She'll stand there and don't do any damage, and that is it. That's all going to be Shroud.
For sure. Now he's going to start thinking about the Kaling and start thinking about how else can he caps his war, maybe including a Lucian, maybe include Jazz even as a possibility to get a little more front, but he decides to go and try to stabilize. He decides to go for the 8-bit emblem on the Viego. That's the normal position and the normal place we will see it, and later we could see it in the Lucian.
Looking at Degree here, we were talking about him. He is basically already safe with as many games as are coming yet. Amumu finding that KL3 there on the right-hand side. Playing Hardsteel this game, we're getting closer and closer to a cash out of 200 stacks.
That's a lot of hearts right there. And against this Seraphine 3, it's a pretty good chance of being able to lose yet another time, giving him an opportunity to start to get some of these big board upgrades in. But this is going to be a work for the Kayn, work for the Seraphine. That Aphelios is going to provide Degree just a couple of extra stacks. But this cash out is going to need to be massive so that you can get these units in.
Okay, let's see it. There's the cash out, some gold. And a tome. In Hardsteel, it's not amazing to have a tome. Maybe Brawler, if he can find a Iraoi. Let's see what he gets. He decides not to pop off. He wants to roll first. He's very low in life. Now with 33 and looking for something. This is a good. This is very. Okay. No.
No.
No, he already has the set. He already has the set. Yeah. He goes for a little more front line. He's lacking actually items. He doesn't have items. He has only one item in his tank. He has diluted his item on his carry. So that's all he needs. He actually has a good skeleton of composition, but it's not enough, given that the damage is not going through.
At least the Guardian emblem does something here, and you can actually get that Guardian trait unlocked. So not the worst of it all, but surely not really what you were hoping for with as little gold and as little HP as you have right now on the Grease side. You can see how it goes. The only unit that's left standing is that Thresh, and he could potentially knock it out, but it's not going to be the case. The Ezreal on the other side, just a smidge stronger.
Just a little bit. That front line was a little awkward as well.
Yeah, for sure. And we need to remember, Degree is actually in a great spot to go to day 3. If he get a bad loss here, maybe it opens up a little the possibility, but he's actually a great.
No, he's very much guaranteed.
He's good.
There's
he's
3 more
chilling.
games. He's going to get to at least 62 points. The cutoff is going to be around 60, so I'm not too worried about the Gree. But Dish Soap, that's a different story. We're on 6 HP there. Senna 3 now online, but is that going to be enough? Let's take a look at that board.
It's tough to say. I mean, these Senna items are not pretty. Like, they're not the ones that you would generically think about.
Pops it off with a super fan.
Great call there. So you can start to rebuild this with the Rabadons that you've held on to. Now you get them okay. Now we're chilling. That's good.
I had the same feeling as you. I was like, oh my lord, what is going on? Why is there a vest? But it is all good.
And the power of salvage bin, as we would say, because those items were looking a little suspect, but Dish Soap is one of those players we've seen use this augment to such high potential.
He has the potential to even improve a lot on his comp. He's sitting on a Caitlyn 1 with true damage, and now with the flip the possibility for Degree and Dish Soap to be eliminated in this round.
Right-hand side, you are seeing a matchup between those 2 cost rerolls, and I think on the back end of that true damage emblem and that extra blinked out, the Senna is gonna do it, but only barely. Dish Soap hangs in there.
Degree trying to go for it, only the bard is left, but the sack looks very, very strong. I think it's not enough. He's still 16 HP, so it's a loss, but it's not the end. So Degree has one more chance to pop off and keep climbing on his actually great tournament so far.
I mean, we have seen those 80 flex boards sometimes be the boon or the bane of some of these players, but 62nd at the moment is looking to be in the similar spot here as Degree, still on a last streak, still looking for some of those upgrades.
Yeah, specifically, you'd really want that Ezreal too. You're currently running a Kate headliner. It's not the best picture, and for Degree, the story is very similar. You kind of opted into 80 flex, but not the one you would have wanted, the one you were given. And you're running into comms like that KO reroll on the other side for the Gree. Dish Soap is given what you wanted to be for the other players. There's an Ezreal who is popping off, but I think the Senna does it here. She should be strong enough if she can find that Ezreal. Does get a little bit distracted, and that is going to be everything here. Dish Soap getting knocked out.
Oh, very difficult. The spread there, the Senna trying to get concentrated target, but she actually cannot do it in the end. 1 before is not enough, so Dish Soap is confirmed in 8th place with this position, and Degree still has a chance to keep summing points, while we see at the left 60 seconds or Degree now going. As you were saying, Mace, normally you don't want this crowd driver sack, you want the EDM or you want to go for another place, but actually it has all the elements to be a strong comp on this level 8. Let's see if we can try to go to level 9, include the additional units that will give it more of the pop-off.
What are we going level 9 with, Rupe? We have 15 gold.
With faith.
If you believe hard enough, you can have a level 9 board.
There's nothing more he can do in level 8. He already has the main pieces in place and 2 stars.
All right, well, Bintam's going up against a ghost board, but Degree is able to essentially turn things around, heading up against the 80 flex board of 62nd. But who is going to have the better board? That Thresh actually had a huge CC onto the backline, being able to stop that powerful backline unit. This Ezreal being the 1 star, and of course that Alawi in the front is going to allow Degree to hang on. 62nd, though, is not knocked out in this scenario.
And even better for Degree, he knocked down a player that now could potentially die before him in this game here and save him one more spot. Those wins you love. Only better would have been if you could have eliminated yet another player. But as we going into the carousel, I do want to point out that there is a pentakill emblem, which of course should be interesting for Almumu if he wants it. And thus far, players are leaving it open. Goes for it, of course.
Mumu will try to go a little more in the vertical of Pentakill, already having the KO, and now he will easily go for another carry or simply complete the 5 of 7 Pentakill to go for more strength. Kokaken still present with the Seraphine 3, trying to go for it, and now Ilaoi, he already has a 2-star, so not the best here for 60 seconds, going for this 4-bit line with the Caitlyn, actually very, very creative. We normally see it with maybe 2 8-bit when the Caitlyn's now here, but actually 60 seconds I think he's the one that has shown more creativity when playing this hardstyle line and the 80 flex.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Jazz, right? That's something we're seeing with the hard steals a lot. Just try to flex them in. It's playing around the big shot with having that Caitlyn, and it is working. You get a lot of extra trade bonuses out of it, but 60-second and Degree both fighting for survival side by side here, and I don't think it is going to be enough on the left-hand side. Everything is collapsing onto the Zed and the Ezreal, but they seem to be able to clutch it out. On the right-hand side, 60-second is getting overrun by that Kale.
Degree has finally found some good items to upgrade those units, and so when you have the opportunity to get that 2-star Ezreal, perfect items and all of that good stuff, I think Degree is starting to sit in a bit of a better position, but that lobby HP is getting really tight now to see who's going to get knocked out next.
Okay, he's looking now for his next power spike. It should be the Sona, now with a possibility to ramp up the rest of his team with more speed. And he has the Akali, he has access to backline, he has the Ilaoi for the additional tentacles and the defense, so he sees a good spot still. And now Degree facing off Zijue. It will be a good fight here. Let's see if the Ezreal, all eyes on the left, on the set, trying to access the backline, going for the Ezreal. It's not enough. He stays on the tank, accesses it with a true shot barrage. On the backline, let's see if it's enough. The Lucian is still alive, and he's scaling a lot with the Ginso Rage Blade, but the set is cleaning up the back. Only the Ezreal is alive for Zijue, but the game or the round. I already gave it the game. I already gave you the game for the green.
Hangs in there.
I get it.
But Kokaken, we were talking about this board, finding that Seraphine so early on, finding the Ahri, finding the Ilaoi, but then not being able to transform that into a bigger front line, is unable to make it into the top 4 here, is gonna get that 6th place.
I want to shout out also Bintium, that so far we haven't seen a Kiana carry. Normally she's like an habilitator for the rest of the comp to be more strong, but he actually gave her blue buff. He also have the Sterax. So actually, normally you see the set with the Ezreal, now we're seeing the Ezreal with the Kiana, and actually good stuff being seen here by Bintium.
The champion delivery does come in one more time. Players are leveling up. So you are actually making 10 here. Not something we see often. Leading the lobby here with 36 HP and will continue to do so. Try to capitalize on that extra HP that he has. Has rolled down all his gold. In the meantime, though, trying to put together this legendary support as players like Bintum are just finding those legendaries on level 9.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that is one way that you can really get the ball rolling on some of these legendary cap boards, but it's basically all 80 flex that's left, except Degree is going to go up against this Kale reroll, still sitting at that 1 life. I am looking on my left-hand side of the screen as that Kale starts to get swarmed, but it's backline for backline, as we do see the Yorick start to walk up to that Misfortune, but with that tank is all that's left. Degree is able to hang on.
Normally Riven is the counter to this legendary board, but actually the Riven was in the front, so he had triple tanks in the front here for Bintium, and actually that gave him enough time for the rest of the comp to really burst on that Riven, so good win for him. And if he's winning against the Riven, he's actually a big favorite to win the lobby.
both, I would say, Degree and Bintum showing off what they can do with creativity and flexibility as they are moving through the stages here, playing around that Ezreal, playing around that Heartsteel, and Bintum just kind of minding back, open forwarded at the beginning of the game. I just want that on the record. He's still in here, he's still hanging on, but we have 4 players on their last life, and they are fighting it out here between each other in the backline. We're seeing one massive Jhin sniping out units, one after another, and that is going to be an elimination.
Oh, Zuni is going to get knocked out by Ziye. And
double
it
kill.
is going to be a double kill there. Bintum is also defeated. So that is going to be 2 incredible players getting eliminated here as we have decided our top 3, Almumu, Degree, and Ziye. But Ziye has a huge HP lead on the rest of the lobby right now.
Almumu with a KL3 Degree with his Heartsteel board, both with Heartsteel also for Ziye, who finds the 6-2. So now the board that was good is now amazing.
Yeah, not only that, HP lead, but also a level lead. He's level 10, he can field 1 more unit than the other 2 players, and they don't have the money to go there, so really leading here, but it is going to be a battle between Almumu and Degree, as Sidue has a ghost fight and enough life to survive that, so somebody is going to get knocked out here.
Degree ended up winning against the ghost board, but this is the real thing, and now you can see just how powerful that board truly can be. That kill is untouched, and Degree is out. And that is going to be the top 2 now as we head into this final carousel.
The power of the kill, additional 8-bit emblem, not getting in the best moment, already the 8-bit in place and being forced as a possible. Ryujui going for the guard breaker, great in the late game. There's always shields, and this will be the additional damage he might need. From the other part, Almumu going for a little more defense. He knows he already has the damage, he has the ramp up that he needs to win. Only if the fight prolongs as long as he wants, it could be good. But for the other side, the Jhin also wants a prolonged fight. So these both have the same archetype. Who wins it?
That's the big question, right? It looks like all signs are pointing towards Sidue, who has put together a very, very solid run and has built out that legendary board on the back of HP preservation moving through here. Almumu trying his best to make the pentacle work in his favor, but can this front line ever be enough against that legendary soup that we see on the side of Sidue? And as the violence pop up here 1 by 1, I think the answer is pretty clear. He wins this one, and the lobby goes to Sidue.
Sidue with the win. Almumu, 2nd place. Great lobby, great win for him. China, again, with good points. Necra, we have a great game now.
We did have a great game. Yeah, Zero is already at a good point total as well, sitting at like, I think, 43, 45 points. So you're feeling really good about being able to add 8 and get that 1 step closer to that 60-point cutoff.
Yeah, and I mean, with every game now, we will be having more and more players who are out of contention, but also more and more players who need those really high finishes. And with only 2 more rounds to go today, it is bound to get really exciting.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a little more Heartsteel, but actually what is happening is that they are maintaining the possibility of Heartsteel in early, but actually going for the 2-star 3 cost. That is actually the high meta we've been having in this TFT championship.
It's gonna get so much higher stakes as we look towards our final 2 games of the day. We're gonna take a short break. We are going to reseed these lobbies, and when we come back, it is going to be game number 5 of day 2 of the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships.
Come on, Rupe, but
on shop as well.
Yeah. He passes. He's looking out for him. Yeah, reward.
Up here 1 by 1. I think the answer is pretty clear. He wins this one, and the lobby goes to Zero.
Welcome back to the Remix Rumble Championship Day 2. We're here on the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Counterfeit, Petuous Panda, and Clement. And we just saw ZUA pick up a win with the just big, strong late game board. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that, Counterfeit, about ZUA's win and try and break that down a little bit.
No, sure. I mean, picking up the clear mind, I think, from the early game and pushing for the win streak, I think really worked incredibly well there. Of course, building towards that late game board with the Jhin. I think for ZUA, had a really difficult problem ultimately in this game to come in and get the first place. But as always, he chose violins.
Chose violins. Yes, Counterfeit. He did wake up and choose violins. Clement, I want to talk a little bit more about the clear mind because I do think that this is a really strong augment, and I think that there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. So tell me a little bit about how ZUA has piloted it in this game.
Well, I think this is an out that a lot of players are going to be looking for because this was the textbook definition of a runaway Heartsteel game. He had an Urgot early on, and then he used the Clear Mind on level 7 to find 2/4 costs in the Zac, and also I believe it was the Thresh to stabilize early. And for a lot of players that need points, this is the sort of dream come true. The only one that did better than him was Degree with 2 Urgots, as Hoopison has mentioned.
Yeah, of course, the only thing better than 1 Urgot is 2, and we saw a couple augments being used in the early game to find those big advantages. The Clear Mind not giving you the win streak like the Urgots are, but instead we saw a 2 healthy game, and that is an augment that can help you find a win streak in the early game.
No, I honestly, I really like it there, especially we know that the Kel and Nog kind of composition together is extremely solid. Again, particularly for this point in the competition, I think having them together means that you're always going to end up doing pretty well. But the finish, I think, was even better than I expected.
Talking about gold augments, we saw also the Seraphine reroll with the Stars Are Born, helping you get that Seraphine much earlier. What we didn't predict is that hit would happen at 3-1, almost the same as we see with the 1 cost, really. And just again, Kokaken not managing to translate that into a top 4, I think was a little bit sad. It was a 6 in the end for the Argentinian player. Yeah,
it's not the only person who had struggles, even in a 2-cost reroll that it feels like it should be optimal circumstances, right? Dish Soap playing blinged out and taking an 8th. I think that usually is very rare, but he had trouble hitting early on. Very rough game for Dish Soap.
Yeah, and Disho, I mean, did end up with a pretty good board. Honestly, I think if you look at that board in a vacuum, you would not be thinking this is an 8th place board.
This game just has massive implications for our standings here, because if you look at our 7th and 8th, those are the favorites from North America and China, now going very, very dangerous to getting out of the tournament.
All right, well, we had another performance that didn't quite reach the expectations. We actually saw a Riven board end up in the bottom 4, even though it hit a lot of the optimal circumstances that would generally lead to getting a first place. So, Panda, why don't you head over to the Telestrator to give us a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX and show us exactly what may have gone wrong, how we got to that 5th place.
It was everything going well for Junizuni at the very start. We saw at 3-7 the tome pop into an 8-bit emblem. You couldn't have hoped for a better start to this game plan. And then we saw maybe a slow APM transition across 3 rounds for the Korean player, eventually finding the QSS, the glove he needed on this stage 4 carousel to build what could be a win-out board, maybe even an 8-bit grand prize in the end. There we see the glove being picked up by Junizuni. Unfortunately, there are very strong players in this lobby. Despite a bit of a win streak in stage 4, coming into stage 5 as well, he did meet his match when it comes to the winner of the lobby outright, which that was, of course, Ziyue. We'll see in just a bit as this fight starts off right here. And look at the positioning, especially for this Riven, in the middle of the board and how much she has to chew through to get to this Jhin at the very end. It was just too much to handle, especially considering we're going to look at here the combat augments. Remember your roots, fantastic. You're buffing Viego and the Caitlyn as well, but suddenly have Rolling for Days and Return on Investment. No combat power there for the Riven, and the fight as we move it on, it's just too many legendary 5 costs, too much damage coming in, and it's too much to choose for the Riven. The Caitlyn cannot clean up. The Lucian with the 8-bit emblem at the end, just too much to handle with Ziyue, who we saw had the clear mind board, and it was just so crazy to come through.
All right, well, thank you so much, Panda, for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX there to kind of show us how, the Riven could still falter. I think a lot of that ended up with that kind of matchmaking running into Ziyue just as he was able to spike as well.
Yeah, Riven is a comp that I think a lot of players have to gravitate towards, but it is very first order. I think Junizuni did actually okay.
All right, but now we've got our standings popping up as we're getting to the last 2 games of the day before we decide who has made that top 8 and who is going to that final of the championship. And in our previous game, we saw 60second and Dish Soap both take a 7th and an 8th respectively, which is huge for the implications.
Obviously, they were 9th and 10th before this game, but now they've slid much further down. Though I will say, as a CNTFT fan, I'm not feeling too bad.
As an EMEA enjoyer, watch out. Here comes Skipaeus clawing up the leaderboard now in the 2nd place runner-up position, trying to finish off in those top 8 spots.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of a slide from SEA, Lichuan, and Eggy have dropped just out of the top 8, but they've still been playing such exceptional TFT. There's a good chance that they can get there. We are going to go to a quick break, and then we've got the 5th game of day 2. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action. Come to your eyeballs.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Remix Rumble Global Championship. My name is Counterfeit, alongside with Never Say It's Over, Casanova, and I didn't think we're pumped for you, Impetuous Panda. It's going to be an incredible game number 5.
It is, and we're close to the chopping block, close to the end of the day 2, which means that players who need a big result have to change their play style, play for that first Wraith, lean more heavily into maybe something like Heartsteel, for example. 2 key players, I think, will be Cheche and Yeduzor, especially in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they play into that variance, right? We saw Ugol earlier go for that spatula, try and one guy the portal and see if he could just build up the variance. We might see the same thing in this. Try and go for something big, high rolly, and then just play for that first.
I think, to continue from the previous game, the kind of balls we were seeing going 8th place and going less than we'd expect were pretty eye-watering. I think exactly as you guys are saying, this is about finding the balls that go beyond whatever you would otherwise expect.
We broke down the Telestrator. Boards like Riven, for example, could be those boards that players try and reach for the grand prize win out, maybe that first place that Dunizuni was not able to acquire in game number 4. We'll look at the lobby, though. Some favorites already have a almost half foot into that top 8. Skipaeus, I think, is guaranteed at this point, basically. But ZUS, still 9 points off, needs to have 2 decent results.
Yeah, the other player I'm looking at is Eggy. He's actually spent a lot of time today in that top 8. He climbed himself all the way there, dipped a little bit, but he's still sitting in those like 9th and 10th positions. So really just needs to kind of knock it home here. 2 top 4s very likely can get him there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some surprises coming from here. Again, remember, we are on the Snake sitting. As Jeddy saw, we saw the one man come through before.
Surely
it would be exactly the same. Have we been good this year?
Ugol was one of the players that did that one man actually voting for the stats. Now
well, you're not on the same side as
learned his
Jeddy
lesson. He knows what happened there.
Come on!
Not a good results.
Yes!
Twice in one day.
Again, we hit the spatula start. And it was one of the players that you pointed out, Panda, that kind of needs that big result, going for a swing for the fences here with the spatula portal.
Very curious to see what Jeduzor's game plan is, considering the confidence of standing onto that portal just by himself. Maybe just trying to inflict some early game mental damage to the rest of his opponents.
I mean, he's certainly come out of this one swinging. But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be inflated. We did see, of course, before some of our players claiming their route very early on.
It's Heartsteel.
Now we see why he picked it. He wants to go for 5 Heartsteel in stage 2.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, David. I was about to say, hey, what spatulas, what emblems are we looking to craft early on in this game? But I know for Jeduzor, just trying to find that belt, go for the Heartsteel emblem, trying to get that 5 Heartsteel online as fast as possible.
Yeah, Skipaeus in this lobby, I'm sure, looking jealously on at a start this damn good. Of course, we're keeping an eye out for any more players who do slam in early on. It's worth noting as well, we've got several players in this lobby who will just be playing for placement. Cheche and Jedusor, they're the ones who've really got the biggest swings coming out of this game again.
And ZUA, of course, the player that just needs a consistent result with Skipaeus being already maybe a foot in to that day 3. There will be, of course, just a lot of results in terms of your confidence coming these next 2 games. Jeduzor especially, I think, if he's in contention, that means he had a fairly good result in game 4, which is always going to be relevant in terms of your confidence and your mentality going to these last 2 games. Are you a favorite to do it? Do you have, the clutch that you need to have in a moment like this with so much at stake?
And I want to call out another player. So much at stake, right? Cheche, looking at the side here, noticing that he also has a Cassante, very likely Heartsteel, and he's also playing 8-bit on his board early to try and get stacks, because Riven is another out when you want to play for first place.
Yeah, we know the spatulas will make that very realistic. Our first augments coming in will be Silver. We've already got some interesting ones coming in, switching gears from ZUA. Kringtown going for the Silver Spoon.
Maybe a risky start for Cheche. 2 Econ augments available. 1 has been rolled. AFK is now there. His bench looks... We'll see if his bench is empty or not in terms of what the good position is for it. Keepers, a little bit too centered on Disco, which we know is not a comp you really want to go for when you want a big result in this game 5.
AFK to swing for the fences potentially as that option, right? Especially if it is that, Heartsteel Cassante in, you don't really need to get it online. We do see the take. He's still going to be able to get a little bit of stacking going for the 8-bit. It's not going to be significant, but it is something.
No, absolutely. And it's only keeping that option open for later on. Do notice as well, the duplicator has been picked up by Ugol and Eggy to try and go for a little bit of early power. Ugol in particular picking up the early Annie 2.
Another player looking towards that Riven already has one on the board. That's going to be Mai, and playing around this Corki headliner, just trying to get the early stack. So it does feel like that line could be contested.
And Cheche here with a spatula start is open to 2 different things with AFK, with probably a high chance of having Prio on the first carousel, maybe going for the Heartsteel emblem to really capitalize on that first Wraith playstyle, or maybe trying to angle towards 8-Bit, has it right now on his board with Garen and Corki. Could lean into the Riven instead as his maybe ticket out of here in terms of the game 5.
Yeah, and with Riven being potentially contested, I'm wondering if we instead see true damage because of how high Senna has actually been for that first place rate as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fascinated to see how this one develops. Skipaeus, of course, somewhat in his element here, managed to put together balls which just don't make any sense under other circumstances. KDA and the red buff slammed in early on. He's chosen his lane.
I'd say very much in his element. He played 3 games of KDA yesterday with the Ahri and the Akali, so I think he's going to be going down that tempo route. Could still, of course, be rerolling for something because Seraphine has 1 currently on his board, and the red buff already slammed.
Yeah, can just play to tempo this out, but we've also seen Skipaeus go for those late games, and I think one thing for Skipaeus is looking around. I don't think KDA looked contested whatsoever. We saw a lot of players looking towards Riven, maybe some true damage angles, so this could just be a very open lane for Skipaeus to just tap it in, make sure he locks in that top 8.
He has got the duplicator as well. They're pushing a little bit of early power. Sonny's doing pretty well to start off with. We'll keep scouting around and finding out what else is in play. Of course, we mentioned before, Cheche with the AFK. See how much damage he takes before he gets the cash.
Overall, very little combat strength in terms of the augment for this stage 2, so players like Skipaeus can benefit off of that, maybe try and make this a 5 win streak instead. We see, of course, a Laden Forge for Mai. We see 2 of those duplicators that won't do anything until you're trying to chase that 3-star. And similar for Cheche, who is just away from his keyboard for the start of the stage 2, not predicted to win many fights.
All right, the other player that I'm kind of looking at is going to be that ZUA playing switching gears and trying to make sure that he's optimizing that. We see him on a 2-loss streak, so he's already not getting perfect value.
No, but if he can turn that around and start switching back and forth, that's a massive amount of money coming towards him. Of course, with our players playing a little bit weaker boards, perhaps it'll be a little bit harder to predict. Skipaeus, we're going to keep his win streak going. We can see the Olaf is doing just Olaf things, knocks down the Vi and keeps the streak intact.
Looking to spat commitments, KDA for Skipaeus, we see for Eggy the Pentakill. ZUA already has the Heartsteel Emblem locked in and has both the set and the Cassante as well. Maybe hoping to find a Yone. He is going to be first pick here in the end. Cheche, despite the AFK, his 3rd pick in the carousel will not have Prio over signing something like the belt. And there's only a singular belt here for someone that wants to have that Heartsteel Emblem start.
Look at this, 5 of the spatulas not yet committed. So a lot of potential pickups here to try and pair with your spatula and start moving towards some direction even early on in this game.
Cheche can't find it.
Doesn't
Not
quite
the
get
belt.
there. Yeah, now he's stuck just trying to grab another item to just go with he's got on his bench. Ends up grabbing that chain vest.
Oh boy, I'm really looking forward to seeing, as particularly mentioned, whether the 8-Bit comes through and manifests most strongly. Mai, of course, was our player who's managed to find that early approach into that. ZUA, though, with the Moshers. Remember, this is the ball that's trying to switch backwards and forwards between wins and losses. 3 gold at stake every round for managing to navigate through the lobby perfectly.
A duplicator as well here for the US, so really looking at a crazy late game. We saw it already in game 4, maybe trying to, again, not with clear mind, but with switching gears, get to that same position with that econ start he's going to have in this stage 2. For Skipaeus picks up a 2nd tier, has a blue buff that he could be slamming if you want to think about playing more for a tempo KDA line with the Ahri.
Yeah, looking at this, it feels like a lot of players are actually playing very low tempo across this lobby. We're going to see players like Skipaeus be able to hold on to the win streak for quite some time heading into this fight. There's 2 streakers, still Qingqian and Skipaeus. On the bottom side, I think ZUA actually wants to lose this. Did not weaken their board, however, and still going to have a very close fight. It's possible the Vi can actually still carry this through.
Yeah, I think just, the only thing he really could do, and he did do, which was shoving the Vi in the corner for a tiny bit less DPS, but even the slam of the Hextech Gunblade is close, but Ryue gets robbed of 3 gold. Not going to be too happy.
Actually, really notable, by putting the Heartsteel emblem onto the Vi, he's now not allowing himself to actually take out his headliner to weaken after he finds a win, which is usually how you see people play switching gears to get optimal value. So maybe a little bit of a misstep there from ZUA by slamming it there instead of on the Gnar in that composition.
Qingqian right now, angling disco should and could just be the opener for now. Maybe a Lux reroll if he's feeling very spicy, but we haven't seen that a single time yet on the world stage. That would be a treat, though.
That was the time. Cool. That was the time. Silver Spoon so allows him access to those bigger comps earlier on. As we do notice, we have got some stakes being raised.
And Cassante has been a bad boy. He's jailed in the start of that round in the top left corner, now finally released. Can he win the round by himself? The answer is most likely no.
Absolutely not. Yeah, on the other side though, Zue actually able to get some value here out of the switching gears, so that's going to be solid for him as well.
And Skipaeus, as predicted, locks in that 5 win streak. A great start for a player that loves playing from ahead in the early game. He talked about on the top of show during the interview, slamming items, finding ways to preserve HP early.
Yep, so him and Qingtian will both keep their streaks intact. Mai and Ugol down at the bottom with their lost streaks, but overall a decent amount of gold in the lobby, but spread between most of our players.
Yeah, a lot of times we end up seeing these kind of bigger 3-1 roll downs, and I'm curious if players are going to continue to be greedy in this lobby and keep the tempo slow, or if we'll see players like Skipaeus start hitting people too hard and we actually accelerating the tempo for everybody, because a lot of players are seeming to want to play very greedy in this game.
What kind of units are dropped from these orbs? Skipaeus maybe trying to work around, as always, what the game gives him, trying to adapt around it. With a blue buff slam, we could maybe also see a Lulu reroll game. He played a lot of Lulu at EMEA Finals, the comp he really likes. He even won games outright with Lulu in the right conditions. We'll see if this game could be one of those. But Cheche, a lot of components to work with, a lot of gold to work with as well, thanks to that AFK. And now the 3 Heartsteel is online with Cassante trying his best to hold the fort and maybe kill off some units in each of these losses.
Honestly, I think Cheche is stacked up way more 8-bit than I anticipated. It's still not a ton, but considering it was AFK, I just didn't expect there to be much there at all. He does have the bow open, so 8-bit is very available for Cheche, and the rest of his items actually can go in that direction, right? You have Tier and the glove to make Hodge. You have the ability to go for an Edge of Night, or you can still move those around and create some even better items for the Riven.
No, I would absolutely love to see. The only problem is Mai has already got a couple of Rivens in his team already, so it will be a little bit tougher to get through, but I have to imagine they could have expected that, given that we know how powerful 8-bit can be as a full vertical.
I think having the plan B is always an option between Heartsteel and just playing for Riven. Reroll, I think, at 3-5, that's a real deciding point. Especially with Cheche's gold lead, he can roll down at 3-5 instead of 4-1. Maybe even ignore the contest and say, hey, I'm rolling before you, I have more gold lead because of AFK, I'm going to try and roll for this instead. This augment could be really important as well. You want huge combat strength both for Heartsteel and Riven in the case of Cheche. Finds the heavy hitters, but is that the best option?
Yeah, still considering bulk as well. That can just be a solid pickup for that anyways. Martyr, one of the best gold augments, and that's just going to be a snap lock in for Cheche.
Do notice up at the top middle, we have got a last stand being locked into place. Bear in mind, of course, that's our Heartsteel player with the Heartsteel emblem. Of course, a potent combination which speaks to a top finish.
Skipaeus picking up Remember Your Roots when you've got an emblem like KDA that you can actually play on your carry. It ends up being incredibly strong because now you've added an additional trait that does get the bonus. So now, right now, playing around Misfortune, but it could be KDA, Jazz, and Big Shot all getting the value from this.
And I think because of the Misfortune headliner, it almost clearly indicates he's not going to be playing a reroll. I think it's enough tempo to just bypass level 6, bypass level 70, which is really where you struggle and start losing too much HP. Go straight to 8 with that vertical KDA, find maybe the Ahri, the Akali, the Ahri Warrior setup, and then play around that for a top 4, which is all Skipaeus really needs. He's at 59 points right now.
Well, let's take a look at our 2 Heartsteel players up against each other in this round. Digital, could have been slamming in the Heartsteel emblem, but I think with the raise of stakes, he's playing things out a little bit more cautiously. Wants to make sure there's no way of winning this round, but actually, I think going to make out of this with a couple of unit kills, maybe one less than we would have liked.
David, I'm curious, do you think this will be a double raise, try and go to 5 Heartsteel with the Spatula? He still hasn't been able to find a belt to actually make that happen, and I don't know how risky Jedisor actually wants to play, right? One single Heartsteel cash out could be fine, and actually there is a belt, so if he finds that 5th Heartsteel, could actually play for it, and we even see him rolling here on 3-3.
He's trying to roll for it, and I think he needs maybe all 16 points in the next 2 games, so maybe he needs to
that
take
might be the play.
Absolutely massive risk to try and find a guaranteed first here. There's a lobby like this one where you think, and you see players with the Spatula starts, if they find a second Spatula, they could also contest for a first with things like 10 KDA for Skipaeus, who's playing a tempo game plan.
Absolutely. Jedisor is one of those players who's going all in this game, so we expect to see something extreme out of his board. Eggy on the other side, though, the pentakill in place, the KL in place as well, with a double Gwyn's, who's thanks to the super fans. Board looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Iggy also just using this adaptive helm in the mid game as an additional item for the Kale just to give even more power. It can pop it off later with Superfan and find something even better.
The win streak finally broken for Skipaeus. Look at the HP differential here because of that stage 2 start where only 2 players had good combat strength augments. Skipaeus on 90 HP. Qingtian still on 100 HP with the Silver Spoon start.
Yeah, and Qingtian's still holding 3 items on the bench, right? Including a spatula, of course, but hasn't fully committed to direction and having all this tempo. Plus, everyone else is going to commit, and it will open up Qingtian to just decide whatever comp they want to go for.
Well, speaking of unslammed spatulas, Cheche, Jedusor, and Mai down the bottom all has also not slammed their spatulas in. All are on the lowest HP in the lobby.
And Cheche just picked up a Cloak, which is not something you usually do unless you're trying to angle for Riven. Cloak is usually seen as the least valuable component in most metas. That could be the case now. Jedusor does cash out in the end. He thinks that is going to be enough and finds Cleaver here. Will that be strong enough with the early Zed pickup? He's level 7, 30 gold. Has the Ezreal as well here.
Ooh.
But no belt for the Heartsteel emblem if that's what he was looking for. But wow, what a
shot.
shot.
He's got it on.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's been here the whole time, just hiding in plain sight.
So I think he's kind of staying away from it. He might play 5 Heartsteel, try and win with it, right? Because he's found some of these 4 costs he's really looking for.
Oh, wait a second. There we go.
On 7.
It's 7 Heartsteel.
7 Heartsteel is what he wanted.
Oh,
all right.
My goodness.
This is what we came here for. We want to see something off the charts good. Jedusor, quietly pleased with the turn he's just taken.
He might be able to itemize everything too, because Stimpak coming through and still getting more items from Heartsteel, he's going to be able to have a massively strong late game board. Really well done to play for first, but the question is can he be stable enough on stage 3 and stage 4 at this level 7 since he's rolled down so much?
And Vampirism as well. We're looking on the opposite side. Mai does have the 8-bit emblem slam, so committing to that Riven line with a Hull Crusher pickup.
Yeah, we can see the Aphelios will take a little bit of a bite out, but not enough. Mai starting to drop down into pretty dangerous territory, 36 HP. While Cheche's in a similar spot, it may still not be enough board strength right now.
Mai gonna go for the 9 loss streak into massive roll down on 4-1, try and just spike the Riven 3 immediately, racing with Cheche, and I don't know if Cheche even has ended up pushing for that, so it's gonna be a race to Riven 3.
I think most of this setup from Mai was hoping for the Banshee's Veil off of the Laden Forge. Didn't find it in the end, finds a ZZ Rod, so we'll see if that affects really the outcome of this Riven board and if he's able to cook it up, because it doesn't really have Riven items right now, has just that open sparring glove for the QSS potentially.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, as you said, for the contesting here. Cheche, I believe, has gone down more of a Yone-centric route, but we'll see how it works out long term. Zero with the Heartsteel and the Last Stand still very healthy. We've certainly seen a pattern of players with the Last Stand managing to stay healthy long into the game.
And Cheche's on 13 gold, level 7, so I think he's rolled down heavily. I'm not sure he's hit much of anything. If he was trying to contest this Riven line, that's a risky play that might have backfired for a player who was in contention to make top 8 still if he had a big result in his game 5.
It looks like he fully sent it trying to beat Mai. He knew that it was going to have to be a race, and he just couldn't get there. And now we've got Mai going for the big roll down, trying to find the
Uh-oh. This is going to be absolutely massive. Again, remember, we've got players in this game who absolutely have to get the big result in. Mai, Cheche are both getting in as Cheche gets the 2-star in place. Mai still with the 2 1-star ribbons.
And I believe I saw Cheche did have 2 1-star ribbons on his board at one point, so I think that's the natural one. Headliner still available. This race is going to be very close, but Mai has a ton more gold to get there with 59 gold in the bank.
40 more gold than Cheche. Cheche has not already hit. He's going to be in big, big trouble. We'll see the roll down coming through. The Yone has been picked up right now. The side-by-side roll down for Yugo on the left and Mai on the right. Mai, of course, is looking for the 8-bit ribbon specifically. He has the emblem already. If you can find all of this, there's the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn, big
hit.
hit.
Potentially hit 6 8-bit as early as 4-1. An early allow is big, but not exactly what he needs.
No, maybe would have been even willing to accept that Garen at 8-bit was Sentinel instead. Roll slowing down. The center 3 does hit on the left-hand side of the board, but it looks like Riven Town is too contested. We've got 2 2-stars for Cheche. Mai settling for just 2 1-stars.
That probably hurt the chances quite a bit. Cheche did actually find the headliner. So Cheche actually on 6 ribbons, and even though he is flat broke, it's reduced the amount that Mai can actually try and find. There's a lot of them pulled out of the pool already.
Oh boy, this is going to really hurt longer term. Certainly Cheche, you've got a chance to move forward if you can. The Heartsteels, of course, across the board, ticking away as our players build up extra power. The last one coming in, it will be gold.
I wonder if Mai potentially pivots his game plan into a Caitlyn carry board instead. Had the Alawi on the bench, could maybe go 8 and play more around the 4 and 5 cost and give up the plan of going for Riven 3 if he knows he's going to be heavily contested by the Argentinian player.
teaming up, grabbed by Cheche, actually finds the Zeeks. I think is very, very good for the Riven line. If he's able to actually hit, though, it's going to be really tough to find that. Looking for as high of a cap as possible. As we see, Iggy actually finds Metalheads to go alongside with this Kale board.
That's going to be absolutely huge. Of course, we noted before, we've got the items in place. You know, of course, Superfan just trying to pour out as much power for Eggy in the early going. Is on 49 tournament points at the moment, so just needs these good finishes out of these last 2 games to get him into day 3.
And Eggy's still on 2 duplicators, so just has to find 2 more Kales and he's there.
Jeduzor, 300 hearts have been stacked up, 7 hearts still online, items on the Zed, items on the Ezreal as well. As you mentioned, Casanova, he had the stim pack, has a chance to itemize all these different great forecasts he found so early on into the game. But look at Qingtian with a Caitlyn already, fully itemized as well, trying to break through here. Win or loss, I think it's a good result regardless for Jeduzor considering his health.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the Akali, right? That's the big problem at this point. Qingtian on 4-2, able to go to 8, find a 4 cost.
500.
Missing 500, definitely rough here. We'll see what Jeduzor ends up finding, because the Tome cash out from Degree in the previous game was actually pretty rough, and the fact that he was able to stabilize there was insane. So Jeduzor hoping for a positive outcome.
Yeah, you can see Jeduzor thinking deeply.
So much gold.
That's a lot of money and a champion duplicator. Going to cash in that money straight away to move up levels and try and find something big to swing this one around.
Can find one more Kiana, just to count of 2 out of nowhere can be nice, but there's the Ezreal with the big shot as a potential option for backline. Frontline still soft, though. That's what he needs to find at this point on this roll down. He found a single Poppy, but Zac 2, Alawi, these are the things that need to be found for Jeduzor to actually stabilize the spot.
Yone upgrade just barely coming in there. Has to slam these items, especially the Crown Guard, which needs to be in before the fight begins. There it is.
There it is.
Set items onto the Ezreal. Can this do enough here around this stage 4? We're at 10 gold, only level 8 for Jeduzor to claw back up in the HP standings.
He's up against Skipaeus here, the other Mia player, who's put together a fascinating looking board here. The KDA Ezreal, but Jeduzor's gone strong enough.
Yeah, there's an argument here as well with this duplicator to potentially use it on a 4 cost for Jeduzor. He just needs to actually get this front line going. He has the pair of Zacs, but he does have this initial carousel to see if he can find more, maybe one more roll down, and then just duplicate whatever's left.
Mai picks up a Riven on the carousel because he was prio over Cheche. He had that first pick. Cheche picks up a glove, but can't find those natural copies of Riven. For Skipaeus, we saw how easily he adapts. He finds an Ezreal headliner and says, yep, good enough to hold this KDA emblem. Like, it allows me to push levels to 8 and then to 9 because of his health. 80 HP still for Skipaeus.
All right, coming into the back half of stage 4. Do notice Qingtian up at the top with the spatula still available in inventory and on the win streak. Along with Yugol has a streak of his own. It's only ZUA down at the bottom who's keeping his own loss streak intact. Everybody else is starting to look a little bit cash trapped.
Yeah, looking at Iggy, here's the roll down trying to find this Kale finally. Ends up getting one more copy. There's the last one. 2 rolls, find both. Has the duplicator to get it done. And also picking up a Yorick along the way on 7. The best possible thing he could have hit.
Very nice.
Actually, it's a pair.
A silver lining, though, considering that we are level 7, is going to be very rare to hit the actual upgrade on level 7 or 8. So it'll be gold you're holding on your bench for a very long time, and we don't see a carousel until the next one at stage 5.
All right, Eggy from SEA has definitely been impressing us so far this competition up against Skipaeus' board made of dreams. Doesn't unfortunately have the Ezreal turn to the right target quite quick enough, but it does punch through.
That's the difference of not having Gunblade, right? Gunblade would have made it so Kale would be full health. That one cast from Ezreal would not get it done. And I think that still Iggy is going to try and get there, right? Still using the super fans, can pop off the items.
Cash out here for ZUA, who needs something big. A tome, is that going to be big enough, considering he's on 6 HP?
So bad.
He was first place in game number 4. He's trying to fight for that first place again, with Last Stand potentially proccing soon and potentially putting him back into the game. Mai also took a loss. If Mai gets defeated here in the next few rounds, this opens up those ribbons for Cheche to maybe find a few wins himself.
It doesn't feel like there's, go back to ZUA here. It doesn't feel like there's enough time for another Heartsteel cash out, so I think we're going to have to start changing what we're doing.
Well, I think with the double Heartsteel emblem now, you still keep it in and you just get win streak cash outs to try and finish finding extra components as he goes up against Cheche. This could just be Cheche's last life. He actually only has the 2-star Riven fighting up against the Zed. Immediately, though, they go onto each other and Riven comes out on top.
Yes, she's able to dance through the backline and accesses the carries, accessing all areas. It will be the hit.
The last one proc, the loss, does it come through for Mai? It does. Cheche now has the market open to himself. The Riven's back in his shop. He doesn't have much gold to work with, though. Only 2, and he's still 2 Rivens off here. It's going to be tough. He has to really work on his positioning and hope for a big gold rejuice in this PvE round.
Yeah, if he can find enough gold to get there, 2 copies. We saw 2 rolls, 2 Kales for Egi earlier. Maybe Cheche can find the same now that they've all gone back into the pool. If he can hit, this is still fairly winnable. You look at the augments, Martyr is still at least a good combat augment. Having the ability to get the Zeeks is also massive. And he's been stacking up this 8-bit pretty much the entire game.
That being said, he needs to hit everything. The Viego 2, the Caitlyn 2, and the Riven 3 ideally in just 20 gold. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see what he can do.
Oh, the gold's already pretty much run out, and it does not look like Cheche. Okay, that's something. Here's the 8-bit Viego and the Caitlyn. All right, it's not a 3-star Riven, but it will have to do.
He's facing Egi, Ugol, and Skipaeus in his matchup pool. We've seen how strong Skipaeus is. Going to be difficult to get the Giant Slayer onto the Viego.
Yeah, Ugol on that 6 streak as well. Going to be probably the one you want to dodge. Egi's still looking for a lot of upgrades.
Cheche looking to hold on and try and get himself through this point. Cheche needs a high placement in this game to have any chance of making day number 3. Fighting over the right-hand side of the screen. ZUA over the left-hand side, of course. With the last stand kicked in, this could be huge for the final standings of the lobby.
No QSS, but the Riven chews through the Ahri. Now she has the Poppy, and this Poppy is very tanky. The KDA emblem giving her so much HP.
UA is going down.
Can't quite do it. The Caitlyn shots come through. Doesn't help out. It's Caitlyn versus Poppy. Poppy cannot 1v2 here. Oh, the Caitlyn's going to be taken down. And Cheche's dreams, Argentina's dreams, Isuru's Gaming's dreams, unfortunately end here in this game number 5.
And GUA dropping as well. You said at 51 points, just needed 2 pretty solid games to make it there. But a 7th is going to make it incredibly difficult for that final game for ZUA.
Not impossible.
Not impossible.
53 points definitely still puts him in contention.
And also it opens up a lot more space for other people to potentially leapfrog and grab hold of those 8 spaces where otherwise it may have previously been out of reach. Jedusor, though, is trying to reach for the stars here. He's got the 4 big shot in place. We've got the Ezreal up and itemized. We'll see if it's good enough to take down Skipaeus' board.
He's got all his damage stacked on the left side, but the Poppy is there to meet it. Going to be very difficult to chew through that initially. The Zed is still getting through. On the other side, it is just the Seraphine too, so the damage is a bit low for the side of Skipaeus. His front line being the big carry in these fights, but can't get through the rest of the backline for Jedusor, and he has really put together an incredibly powerful board, and it is scaled into the late game with that Vampirism.
And all of a sudden, big upgrades in that shop as well. And Alawi has found the Zac 2 especially. And the headliner Ezreal, the big shot paired with the Jhin now, could maybe look at a fairly high cap for a 5-win streak. Jedusor, who is trying to, again, like Cheche, claw his way back into that top 8. Whereas Skipaeus, a roll down coming through. The RE1 still is not really ideal here.
I definitely can share concerns, Cass, here about the damage on the board. We've got split items between our 2 carries. And yeah, the RE not up to 2-star either. It feels like Poppy's being asked to pull a lot of weight in this comp.
I mean, the damage is an issue, but Skipaeus has held on to so much HP. He might be able to still squeeze into a top 4 regardless, but he is going up against a true damage Ahri with the Senna. This is going to just rip through his front line.
And we're starting to understand why the Ahris cannot be found. 3 on the side of Ugol, a Senna 3 as well. The Echo, the Poppy taken down, the face-off between the Ahri and the Seraphine and the Senna and the Ahri. In the end, it should be a big win for the true damage player who's on an 8-win streak right now, dominating this stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, you got looking real good here. But I do take your point about Skipaeus, of course. He is pretty much in it to day 3. Just
KDA emblem.
KDA emblem will be a big push forward in power. We've also got the 8-bit emblem in play as well.
Jedusor considering if he has to deny this to try and actually get the win here because he needs it. He's at 45 points right now, needs essentially 2 first places to try and make top 8. So maybe not the best for his comp, but still good to deny Skipaeus
It
that.
hurts a bit, but he bought himself a buffer with the stim pack, with the Heartsteel being on so long. He's got a lot of extra items. He has the ability to deny that, and as you said, he kind of has to, because this gives an opportunity for Skipaeus to go 10 KDA and actually just bully him out of the game.
Looking at the rest of the players in the lobby, we've got the real sandwich developing here between Ugol and Jed. You saw the 2 win streaks at the bottom, as Skipaeus will find something finally to come through and give a little bit more power.
Yeah, it looks like he was deciding if he actually wanted that KDA Akali or not. Because of the fact that he didn't get the second emblem, there's consideration that, hey, it's just not even worth it. I'm not going 10 KDA, and my Poppy is actually anchoring my front line so incredibly.
Now the big test for Jedusor, the 2 big win streakers facing off, and it could be the most important fight of the tournament for the French player. The 6 win streak, the Ezreal, the Zed. trying to chew through the right side of the board. The Ezreal cast comes through. The front lane is still not deleted. The Senna and the Ahri onto the Zed, but the Zed is too powerful. The Edge of Night, the aggro drop, the big win for Jedusor, who needs it. He's at 20 HP, 2 losses, and he'd be out.
Able to take down the Ghost. I'm interested to see the real fight. It wasn't that close, so I feel like Jedusor's actually got a very good chance into the Senna board, but it does remain to be seen as Iggy now has fallen quite low, not able to find this Mordekaiser 3.
No, I mean, we've got the KO with the triple Rage Blade at the back there for a lot of late round power, but I do agree, I don't think the front line is there quite enough to let it to scale to full potential.
And you also just need the Gunblade. If your front line is already going to be a little weaker because there's not 3-star, you need that healing even more if you're going to stay alive. And Ginsu, triple Ginsu, I mean, that scales, but if you don't have a front line, how are you even going to scale?
That's when you're down in combat augment with the team building that came through, and you can't even find really the cap in terms of the 3-stars, but the Mordekaiser still at 2-star right now. Playing against the other Pentakill player in this lobby, the Ahri Pentakill, which we don't see very often. The Viego jumping in, buying some time, doing some damage with the Kayle, still ramping up, and the Karthus does not have enough damage to actually kill her off.
Big win for Iggy, able to hold on a little bit longer as we see Skipaeus is just fighting up against Iggy's Ghost. Going to be able to find that one. This Poppy's doing work. I mean, KDA Poppy, we know that this unit is a beast, and she actually scales really well off of health, so 7 KDA gives an immense amount of health to this unit, and it just makes her do more damage, heal more. She just does everything for her. Actually, KDA Poppy, the more I think about it, the more like, this guy's just cooking. This is sick.
Oh, yeah, I think my new main. This is the best KDA holder in the game.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
In the 4-cost race especially, in terms of stabilizing your stage 4 and 5 and allowing to go 9 to chase that 10 KDA, but the RE2 is still missing, which is the big one. We have the big upgrade for Eggy. Maybe not the one he wanted, but one that he definitely needs, the Yorick 2 potentially coming through here.
Yeah, needs, must. Oh boy, we're certainly coming down to the end of the line here. For our players, again, this is the penultimate game of the group stage. We're trying to find out who gets into the top 8. Tooth and Claw trying to fight their way back up, especially for players like Jedusor in this lobby. They need that first place finish. They need every point they can grab.
Yeah, Ugol actually finally took a loss. I'm curious if Jedusor actually played the real version this time around as we look through. Skipaeus and Eggy were the other two that found wins, but Skipaeus we did see beat, it looked like Eggy's clone. So it's going to be very, very tough for Eggy to stay alive here. We'll see if there was a big enough upgrade.
Double duplicate onto the Seraphine, but actually the last Seraphine or the last Ahri item here. He did hit the Seraphine upgrade instead, but looking now at Eggy, who is on his last life and has a chance, of course, to get into the top 8 still with 49 points coming into this game. Number 5, the Yorick now fully itemized, trying to help buy time for the triple Rage Blade Kayle. You can't scale more than this Kayle, but the Zed is half health. He's already onto the Kayle. Can the Kayle out DPS the Zed? She cannot.
Nah, but Yorick's there.
Yorick cleans up, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. The secondary stepping in and making a mess out of everything. Incredibly hard to put down. As you go, we'll take the L there against the newly upgraded Skipaeus board. Cass, we were looking to see where that Giant Slayer would end up going. It went onto the Seraphine.
Yeah, Seraphine, you've got the 3-star. Makes sense to me. Qingqian with the very creative board as well, playing that Pentakill Ahri, but it seems like it has kind of lost its luster as we've gotten late in the game. 6 loss streak. Qingqian really trying to hold on at this point, but 38 points anyway. Just trying to play for pride and some extra placements, some extra cash.
Good news for EMEA. Jedusor still on a win streak, 9 win streak, and for Skipaeus, a 3 win streak coming into the middle part of this stage 6.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to the next game or last game of the day, especially we'll have more players secure in a spot. Skipaeus is about as close as you can get without being fully across the line. You can see the power of the board has been put in place to bring it all together right now. Taking out Qingqian would be absolutely massive, but the Karthus is getting a lot of time to scale up for the fight.
Yeah, that Ghoul's actually almost going to take down the Seraphine, and it sets up for the Karthus to finish the job, and now it's just down to the Poppy.
How good is she?
1v9, one-woman army, but she can't get it done against the rest of this board. Skipaeus is going to lose, breaks his streak, but still held on to the highest HP in the lobbies.
And Eggy with a 5th here puts himself in the same exact spot as Jiwei, 53 points coming into the last game, trying to fight for the pride of SEA as their last hero left alive in contention for that top 8.
It's been hugely contested at the top of the table. We don't know for certain what that cutoff's going to be yet with everyone so closely adhering. But down to our final selection here. Skipaeus definitely stepped up and ahead, but Jedusor, I'm so impressed he's kept going for this long.
Not just that, but he has 63 gold right now. He's waiting for the level 10 spike because he knows he has 2 lives still at 20 HP. I love this risky play. He knows he needs a big win.
Yeah, Jedusor just trying to stay alive throughout this as we see this fight not even close.
Wow.
True damage, nuking pentakill, not even close at all.
You were praising before the true damage. Ari,
It's so strong.
Just ripped through that ball like it wasn't even there.
Is this the win for Jedusor? It's the big question. If it is, that buys him time to go 10 while still being on 2 lives, and that's going to be the case. A massive carousel round coming up here. A spatula on the Alawi, a Kiana with a cloak, but not full items built. What does Skipaeus want here?
Yeah, does not have the ability to play around the spatula and actually get that KDA online. Can't even find the levels for it. Jedusor just going to grab flexible item there. Be able to play it either front line or back. Really, we got to watch Jedusor, right? He needs this first. Puts him in a position where qualifying for top 8 is very realistic. Just needs a second high placement after that, being at 45 points. That first place pushes him to 53, and 60 is our approximated striking.
And your goal is mathematically out. Skipaeus is mathematically in. It's all about Jedusor trying to claw his way into that first place position with an incredibly capped board, an 11 win streak, level 10. Pretty much all relevant legendaries in the game are on his board, but they're not upgraded yet. He needs to find the Yorick 2, the Jin 2, the Ziggs 2 especially, if he wants to guarantee this win.
Yeah, your goal may be able to play some spoiler here. Goes up against Skipaeus. Of course, if you get the win here, knocks Skipaeus down and out. It would free up the space for Jedusor to get one step closer to that big win. That Poppy right in the center absorbing a ton of damage, but the Ari is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, when you're anchored on a single frontliner, true damage just eats you alive. It doesn't care about the resistances you've stacked up on this Poppy. Usually HP is a good way to try and deal with it, but no, this Ari does just far too much damage. And now Yugol is the only one who stands in the way of Jedusor finding that first and getting as close as possible to that juicy top 8.
And this is no surprise. The win streakers at the end of stage 5 are the 2 last players left alive. Their combat strength was evident when it comes to that Senna 3, upgraded into the Ari true damage, into the Akali as well. That 3-prong attack with Kiana, farming components throughout these last 2 stages. Jedusor, we saw it. He raised the stakes. He risked it all for the biggest reward possible, and he found it.
Oh boy, Jedusor with the headline illusion in place there as well. This board has been growing stronger and stronger over time. We'll see if the illusion's be able to keep himself out of trouble. We have got the Jin over in the other corner as well. The crossfire should be able to cut through a lot of the central board.
Yeah, Zed getting stuck on the Echo pretty much the entire fight, not actually able to get anything done. But now the Crowd Diver stun onto the Senna is going to slow down the damage. It's going to leave time for Jin to try and win this. Zig's going to tank up the hit. And Jin gets to go all the way. The body block from Ziggs, protecting his teammate.
He's the #1 tank.
Ziggs stepped up, literally, when it mattered
Quite
most.
literally.
Because that made it so that the AoE damage from Senna would not kill both the Jin and the Ziggs if it landed. Crucial fight there, and I think this is where Senna starts to suffer. When there are so many different targets you have to chew through one by one, and so many different clumps across the entirety of the board, she cannot melt everything as quickly as we've seen earlier in Stage 4.
I don't think I've ever seen higher value out of a Crowd Diver jump than stopping that Senna in her tracks while the backline stayed alive and was able to push forward there. Massive for the side of Jedusor.
Last bit of gold here is going to be relevant for that Jin to upgrade to one of the bigger damage dealers on the board here for Jedusor. 13 win streak, finds the Yorick here as well, but it's all going to be about this Jin.
Oh boy, we've got the item to come in for the 3rd item available.
There it is!
All right.
You found it!
Last item, you don't have mana generation, unfortunately. You do have the adaptive helmet at the very least. Going to go on the Lucian headliner instead.
Blue buff being switched.
I love it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Still playing around 2 very heavily itemized carries. They're completely split. Senna never going to be able to hit them both.
We were pointing out before, the front line isn't fantastic, but the back line is unbelievable. The crossfire will start again. Hopefully this time Ziggs knows exactly where to stand to get in the way of the big shots. Keep your eyes on when that Senna damage is coming
Zed!
through. As Zed gets into the back line.
There's the Edge of Night. It popped. He takes down the Ari, and now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Able to find his first place and set him up for success in Game 6.
The golden road is open for Jedusor. The comeback potential is real.
He took a big risk, but I think he knew exactly what he was doing at every moment of the game. Let's remember the denial on the KDA fights on Skipaeus. He was looking through every single possible outcome and where he would end up losing. He looked through all the timelines and found the one where he's now in contention for a top 8 spot, despite a slow start to this day 2.
Yeah, it was perfect. I loved the early way he played Heartsteel. He even had the potential to play even riskier, but he still played kind of a bit reserved, right? It wasn't just fully out there going for every single risk that he could. All the variants dialed it back just enough, finds himself in that first place.
Well, gentle viewers, we are coming up to our final game of day 2 when all of these players' journeys culminate in a chance to get to the top 8 and call themselves global champion by the end of tomorrow. We have our analyst desk coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back momentarily.
Not a good result.
Yes!
Ooh, twice in one day.
But as we were talking about before, the power level of the lobby will be inflated. We did see, of course, before some of our players claiming their route very early on.
Now we see why he picked it. He wants to go for 5 hard steel in stage 2.
Yeah, there's the Edge of Night, it popped, and King takes down the RE, and now he's on the Senna.
He did it!
Able to find his first place and set him up for success in Game 6.
The Golden Road.
We surely are turning up the rumble when it comes down to the TFT Remix Rumble World Championships. This is game number 5 for the day, and there is so much that we get a chance to look forward to heading into the final game of the day.
Absolutely right. It's so fun, and we got a treat during that last game as well.
Yeah, for sure. Hardsteel making the difference. 7 Hardsteel. We were talking about it with Clement. And finally, we saw a cash out, not the best possible, but actually great for having a good or the best placement with the first place from Jedusor.
And on the other side, I felt like it was very brutal for the other ones in the lobby because this lobby was all about being contested. 4 players were going for the same compositions, and they were kind of out by default.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the ribbon boards and what happened there, you know?
Yeah, for sure. We got May, we got also Cheche going for the ribbon, both with good angle to do it. Cheche with the 8-bit emblem got it early, and also May getting a lot of ribbon, but none of them could get a 3-star, and we got a 8th place and a 5th place for Cheche.
It's too bad when you take a look at the Riven reroll. One of the reasons why it's been such a consistent composition is because it has the ability to deal with these 80 flex boards if that Riven can get into the right position and you have the good items for it.
Yeah, but it really didn't come together that much for Mai, at least. It wasn't possible to get as strong as it should have been. I, however, do want to talk about a comp that you're seeing here right now, and that is actually Xinjiang's board coming here in 4th. During that game, we saw him play an Ahri together with a Karthus rather than the Akali that we're seeing a lot of, and I thought that was so cool. It didn't work out. It was very bad. He lost. But I just thought it was so cool to try to kind of find that creativity when you're unable to find that second unit that you're looking for, instead going for another 4 cost that can provide some extra damage and at least minimize a little bit of the extra damage that comes out there.
Absolutely. He really wanted to play the Kale, but that's just the contested nature of these last few game lobbies. I want to give a shout out to Yugal, which his Senna positioning was absolutely beautiful here. Adding in the Ahri with the true damage spat and the Sona, this is exactly how you want to cap this board.
Yeah, I was personally looking at how Skipaeus was also one of those other players that actually navigated that KDA line. You saw that Poppy as a really great piece to that front line, but still playing within that same KDA tree that we ended up seeing sort of teched into Xinjiang's board as well.
For sure. Using what he knows and what he tells us in their interview, he did a great tempo with 7 KDA. He didn't get the 3-star until level 8, and then when he got it, it was good enough to get him to great places.
Well, now, unfortunately, we did see Yugal take that 2nd place, but I think there's a pretty good reason why that 2nd place might have come to fruition, and that's because at the top of the lobby, Jedusor taking those risks and getting the rewards. What was really going on for Jedusor in that game? Can you show us?
Yes, for sure. Let's see it. We have now the tactical breakdown presented by
HyperX.
Okay, so here it is. It started with this early cash out with good results on 3-5, and the casters were crazy here. They were like, what is he doing? He's rolling. He didn't saw his headliner. He's still level 7, but actually what he was doing, he was looking for the full Hardsteel board. So he was rolling, and finally he was able to find the 7 Hardsteel. This allowed him to go for a bigger cash out. It doesn't matter if he wins, he wanted to lose. He tried to lose for the minimum possible, and then with a few rounds, the next cash out, the big cash out, was going to be in round 4-3. We were talking with Clement about the cash out. He only got 400. He was trying to go for the 500 where you get the best result with that tactician's crown. You also get like double radiant. We were talking about having the rascal growth, but actually it was a lot of gold and a duplicator. If you see it like that, it was not the best, but the gold was so much that he was actually able to roll a lot and get the units that he really wanted. And then with this, he pushed to level 8. He tried to go for legendaries. He found the Lucian in the afterwards, and that's what gave him the final lobby and the win. Jedusor is important. He started this round only in place 18, and now with this win, he has the possibility to go to day 3 if he gets a first or a second on this round. Clement, we were signing together. What do you think, man? Are you missing the 500 or 400 is okay?
Honestly, this was the biggest showcase of why Hardsteel is so good. He low-rolled on so many things, but still made it through. First off, he found an Obsidian Cleaver, the worst of the support items, and then he also missed 500 cash out by just killing 6 units, and was still able to 13 win streak to keep his hopes alive for day 3.
Thank you so much to both of you for that tactical breakdown, powered and presented and sponsored by HyperX. It's been amazing to be able to just see how these 80 flex boards have truly been the difference maker for some of our players, and that really is a great way to be able to tell Jedusauer's story. I'm so glad you brought that up, that Jedusauer does have a chance to break into the top 8, and that would be a historical run.
It would be. You are looking once again at the standings here with one more game to go. Our tiebreaker is probably going to be around that 60-point mark. We were talking about a lot of players already on very high points on that first page, so it might be 61 even. We're going to see where it comes in, but it will be very, very hard to break into the top 8.
It is going to be, especially when you take a look at who is leading the charge for all 32 of these tacticians. We've got Degree and Skipaeus in first and second place respectively, and with the point totals that they have locked themselves into the final lobby after 11 games. That is incredible.
That's one of the best runs we've seen so far. I think the record has not been broken, but with even with a 7 Degree with a first place could still have the possibility of a great result and break the record for first place.
Ever since we switched to a best of 12, the highest points we ever seen in the first 2 days is 72 by Setsuko and Sake. And now Degree has a chance to beat the Bulls and beat the Golden State Warriors and go for the highest record.
That's an impressive record to hit too. Almost like getting a 6-8-bit cash out high score. I had to put that.
I think that's a good comparison, because after all, it is about the high highs and the high finishes. And we saw a lot of very known names in that list here, in the kind of bracket where players can still move in or out, like Malala, for example, and I'm very curious how that's going to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying, though, right? Is that there's a 60-point cutoff that all of our players are truly looking at right now as the break point to make it into that final lobby tomorrow. We only have one game left to determine who will be our top 8 on that final day, so let's send it back over to our casters, Casanova, Counterfeit, and Panda.
Thank you so much, Necro. We are so close, as I was saying, to qualifying those top 8 through. The journeys these players have been on just to even get to this kind of point are absolutely astounding. And it all comes down to this final game to see who those last joiners will be.
And we're going to be going back to the lobby we did last time, and we're looking at 3 players. We got 3 names here: ZUA, Iggy, and Jedusauer. Those are the 3 that can still make it into that top 8, so we're going to be watching them intently.
So many names that are still fighting for their regions. Malala for NA as well in a different lobby. It's just the do or die moment. All your prep the entire season, starting with a ladder snapshot, going into the major tournaments in NA and EMEA and all regions across the world, going to the regional finals, day 1 and now this day 2, all coming down to this last game.
And very notably, they're all at 53 points. This needs to be a massive game for any of them, but it's unlikely that we see all of them or even multiple of them make it through. They need either first or second to even be in contention.
And that's going to mean that really a third place won't do it. You have to play that risky play like Casanova, that heart steal we saw from Jedusauer. If you can run it back again, that's a big one.
All right, Skipaeus stands alone on the portal to destiny. We'll see if he can one-man it again. We know we deserve it.
Oh, come on. Okay. You got it last time.
Listen, this is my most picked portal on my pick'ems. Good job, Eggy.
All right, ready yourselves, everyone. One last time around, and we're looking for a big lock-in. Xingtian will find exactly one of those. Eggy as well with the Urgot.
Yeah, Eggy finding an Urgot I think is massive, right? Trying to be able to play that win streak style, get a lot of gold, and we've seen Eggy play from high HP and then take a kind of mid-game where he loses a lot. He just sacrifices HP, stage 3, stage 4, and then hits a full board at that point.
For Jedusauer, could it be Riven, the French compatriot who also qualified to World? Volta played Riven and Heartsteel to make his way to Worlds with these crazy, exciting first-place games. But this is deja vu. Are we running it back? Is this a replay? Production, please?
Yeah, I mean, it was the same lobby, but did you mean literally we're going to cast over the same exact lobby once again?
Hey, the result was good. I'm down.
Yeah, it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jedusauer is fixing to get himself another first play finish. Remember, the path he took last time round was treacherous indeed, but he played for that first place and he took it.
All right, we'll see how the rest of our players competing for those slots are faring. Yue has found actually a Olaf as well that he's going to be playing around. So that is, looking to stabilize that early game. It seems like most of these players outside of Jedusor are playing for that win streak.
Making use of the early Nico to get the KDA online, potentially the Superfan online as well. Now has a Lilia pair and this Nico. I'm really looking forward to Jedusor's game plan with Heartsteel, especially because of the raise the stakes implications. Everyone knows Jedusor wants to raise the stakes and wants to play for first. Two players especially are going to try and stop him from doing that. Is it too risky? Will someone just directly open fort the moment they see Jedusor going for that raise the stakes moment?
I just think the concept of too risky just can't exist for Jedusor anymore at this point. So we said coming in, you need the big finish here. Nothing but
Clear
the absolute
mind.
bleeding edge.
He is not stressed at all. The feelings are smooth. He's flowing. His mind is clear. He's trying to go for that run it back.
He's expressing himself through his augment choice. You can see on his camera there, tiny on the right-hand side of the screen, the concentration on his face, knowing this is the moment he could go to the top 8 or just miss out.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Agi being able to pick up Salvage Bin. So we're kind of looking at opposite styles here. Agi going to look to really push the tempo, slam all of his items, especially with this Urgot early. This is going to be a really strong board to find that win streak in Stage 2 and Stage 3.
And with Salvage Bin, quick reminder, if you're looking for a win, which is what Agi needs, there's a high cap to this augment because you can break down emblems in the late game like we saw Dish Soap doing in day number 1 to try and find those verticals, the 9 true damage, the pentakill, the 10 KDA we saw Chase so many times today.
And of course, in this lobby, we will not have any real help from the portals outside of the early plays, these early Urgots, this early power. Later on, finding that kind of portal power would be absolutely fantastic as we see what the Urgot can do. Normally, the Olaf would be the answer to all your problems, but Urgot just perhaps too big of a problem to solve.
He stayed on level 3 and he still find the win. That's just how strong Urgot actually is.
Corki 2, Urgot 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, it's good.
One thing I wanted to bring into the conversation in terms of unusual augments, too big to fail from your goal from Korea, going from a bruiser-centric line, will be able to get a good amount of power in early on.
Yeah, that's actually a setup that might actually even be scary for Agi to run into. Too big to fail with the Olaf headliner early. Usually you just use this to win streak a lot in the early game. I'd actually be very interested if Yugol tries to continue to play this throughout the game because most of the time in NA, it was just used as a 2-1 augment to win streak on Stage 2 and 3.
Very interesting. We'll see. I mean, I know at the very middle part of the set where we're really getting popularity, players were just playing for that 6 bruiser out, trying to fit in things like a TF disco sometimes even to just have a backline carry. But as you mentioned, it has changed a bit near the later start of the set. I think everything's been a bit more optimized. For Jedusor, talking about optimizations, using those punk rolls with clear mind to try and have that mid-max of having some board strength while trying to level up.
See on the other side though, ZUA, the board strength is overwhelmingly strong with that buried treasure, getting a little bit more punch behind that early board. Certainly doesn't seem to be taking the more passive approach to looking for that first place.
Trying to find Heartsteel here as well. That's the big one for the Punk. And find a very early Riven Caitlyn package.
Gee.
Does this maybe sway you in a different direction?
Yeah, the items are actually pretty solid for this as well. It's pretty reasonable to try and go for Riven from here, especially because with it being Riven Caitlyn, you actually will effectively stack 8-bit in the early stages of the game.
You have to sell all your bench here with Clear Mind though, which makes you have to sell both the pair of Pantheons and the pair of Vines. I like this, adding in the Vine set to get the 1 extra gold over having the Pantheon in for Punk.
All right, we'll see how this newly minted board does. Again, this is against the too big to fail exploding bruiser board. So certainly at this point, not strong enough to get the win, but maybe good enough to get some stacks in of 8-bit and get a few units off the board.
Yeah, realistically, lose streaking all of Stage 2 is just fine. I think the positive outcome is the fights are close, you get some kills, you get some stacks, and that's really all the Jedusor is looking for on these early stages. But we talked about how Riven can cap out, how it can win games. We've seen it falter, but this is when Jedusor needs it most.
Talking about what he's looking for. First pick on the Stage 2 carousel. Doesn't have Heartsteel in yet. Has the Cassante Heartsteel headliner. Does he find a Yone? Does he find a set? Or is Riven going to be good enough with a bow that could become potentially an 8-bit emblem if he wants to go down that route and finds a spatula in the Stage 2 carousel? That will be the committal for now. It is 3 gold as well, just in case.
Yeah, no Heartsteel available here, so it just does feel like the bow, which is already pretty good to pair up with the itemization that he has on the bench. I think we will see Jedusor just try and play around this Riven, at least in the early game. Having the pair, I'm curious, he still had Pumpkin, maybe he uses the 1 roll, sees if he can high roll, but if not, he'll maybe take it out and just play the Rivens.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we'll be able to at least keep them on the ball for the time being, but let's check around with what everyone else is up to. Cheche, with the duplicators from before,
is set up for a strong early board. Has kept things mostly under control as Jejusaur will hit the 2-star Riven, exactly as you said, Cass.
And of course, Jeje cannot fight for the top lane, but he can fight for placements and a whole lot of prize pool. Riven 2 has been found. Caitlyn as well. He was trying his hardest to play for Heartsteel, but the game is saying, listen, you got one win already. Don't get too greedy. Here's some Rivens instead.
I think there's a lot to be said to listening to what the game wants to give you on any given day. For Jejusaur, this is a very, very important day. Going to slam in the Bloodthirster. Going to draw out these rounds a little bit longer without making too much of a threat. I was going to say, without making too much of a threat of winning, but I think actually that'll still happen anyway.
I think it's interesting because when you look at his spot, you're like, oh, but he's broke. This just can't be possibly good. But I think the big thing to look at is Clear Mind is actually giving him so much econ over this. And while he's broke, he's already hit 3 copies of the unit that he's looking for. He'll be at 6 once he can find the headliner. And because a lot of gold is going into leveling via Clear Mind, he'll actually hit 7 on pace that he needs to actually be rolling down for the Riven 3.
And the fact that he found these Rivens in the right moments where he can hit the upgrade and not have to hold the second unit on the bench makes things so much more easy for Jejusaur in terms of that awkwardness with Clear Mind sometimes.
All right, just taking in some of the other augments on the lobby overall. Mai from Japan, we haven't seen too much of as of yet, going up for the Ritz got richer, so the economy start, and it looks like Heartsteel attempt for the early game. So we're keeping our eyes out, particularly, again, on those 3 players, Ziyue, Eggy, and Jejusaur, how far they can push in this game. A top 2 at worst, a top 1 at best.
Ziyue runs into Eggy. Eggy staying on level 4, and Eggy has lost throughout this stage, so not able to keep the full win streak, but both of our Urgot and Joyers going up against each other.
And for Eggy, you're thinking, how can a player who needs to play for first slam a Sunfire and a Shiv? It's because he has Salvage Bin, making the best use of his augment to have some tempo slams early that he can break down later on in the game to find that BIS for whatever carries he needs.
Yeah, very, very smart play there. And one of which is definitely an augment that's definitely taken by our players who are looking for a tougher road intentionally.
An early Ahri.
What is this game? An early forecast?
We've been
What's
finding
going on?
a lot of them. They've been creeping up, trying to give some people either some direction or just power early on. But Cheche finding the Seraphine immediately as a potential option to go for. Has AP items, has the super fan start. Could be a reasonable out.
It is Spellweaver, though.
Yeah, not optimal.
We'll have to see how greedy Cheche is going to be. You go, though.
I love this board.
This is
Bruiser.
absolutely filthy.
4 Bruiser, 1 Ahri. I mean, Ahri actually can work out great as the carry playing in this Bruiser composition. You talked about the 6 Bruiser out, and then you find like a TF carry. Ahri can work, but you might want to find a little bit of spread damage to add to it. I don't think you want to solo carry the Ahri with the Bruiser board.
It definitely puts me in mind of the Ahri Sentinels board we've seen this before. Well, I guess we got a little bit of extra damage. We've got 4 Bruiser in right now for not an insignificant amount of punch to back up that Ahri's damage.
You can make 30 here as well. You can slam the red buff if you'd like it on the Ahri. If you're thinking about playing something more like an Ezreal later on in the game, even just a TF can hold it and then move into legendaries later on.
All right, let's check back in on our big 3 Ryu. Currently, let's see, more towards the top of the table. Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect to be doing quite that well at this point.
It's
41 gold in the bank and a 5-round win streak as well. That's certainly a great setup for the push later. Jejusaur again, another one of those 3. Has not found any more Rivens since then, but still the board's looking good and the items are looking
Yeah,
good.
I mean, he's definitely playing Riven. You see the slams, Quicksilver alongside the Bloodthirster. And, you know, we were talking about Jejusaur's like, oh, maybe I want to play Heartsteel this game. And then he was gifted the Rivens. And Jejusaur says, well, why not both? I think we'll play Heartsteel and Riven, and we'll try and collect a couple of items along the way.
This augment, so important for Jejusaur if he's committing to this Riven line. Unlike most other comps, Riven really needs specific augments. She needs combat power to elevate her to that first place. A second won't do it, a third won't do it. He needs to find that big, big result in this final game.
And we've got our augment selection coming up here for 3-2, and we'll see exactly what Jejusaur is able to find to try and tie this composition together, and it's Prismatic.
Oh, Prismatic
so that is going
very
to be massive.
poor unless you find the right augments. He needs to get these rerolls going. Tiniest Titan, Blinding Speed, and What the Forge are not going to cut it.
No, absolutely not. We got to reroll. Wellness Trust is another miss. Needs to find the damage. Blinding Speed, definitely, as you said, not going to be enough.
There we go. Now we're talking, Board Dog. Thank you very much.
You know, we talked about this quite a bit and how Jeweled Lotus is actually actually one of the best augments for Riven, and it doesn't feel so intuitive because you look at Riven and you say, well, I don't actually need this line of text that says my ultimate can crit. However, you know, you're already slamming Quicksilver, you get 40% extra crit, now those big auto attacks start just slaying people immediately.
Seems like a few more players agree. Cheche also on Jewel Lotus, Chuken also on Jewel Lotus on the bottom side there.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic for that invisible fourth item, an extra push of power. Jedusor still, you know, making sure that he keeps himself nice and cozy here. The items continue to be slammed and ready to be moved across the river, and when the moment is right, that moment isn't quite yet, though.
We passed the first test for the Riven board. Now the second test is coming up. The stage 3 carousel. Can he find a spatula to be able to slam a bow onto it and find a 6-8-bit later in the game?
Oh, he's not going to be able to actually have first pick, I believe, by in this spot. We'll see how it actually shakes out, but it looked like a couple of people took losses and may have dropped below him.
Looks like Eggy's on 64. Nope, still first
no,
pick.
he actually fell all the way to the
one more
bottom.
fight, though, still.
Yep, one more fight to try and hold on, and his power level is still kind of creeping up to where he could find some fight wins.
Eggy picking up, going to level 6, and spend a little bit of that gold. Has the Seraphine coming together. Getting the item slams in pretty aggressively here. Eggy has been on a loss streak, but maybe that might be about to at least soften, if not change.
Yeah, of course, the salvage bin, right? He's going to always slam these items down. Ended up going for the Determined Investor, trying to make some extra gold here. Diamond Hands also gives him a third frontline item to go alongside with these backline items, so Eggy can continue to try and play through that. As we look at Mai, going to be on the other side, has been loss streaking quite a bit. Very rich on level 6, looking to push potentially to a fast 7, fast 8.
Yeah, has a heart still in place as well, alongside that Rich got richer, so definitely trying to play for a big win out in this game. Riskier, but certainly with its own share of rewards. You can see the board here from Eggy that's been newly put together is doing its job very well. That Gragas is holding ground for an enormous amount of time.
I'm going to be honest, I'm going to put my biases on display here. I'm happy to see a blue buff on my side because Mai played Riven last game. It seems like just comfort comp. He crushed Cheche's dreams. Thankfully, Jedusor looks uncontested for this game. Number 6, Spatula is there. Jedusor
It's going to his side.
Is first.
It's going to his side.
Everything right into
is going right for Jedusor.
This road, the golden road for Jedusor, is paved in spatulas and big hopes and dreams. The bricks are being laid here for the road to a potential first and a potential day 3.
Now he needs exactly one specific headliner. I'm not going to celebrate until he finds an 8-bit Riven, hopefully in very little gold.
We have seen it time and time again of players getting stuck. They need to find that perfect headliner and they can never get there. But Jedusor, everything has been coming up for him exactly as he wants, and his roll down likely going to show up on that 4-1.
Again, 5 hearts though. The rod was not ideal. It's why I was grimacing a tiny bit. Obviously, it's maybe the last component you want on a board like this. He's rolling now. 20 gold only to work with. Surprise.
All right, that's 8-bit.
8-bit Garen.
I think he knew he couldn't milk the Heartsteel for another cash outs because he would be rolling for the Riven anyway, so it makes sense to roll down a little bit here and at least preserve HP the next 2 rounds.
Okay, well, that's another brick being put in the wall there. We know that 8-bit is now possible to reach up to that 6th version. Oh!
No,
can you see the item slams? Presumably this is just a stake.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Don't wait for the
renting
headliner.
it until he can find that Riven. It's a good rental, right? Because you're just getting extra 8-bit, but not having the Corki means that Jedusor does not have that 6 immediately online.
You're selling the Garen anyway, so you know those items will be swapped over to the Riven headliner, ideally in the 4-1 roll down. 25 gold to work with, and hopefully make it to above 50 after the Wolves PvE round. And we'll see if that'll be enough gold to actually hit the board he needs. As you mentioned, Casa, the weirdest thing, he has all the 8-bit units except for the 1-cost Corki.
Yeah, but he won't necessarily need it as much later on, right? Finding just a generic Riven, get the +1 from the or the generic Garen, find the +1 with the Riven, and then, you know, hopefully in this big roll down that he's got on 4-1, you can find the 1-cost. Surprised me. Well, of course, he couldn't hold it throughout the game because of Clear Mind. I totally forgot about that, but yeah, it's a big reason why he's not able to have that 1-cost.
Yeah, it's an awkward line for Jedusor, but we'll see how well he can navigate it. Ryu, I'll see you, Relic, one of our 3 players looking for that first place finish, does have the double Infinity Edge. A very, very nice board being put together here that's kept him winning for a very long time, almost 2 full stages.
Oh, he's going to win 2 full stages. I mean, look, it's Jedusor on the other side. There's no way that this, you know, pieced together board of the Garen headliner is going to make it done. And this Freaky Friday being able to give all these extra stats to the front line and the back line here with the Olaf and the Urgot. Ziwei just trying to win streak, try and go as much HP preservation as possible.
Curious if G-Wes tries to follow similar footsteps that Skipaeus had in that Game 6 yesterday, where he played with a double Infinity Force for that duo carry between the Zed and the Akali. Both great users playing into the vertical true damage instead, but no spatula here. We'll see what his roll down looks like at 4-2, I imagine. He's going to have so much gold to work with thanks to the win streak. The big roll down will be coming in through Jedusor, though. 4-1 is the pivotal moment for the French player. He did it last game. Can he do it again?
Yeah, he got his way up to 40 gold. He should be able to get near 50 after these neutrals, and it's going to be so much to work with, but needing one specific headliner does make it that terrifying prospect. You're not even sure if 50 will be enough.
All right, let's go and check it out if it's going to be the real deal. The sellers already happened, the roll down.
Corki.
Corki's in place. We have
Caitlyn.
one. Another Caitlyn.
Caitlyn 2.
Upgrade. Come
Just
on.
needs the Riven.
Where is it? Where is it?
Come on. Agi hits Seraphine 3. It's a big hit as well. On the other side, UA has not really found too much. Actually, still just slow rolling. Going to just level up to 8.
Just going to wait to roll down on 4-2. I'm curious if Jedusor did manage to finally hit. He's rolled down to 4 gold.
No.
And he has
Found
two Riven pairs.
2 Riven pairs. I don't know if they fit or not, but I assume it is.
We have to believe, just as hard as Jedusor must have to believe in himself in this game. ZUA at least does have the power to get punching through these boards early on. The Urgots from before still proving their worth, and the 3-cost champion Portal.
And what a start for the CN player. 11 win streak, now a massive roll down coming through. Maybe even a huge combat augment coming through at 4-2 as well to continue maximizing the strength here.
Oh,
Finds the Edgelord Riven Headliner, not the 8-bit. Might be a rental.
I don't know though at this point if he's got enough money to be, to be picky about that and try and go sell, try and go down again. Silver Augments will be our final choice. There's no extra gold injections being found here to try and refresh any economy.
All right, we can see GUA is looking to roll down, has rolled all the way to 0. We've got a pair of Zeds, ended up getting picked up as Sona, a pair of Poppies as well, and 2 Ezreals. A lot of pairs found, but no completed units for GUA. Does look like it will be the Poppy headliner, though, as being played around.
He's taken down his gold all the way to 0. We'll see if he can maintain the 11 win streak as a massive way of continuing that gold injection, just that win streak gold itself, which is going to be massive considering the 11 rounds he's won already.
ZUA forward being correctly read out from before. We're starting to see the units come into place. The Zed up to full itemization with the Edge of Night. It's on the opposite side from Skipaeus, we haven't seen a ton of. Has brought out the hologram board, but not the hologram board which we've seen a few times before.
I'm curious about the Giant Slayer on the Zed. I would really like to see the Infinity Force on the Zed and Giant Slayer on the Ezreal instead, but I am sure that ZUA knows a lot better than me how to itemize these units coming into a round where he needs to win to try and make top 8, to try and play in the day 3 tomorrow. Win against Skipaeus here. 12 win streak now for the CN player.
Yeah, still at 100 HP. He's found all combat augments in some way or another, either through items or just through that bulk. And 12 full wins, having this massive HP lead, he can afford to even push further levels as he just hits a Zed as well.
And Qingtian, he's holding 2 Rivens, making life so much more difficult for Jedusor, who we're seeing here has sold. The Riven headliner is looking for the 8-bit Riven, but is now at 3 gold. He can't find it. He can't buy it, even if he does find it. This is starting to look tragic. Of course, the risky play, it's an all-or-nothing kind of combo that we've seen fail a lot this weekend.
I just don't know about this, but Jedusor's made his choice and he's going to have to live or die with it. Up against Cheche with the 3-star center. That's a player who has hit everything he's looking for. The Riven at 2-star just isn't tough enough. At least we got a last shot off, but it won't take the center down. Jedusor going to get hit pretty hard in the face. It won't kill him, but will put him very close to it.
I don't know if he has enough money to make this happen. It needs to be Riven off the carousel and then, 8-bit Riven plus an additional Riven in this next shop, or else I think he's out of here. Too many of these boards have spiked way too hard.
Even the Riven here would not matter. He just needs the headliner at this point. It has to be 8-bit as well. Jedusor going for the sword, trying to finish off any last items he needs. He did find a Caitlyn too early, but I don't think that'll be enough to carry through this round, through this stage rather, if he doesn't find the headliner he needs. And we mentioned it. It's a specific headliner. It's so hard to try and pinpoint for exactly one.
Yeah, Jedusor seems to be out of luck here, but ZUA and Eggy, the two other players who are looking to break out of this lobby and into the top 8, they are doing exceptionally well. ZUA, of course, with a massive, massive win streak, but Eggy also thriving.
Finds one Riven, one more roll, doesn't get there. Qingtian finds the Vex 3 Executioners pretty online, but the front line very soft for this calm, so actually looks very much like it's going to be a bottom 2 alongside Jedusor, as they've both fallen down to 1 life.
Oh,
literally just the Riven headliner away. If he can survive one more fight, there's one more chance.
He's facing off against Eggy, one of the strongest players in the lobby. 6 win streak for the player who found the Seraphine 2 earlier on, and that's going to be the matchup here as well. The Nico holding down the fort, the Echo with the Redemption walking up to heal her. The Seraphine cast, if they come through onto the Riven, she doesn't sneak into the backline either. She gets stuck on the front line. The Caitlyn cast comes through. The Rabadon tech with the AP scaling. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah,
Riven is stuck for so long.
It's big, a lot of extra damage coming through. This bonus damage on Rabadons. The cast, the dodge from the Edgelord isn't enough. One more cast from the Caitlyn can come out. The Riven goes down, but the Caitlyn survives. The Rabadon's death cap. Shoutouts to Gangly, he knows where he is.
Oh boy, it was a secret hidden tech. Jedusor lives another day, another shot. The dream still feels so far away.
And looking at Mai now, the Radiant Deathblade onto the Ezreal. The very early Lucian as well here with the Rage Blade onto him. The Poppy headliner, very strong board for now, a 3 win streak.
And UA is finally taken a loss here on 4-5 after streaking the entirety of the game. 40 gold, level 8. Look at the board. He doesn't need to roll anymore. He's going to keep having these Heartsteel cash outs, and he can just push to level 9.
All right, Jedusor will be fighting for his life again in this round. I don't know how many rounds it's going to take to try and find the headliner, but going up against Ugol with the Ahri locked into the corner of the board.
No, but the Ahri's on her.
Riven just isn't strong enough. It's down to the Caitlyn by herself, and I do not think there's a further reprieve to be found.
Look, Death Cap might be an okay item for Caitlyn, but it's not good enough for this one, and Jedusor not going to be able to get there. Falls down in 7th place.
That being said, Jedusor has to be very proud of the season he's had. An insane breakout season for a very young French player we'll be seeing a lot more of in what I assume will be a very long career in TFT. A great top placement, not top 8 maybe, but maybe top 10, top 12 in his first ever World Championship.
Yeah, that makes a big difference how big of a splash you can make the first time. As you said, hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of him to come. The lessons learned from this, I'm sure, will stay with him for the rest of his TFT career.
And now we turn our focus to ZUA and Eggy. They both are still able to find a spot in that top 8. They've both put themselves in very solid positions to do so. Both of them the highest HP in the lobby. ZUA finally going to start taking some losses as he tries to econ up for level 9.
Just with the way that Heartsteel works, ZUA is expected to have just more and more resources going into the late game, whereas the cap has been hit by Eggy. He's stabilized, he's healthy, yes, but where does he go from here with a Seraphine 3?
Yeah, that's the big question, is how can he actually cap this out? Usually, you would say something like Sona when it was the Spellweavers, but we haven't seen Sona find very much success at all, and it definitely doesn't feel like the way to stand up to a Heartsteel board that is capping with 3 fully itemized carries already, and the ability to itemize legendaries later on.
Yeah, Eggy's certainly very short on cash, but does find at least the Lulu to be upgraded. Maybe we'll be looking for that Ahri a little bit later on to try and punch a little bit more power in. But again, the players who found their boards, particularly the center board here, going to be very hard to deal with.
On the left side, Eggy up against Cheche. Seraphine versus Senna. Maybe Eggy's plan is just to stay healthy. Maybe a second will be enough for him. We're not entirely sure on the math yet. The tiebreakers could be at 61, and that could be enough if he makes it to that point gap. He's able to win this last fight here. 2 wins now in a row for Eggy, and wins that mirror matchup against Senna.
Yeah, it's a really good point you call out. As much as we were talking about, hey, play for first in this game, we do know they're 53 points, right? If you get 7, it still puts you to 60. That was the initial target we put out, so there's still a chance that you can find it with that second place. As we've got an Ahri now to replace the Lulu. Ahri 2 can definitely make a big difference.
Oh boy. To be in these players' shoes, to make those kind of decisions at this moment that could send you into the top 8 or away from it. Ugol, of course, we've still got to consider for our players who are trying to make it through to day 3, if neither of them can, it's a possibility neither of them hit into the top 2, and neither of them get the spots at all.
We saw it in EMEA Finals. The cutoff was at 61, and tiebreakers took into effect for what players would make it or not, all the way into that day 3 and then into Worlds. Looking at this board now from ZUA, still those Infinity Forces doing so much for the Poppy, for the Ezreal as well. The tankiness on the Poppy, especially holding that even shroud. The direct counter to the disco board is not doing enough just yet. The Ezreal one does not have enough damage to one-shot the TF, and TF is able to clean up. The Poppy can't do it by herself.
Yeah, actually a pretty significant loss. A lot of HP going down for Zue, but of course we do know that this is going to be level 9, and on that roll down, I would expect the Ezreal to get hit as well, or even just find a way into a Jhin to be the carry instead.
Skipaeus close to elimination. Baron, of course, he's already through to the final 8 in day number 3, so he can more or less just wait this one out and try and scout his potential future opponents, gain as much intel as possible, and ready himself for the battle to come.
Eggy's HP buffer game plan is working out until now, but a new challenger has risen up in the HP standings. 6 win streak for Mai, another Heartsteel player who can continue capping on his board. Maybe just waiting for everyone to die will not work out. Eggy has to find a way to cap out and win at least against one of the 2 Heartsteel players.
And it looks like we might have another death coming through. Skipaeus falling very low, now running in to that Senna, but Thresh getting one last hook before he goes down. Maybe that is enough as the Senna just tries to shoot through the rest of the board. Now that's going to do it for Senna.
Oh, I love the Ezreal. He jumps up in the air, he readies his bow, and Senna just like goes,
Oh, cast times. So Skipaeus is out of here, but again, his job has already been done with his previous games. That's always quite a thing to be able to get across that line before the full group stage is over. You go though with the disco board. Been relying on the last surviving member, but not good enough, I suspect. No,
what? Wow, okay.
That was a bigger hit than I was expecting.
Okay, Ziggs, we've been seeing these 1-star Ziggs popping off.
He's a tank and a DPS.
Toby, go.
We're looking now at the stage 5 carousel. The key 5 cots have been instantly swiped and picked up by the first pickers, Cheche and Yugo. Zijue, Mai picking up a Steadfast, trying to make his front line just a little bit tankier, trying to solve the problem of that Seraphine damage raining down upon his tanks as those fights begin, and still win streaking as well for the Japanese player.
Yeah, Mai looking to play spoiler against these 2. Eggy has now overtaken Zue on the HP, but we do know that Zue should be pushing to level 9, and here it is. Another Heartsteel cash out on the way as well, but the roll down has not netted enough, I don't feel. There's not a lot of legendaries being hit. We just see the
no Lowy, no Diggs, no Jhin.
No Ezreal 2-star either.
This is a little bit
missed
sad.
Everything, actually.
Especially with the Bruiser Emblem, you really want to have the Alawi, I assume, to try and fit in the 4 Bruiser to have that extra bit of tankiness. But also no RE2 for Eggy, so, you know, hands being shaken across the board, no one's hitting anything.
And everyone's spending every piece of money they've got available. There's barely any gold left in the lobby at all, even while the HP totals at the top are more substantial. We do get to see our 2 players whose dreams are big going face to face.
Yeah, Zue versus Eggy. Both of them really want this fight when the other person is still contesting them on points. You want to be trying to drop them as early as possible. Try and make sure that the spot can be yours. And it looks like right now Eggy does have the stronger board. Poppy trying her best. Not going to be able to get it done. And Eggy holding onto this HP lead as Mai finally loses a fight, which is incredibly important here.
That being said, still cash outs coming through. We talked about the capping nature of this Heartsteel board. The Lucian has been found. The Jazz Emblem has been found by the Chinese player. And talking about capping your board, that's exactly what he needed.
Wow, that extra dose of power of the Bard. It means we're going to be having ourselves Jazz 4 in the mix. And you can see there's a lot of traits active on the side.
Yeah, it is a massive way to cap out. In fact, maybe the highest way to cap out.
Oh my goodness, keep going. Ezreal 2, Zach 2 up against the Disco Enjoyer, who will enjoy no longer.
Enjoy this L, actually, in this one, because I feel like the Ezreal 2 should make all the difference.
Oh boy, these are the moments that are the makings of a potential champion tomorrow. This board coming together at speed. We check across the rest of the field. Of course, we're looking to see if there will be any further pushes towards elimination. As Mai is almost, but not quite dead.
That's a cash out.
Mai is next.
That's
we just saw the cash out from Zue. We saw the upgrades. Maybe Mai can also find what he needs to continue capping on his board, to continue contesting Eggy and Zue for the win. Playing spoiler. Japanese player trying to finish on a high in this game 12.
Yeah, Eggy's still able to keep these wins up on the 1-star Ahri, so at least he has kind of a ways to go, but the Heartsteel players have much higher caps, and honestly for Eggy, he's hoping that this game tries to end even faster. He's hoping everybody starts falling off, and that Zue cannot find even further hits to get there, but the last time Eggy fought against that board, it was significantly weaker than it is now.
Still saving a little bit of money, and we'll find a little bit more courtesy of the round. We have got a little bit more itemization to put together for the Ari on the back line.
Gonna try and roll for the RE2. He can't go 9. He thinks there's not enough time. Gonna roll for the RE2, but can he even find that? A sad roll on up until now, especially compared to his opponent, Jiwei, who found so many big upgrades. The Lucian, the Zac, and the Ezreal. And Alawi
finds Alawi too.
has been found. Stark contrast between these two rolldowns.
There's no money left in the coffers there. And yeah, no RE2 despite the world of trying.
Oh, and he's going to leave his Deathblade behind.
Oh, no.
Oh, look, it came with. It came with. There we go. That's good.
There's no scarier sight than Alawi with a saxophone when you're trying to go first in this game number 6. The left side there just looks like a dominant win. And Eggy on the right, the Seraphine already being crowded. The Senna clump comes through. The AoE damage, the Seraphine cannot out-heal. And that's going to be a loss for Eggy, who has a lot of HP to work with at the very least.
Yeah, and Mai seemed like the only person that potentially could slow Jiwei down, but now Jiwei has taken care of that. Now he just has to push through the rest of these boards.
Where's
and
the Ari?
one is really threatening to cap it out.
Can someone answer my question? Where is this Ari? He's used so much gold to try and find it.
I was just checking to see if we're going to be seeing picking up anywhere else. I mean, Cheche definitely has got one of the Aris themselves to try and deny a little bit longer, but that's got to be incredibly frustrating for Eggy at this of all moments.
If Eggy can hang on for that second place, though, we know that potentially the cutoff is still doable. It might be livable, but a third does not feel like it does enough. So Eggy, holding on to extra HP, just needs Cheche to fall.
I love this positioning. The Tentacles targeted first, and now the Poppy and the Zed feeling that damage coming in from the Senna. Both clumped now up together. The Ezreal misses, only hits the Ari. His aim is not ideal. The Senna, can she one-shot the Ezreal? She can't. Too many damage dealers, too many threats on this Heartsteel board. A big loss for Cheche, and a big loss for Eggy as well. The Chinese players running away with this lobby, and we are not surprised considering everything he's hit in the last few rounds.
No, he's walking away with this one easily. He's got such a massive Heartsteel board, the Jazz emblem, the cherry on top. Jiwei should be able to win this game without a problem, putting himself in the best position to make top 8. But Eggy, a second place, could still do it. It is just Eggy versus Cheche. Can Eggy hold on a little bit longer?
17 HP versus 10 HP. The dream could die right here up against UA and the board made of nightmares. The Seraphine is going to be able to cast into the big clump in the center. But we can see Nico just can't hold on against the tankiness of the Poppy, and the Zed ripping through the back line. Eggy gets destroyed.
He's down in Cheche 1. Eggy gonna fall in third. One of the big hopes of SEA will end the day on 59 points.
Don't tell me there's an Ari on this carousel. Okay, at the very least, you won't have to live that down, but the missing Ari, it'll be a question that'll be on Eggy's mind for such a long time, so close to potentially making it haunting to be one upgrade away from having a massive spec on your board, chasing it for 2 stages, and not finding it in the end.
Yeah, sometimes fate just isn't on your side on this day. UA, of course, looking to try and extend this incredibly powerful board higher, and the Lucian is found. Sometimes it rains and it pours, Cass, over the just and the unjust. That is going to be a huge step forward.
Yeah, able to find the Lucian, so even if Jiwei loses this one round to Cheche, will not stop the power train here, being able to pick up even more. One more fight for Jiwei to lock in the best possible chance at making that top 8.
The split front line, buying time with the Zed immediately targeted by the Senna. Can the Senna get both the Zed and the Poppy down in one big AoE cast? She can, but it doesn't matter. She's almost dead. Look at this clear from the Ezreal. Dominating win from Jiwei, who, again, from stage 6 onward, hit upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. The Lucian, the Jazz emblem, the upgrades on both the Alawi and the Ziggs. My goodness.
And win streaking until 4-5. I mean, honestly, this has to be the expected outcome when you can save that much HP and then play into Heartsteel.
I mean, it's what we wanted to see from our players, of course. It's a ludicrous board with no end in sight as to how strong it would become. But, I mean, this was the point in the tournament where you get all of the heartbreak really comes together for the players who can't make it. And for the ones who maybe can, they're going to be holding their breath. We will have our break ready. When we return, we shall find out for sure who will be playing tomorrow for the title of Global Champion and who will just miss out. Stay tuned, we'll be back momentarily.
first.
Oh,
Walked right into
is
it.
going right for Genesaur.
This right.
Isn't enough. One more cast from the Caitlyn can come out. Ribbon goes down. But
No!
Caitlyn survives the Rabadon's death cap. Shout out to Gangly. He knows where he is.
Doesn't matter. She's almost dead. Look at this clear from Ezreal. Dominating win from Jiwei, who, again, from stage 6 onward, hit upgrade after upgrade after.
With the 12th and final game, the stakes were as high as they could have been as we look towards our top 8 players that get a chance to move forward to Championship Sunday. I am back on the desk with Makes, Clement, and Hupeson to talk through that action in that final game while we tally the scores and see which 8 players that is going to be. But when we take a look at that final lobby, we got a chance to follow the storyline of 3 players that had a shot of doing well and making it through. And boy, were we treated to a great game.
Yeah, to start off, I think Zirui was the one that coasted with 100 HP to 4-5, and he knew the conditions to play Heartsteel. Got as many items as he could from buried treasures and then through the Triforce, and he also hit an Urgot 2 on stage 3 that really sent him all the way. He kept 5 Heartsteel in for all of stage 4 and then got 2 really good tomes.
The other story, that possibility to get to the day 3 was Jidesuo. He tried to play it around the ribbon, but actually it was pretty tough on him. He got the ribbon early, but he didn't get the headliner, so it was a tough game for him. He couldn't make it to day 3.
Yeah, Eggy also had a great performance there as another player that could make it forward to that final lobby. And so as we look at how those scores end up actually shaking out, we can walk through some of those moments from that final game and just where these players tried to go in terms of their direction to try to get those first places. And the ribbon that you called out, that was a really great place for Jidesuo to try to find that win, right?
It was, but it didn't work out, right? You saw one roll down after another just ending in absolute tragedy, and you could see it in his face, even just knowing that everything falls and stands with finding that 3-cost Riven or 3-star Riven didn't come online, and that was basically everything there. I do want to shout out Ugold though, because I think his board was pretty creative and quite cool with running that Twisted Fate there. I will say I don't like Disco, but I thought this was nice.
Yeah, no one else was playing it there, and I did like he held on to the Ahri transition, which is exactly how we saw Weird get a top 3 from it. But unfortunately, I don't think it was able to carry him across big AD flex boards, which there were a lot of them inside this lobby.
The last battle was mostly between Cheche and ZUE. They were both playing a very, very high level comp and very capped ZUE. Like we were talking, Clement, he got Heartsteel, 5 Heartsteel from almost the beginning of the game, and consistently he was cashing out, getting more resources and really getting to a very, very capped board, facing against Seraphine 3-star, facing against Cheche with the Thena 3-star, and finally getting the victory.
Yeah, his positioning was really good there against all the AoE. He had his 2 big tentacles in the middle and then had everything in this last 2 rows to make sure that those were targeted first, and then his Zed could sneak into the backline.
But also from those cash outs, finding a Bruiser and a Jazz emblem, sorry, but we kind of have to call that one out. That was a big part of that win.
I'm a big Tome hater for Heartsteel cash outs, especially on stage 4 when you only have 2 Jazz. It usually kills your momentum, but he got the good ones in the Bruiser and the Jazz. I admit it.
Okay. I mean, there's also ways to make the Disco work, so we're starting to figure out the secrets to success and maybe seeing some of those more suspect spots actually turn into success.
Speaking of suspect spots, I feel like we should call out Skipaeus, because I was telling you guys, we saw him play hologram with a different comp than Lulu before. He was running Senna in our regionals on the hologram. This time around, though, opting for a higher cost unit and trying to play a comp that you, Clement, described as windshield wiper.
Exactly. We saw this in Southeast Asia too, and it is hologram Ezreal. You have 2 on opposite sides of the map shooting across, and you can delete enemy front lines. It was a cool idea, but, you know, Skipaeus was already in. I'm sure he was having a bit of fun.
Okay, but I look at that and hear what you say, and I go, budget Lux? Like, Lux could be the budget Ezreal in this case, just like AP?
I will say we did not see a single Lux reroll this entire tournament so far. So, you know, maybe.
It's also called windshield wiper, not windshield laser Necron.
Ah, you're right.
Sorry.
Right. Okay, Aphelios then.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, we also did, just over the course of the day, get a chance to celebrate some really interesting boards on top of that. And I'm wondering if you could share your favorite moment of just today.
I will say my favorite moment was that last game, because while we were watching this game, I was also watching Malala, who was playing a very crazy game, staying 100 HP for an insane amount of time, and continuously listening to Taylor Swift.
The biggest Swiftie. This is Malala's Super Bowl, so actually I think it works out quite nicely.
For me, it's a second shout out to Skipaeus. It's amazing the way he creatively makes boards. He played KDA again. So on yesterday, he was using a lot of the Ahri Warrior comp, and now he's actually playing Seraphine 3-star bot, rolling for her at level 8, like using first the tempo, going for the Ahri, and then the wing more on a later stages. Now with the hologram, so the capacity he has of being a creative player, but actually performing well while being creative, for me is amazing.
That creativity has been awesome to see Skipaeus find, and so many others. Skipaeus was confirmed already a part of the top 8 heading into this final game alongside Degree, but who is joining them? We have only one way to find out, and that's to take a look at our standings, and we will look first at 17th through 32nd. There is still a huge chunk of the $450,000 prize pool on the line, but you know all of these players wanted more.
I do want to commend all of the players and kind of give a shout out to them for playing as well as they could and as well as they did. I think, like you said, Hooper, we saw a lot of cool comps come out, and even though they will always be frustrated with not making it to the top 8, those are the 32 best players in the world.
I really think there was a lot of disappointment from some of the Western fans. Dissoap and Salvi definitely were one of the biggest names coming in from Western regions. Also, Qingtian was the first seed from China as well. None of them making it in just means that, their legacy still has more chapters to go.
Adding to that group, obviously, we have Bintium that got a great performance and also didn't make it to day 3.
Well, while we do have these players sadly getting sent home, on this next page we get to celebrate the 8 players that are moving forward. And we have Ice finishing out the day in 2nd place, but take a look at how stacked that top 8 really is.
No. Really? We were saying that the cutoff was going to be around that 60-point mark, and 61 is already pretty high off a cutoff. We were talking about the 72 points, the historical 72 points degree, not able to crack just that. But look at those top 8 players, Malala, Siyue, Taro, and Saku making it in as well.
I heard a reaction.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really hyped up Degree to smash that record. I didn't want Setsuko to have it all that time because I feel like it buffs up the ego a little bit too much, but 1 point shy.
But actually, with this table, the opportunity opened us again for China. It has been 2 sets since they haven't won TFT championships, and now is the chance. They have 3 players in the top 8, and the dream can come true again for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also looking at Relic as one of those players that gets a chance to represent Latin America. And in fact, we actually have Relic on the line with us right now. And so I would love to be able to welcome him in and congratulate you on that 4th place today. How are you feeling with just the state of the competition over the last 2 days?
I mean, this tournament was very exciting, to be honest. It's my 2nd big tournament in TFT, and I was not sure if I was gonna be really good or not. On the scrims, the results were kind of mid, so I don't know. I was insecure, but the first day it went really well, so that made me feel very comfortable playing the games.
But Relic, you're no stranger to competing at an international level. In fact, you also competed in League of Legends Worlds. And so how have you found this experience compared to that?
I mean, I like playing more TFT than League of Legends, to be honest.
Good.
I don't know. I just enjoy it. So it's a dream for me, to be able to play the game and be good at it. It's the 2nd time that I quit a good job to play video games, and it's working again.
We're so happy to see that is working out for you. Yeah. What is it about TFT that kind of made you go towards that direction that you were really excited about?
I mean, I think it's just very fun. I love competing. It's something that I have in my blood, I think. It's hard for me to play a game casually. I struggle doing that. And when I see TFT, the game is so much fun. There are so many tournaments. It's very fast-paced, 3 big tournaments. And then you have the Las Vegas event. I don't know. I think from my vision, I just saw, a lot of fun. And maybe I could be good at it and make a living of it. So that's why I took the risk. And I mean, it's going pretty well, to be honest.
Relic, congratulations, man. Here's Hupe. You told me that your objective was getting to day 3. Now you're already in day 3. You saw the competition. You were performing well. Now, what is the aspiration? Do you want to break the record of Latam of being in the top 4? Or do you want to take it all? Be real.
On the MSI, people didn't trust me either. I got to the finals, but I went 8th. I don't want to repeat that. I think I'm ready. To be honest, I got 3 wins in these 2 days, so I think I can make it. To be honest, there are many players in the finals that, I mean, I play like them. To be honest, I study China the whole last month, and I play very similar to them. And beating someone that you copy is not something very common, but I think I can do it. I think I put a lot of my style, of my unique mindset into the game, added to what I learned from the Chinese players, and I think I can do it. My goal is at least to be 2nd place.
Total, dale con fe. Vamos!
Vamos.
Okay, second place. You're definitely shooting for the moon, Relic, but your play speaks for itself with your finish in fourth place today. But I'm wondering, just outside of what you individually bring to the table as a TFT player, where else are you learning from outside of the competitions that you were playing against those Chinese players as well?
Yeah, I also work with the team, the Infinity and High Roller team. Together, we help each other a lot. Even though I was the only one from the team in Worlds, they still help me every day doing reviews and just talking about the game, sharing information, and that's pretty helpful. So I want to thank them. Obviously, without them, I don't think I will be here. So having in your bag such a good team is pretty useful to be good.
You have a lot of people in your corner, but I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about what it means to you to represent Latin America on the big stage like this.
Yeah, even though it's my first time in Worlds, in the past, some players of LATAM have went to the finals already. So I think it was the minimum that Austria had to do, and it was my time to do it because I was the champion. So I felt like I had that in my shoulders, like the responsibility to at least make finals. So I feel happy that I was able to keep the standard of LATAM one more time.
Well, we are all wishing you the best of luck, Relic, tomorrow as you embark on that final day journey. Any final shout-outs that you'd like to make before we send you on your way?
Yes, I would like to say thank you to the Manriquez. They will know. And I mean, anyway, I want to win tomorrow, and I will thank the rest. It's fine. I will.
I love that confidence.
In the interview tomorrow, I will go again.
We go again. Relic, thank you again so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Honestly, that might be the first time I've heard somebody say, "Oh, I'll just win tomorrow and then I'll do the actual shout out." Wow!
I'll give a little more info. He was thanking the Manrique. It's like the Relic army. So they have a meme. So he calls them all Manrique. It's like they're all the same.
That's so nice. It sounds like he truly has so much support. And when it comes to TFT, we hear all the time about people that these players are working with, people that are just in their corner, and it means a lot to hear that from every single player.
Yeah, it does.
Big
I love
family
it,
affair.
honestly. That was a great interview.
He was talking also about group study, and it's important that he mentioned Infinity and High Roller Esports from LATAM, but he's also been in the study group with Degree, with Melala, and they are sharing information. So that sharing of information between regions has not been happening in previous years, in previous set. So it's actually amazing that this is happening, and the crossover of information is now bigger than ever. So it will be interesting to see them in the finals on day 3.
Well, you just said Malala again, and I was reminded that pick'ems were just barely safe, Necra, because there was a good chance that the highest HP win would have landed at 100 HP. Malala made it to stage 5 with 100 HP.
That was like
but the pick'ems are saved, I will say.
The pick'ems are safe, and the pick'ems are now back open for the final day of competition. So make sure you head over to riot.com/TFT Worlds so you can find out a little bit more, and make sure you get your pick'ems in for this final day celebration. Thank you so much for the pick'ems powered by AWS. It's a great way to be able to tune in, enjoy, have in on the action, and you can also win some great prizes. But that's gonna do it for us today. 12 games down. That's amazing, and we have whatever is in store for us tomorrow.
Yeah, I think a couple big storylines is CN returning to glory like Hupe-sang talked about, and also just Milala on the close to golden roll, the best split we have seen from any player ever, going from the MSI TOC 3rd place to the Las Vegas Open to Heartsteel Cup, and maybe clinching home the world champion to top it off.
There is a chance that Japan reclaims the World Championship title with Taro, and I do want to point that out. Something I'm personally very excited about to see how he does. but I think we also have a pretty good split across the other regions.
And how we saw, we just interviewed Relic, the best placement for Latam has been a top 4. So now Relic, I truly believe that tomorrow he will go to risk it for the biscuits. He will really go aggressive, and he already achieved his objective. So now he doesn't want a good place. It doesn't matter to him if he go 8th. He will go and really risk a lot and try to go and have the first golden spatula for Latam. That will really be a dream for the region.
Well, all 8 players are going to have to go for the gold because tomorrow is the checkmate format, which means we are playing until a player hits 20 points to put the lobby in check and then wins the whole thing by getting a first place. $450,000 in prizing to be distributed alongside that golden spatula trophy and the coveted title of world champion. You're not going to want to miss it. So make sure that you tune back in with us tomorrow at 4 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Central European time, and we will be so excited to see you there.
Wow!